What's up with the weather, Comrade Lennon? And thank you! I'm glad you like the cat. Every time! Every time. I even have like a little note open that says, don't forget to unmute. And I clicked the button. I thought I did. I also have it so that I can change audio to where it's going to come out now rather than my speakers. So I can still like look at stuff while the waiting room's on. Every time. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're all doing all right today. Comrade Lennon, I hope the weather's not too bad. What's up, long like Homo sapien? Salam alaikum, Grim Reaper. I hope you're having a lovely evening. What's up, What Camera Inc? And Tyler, I muted your comment. But thanks for, not muted, pinned. Thanks for letting me know that I was muted. That's how you earn the pin. You just earned it before it was necessary. Jesus. See, my brain's weird today because my sleep schedule got entirely messed up. I, like, passed out at, like, 5 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday and then woke up at midnight, and so I've been up about 9 hours already. So you'll have to bear with me being a little extra ADD today. So we got a lot of stuff to cover, and some of it is indeed quite funny and even good news. But this first one's just weird. So apparently, in California, people have been coming across, quote, demonic seals? Sorry, sea lions? And I'm really curious what demonic sea lions are. I feel ya. Yeah, I'm sure, Grim Reaper. We're all pretty much in the same boat.
Now to the West Coast, and the sea lions
Put that up there.
getting more aggressive. Experts blame the environment.
That tracks.
Along the California coast,
Yeah,
sea lions are getting
does not look like a pretty sea lion, but I'm pretty sure that's just kind of how they look, right?
poisoned by toxic algae, causing them to act in a way some describe as demonic. It comes amid a surge in the number of sea lions ingesting domoic acid, a neurotoxin within algae blooms, through the fish they eat.
We're seeing them look like they're stargazing. We're seeing some animals seem very, very sleepy, maybe right after having a seizure. They may be abnormally aggressive.
One man was surfing when he says a feral, almost demonic sea lion bit him and dragged him off his board, adding, "It was unlike anything I've ever seen in all the years I've been in the water."
What's the difference between a feral sea lion and a demonic sea lion? And then take that one step further, and a demonic feral sea lion. What are the differences here? Maybe the sea lions voted for Biden? Well, if they voted for Biden, they wouldn't be demonic now, would they?
Marine biologists say the toxic algae bloom that usually forms every 4 to 7 years
rapid.
is forming more often due to warming temperatures and runoff pollution.
Now we're seeing an increase. Over the last 4 years, we've seen consecutive years of this harmful algal bloom off of our coast.
The Marine Mammal
this
Care
makes
Center
sense.
in
That
San
sucks.
Pedro has taken in at least 146 sea lions since last month. Dolphins and seabirds also falling ill. This algae bloom, already described as worse than the one in 2023.
Look, as bad as the Trump administration is for Americans, and generally just kind of human life in general, what's gonna suffer the most during this administration, and probably after for a couple decades, is gonna be ecology. I mean, like wildlife, the environment. It's kind of on the chopping block first. You know, the environment is first in line for the death camps, basically.
Blamed for more than 1,000 sea lion deaths. What can the public do? Experts say do your part to create a better environment for marine life.
Throwing away their trash, allowing anything toxic to go down the storm.
No, don't put this on you. It's not your fault that the environment is fucked. There's nothing you are doing in your daily life that is doing this. You, just living produces pollution, absolutely. But the pollution that you personally produce is not even a drop in the bucket when we're comparing this to industry pollution. It's industries that pollute. That's why putting the onus on the consumer with recycling, the big whole recycling movement, which never actually is actually implemented once you finish your job of sorting the cans and all of this. Once it gets to the recycling center, not all of that shit gets recycled, and even if it did, it wasn't all that helpful anyway. It's a way of taking the accountability off of the industry and putting it on the consumer. As much of a danger as Americans are to other Americans, Americans are an even greater danger to their neighbors, such as Canadians or sea lions. Exactly, Sundry Clown Car. What's up, MKE? Good to see ya. But yeah, demonic sea lions. I don't really see what's demonic about them. It's kind of just clickbait. That's very sad. But while we're talking about the environment really quickly, EPA shutters effort to ease pollution in poor areas, done by Lee Zeldin. I don't really need to, you know, read the article. Like, this is about East Coast. I mean, here, environmental justice movement is widely considered to have started in the 1980s when civil rights activists stopped the state of North Carolina from dumping 120 million pounds of soil contaminated with carcinogens known as PCBs. And that's dead now. It's dead. Thank you, Donald Trump, for killing the environmental safety movement. In other news, there was a massive earthquake this weekend in Myanmar. And when I say a massive earthquake, I mean like 7.7. I think the death toll is up in the thousands right now. Like, it was bad.
We start in Myanmar, where the country's military-led government say that more than 1,000 people have died after
Now, remember, there's also a civil war happening in Myanmar.
Powerful earthquake. The 7.7 magnitude quake struck around midday with its epicenter close to the city of Mandalay, followed by several aftershocks. Destructive tremors were also felt in neighbouring Thailand. International support is now starting to arrive in Myanmar after a rare appeal for outside help from the country's military rulers.
Rescuers try to reach survivors on the streets of Mandalay. Myanmar's second largest city is close to the quake's epicenter.
Yeah, fuck the military junta, long live the rebels, but in general, like, I'm actually curious to see what happened with the war here. Like, is this a pause in hostilities while, like, the civilians are being helped, or I mean, more than likely not, but I'm curious. If international aid groups are coming in, then they must at least feel safe enough to come in. And to be fair, they have had a lot of practice with dodging getting shot by working in Gaza, so who knows. All I saw was the report of deaths, the TikTok video of a rooftop swimming pool spilling out from down like skyscrapers. I did see that one as well. We'll see.
And was hit the hardest.
You're not wrong,
Homes,
Tyler.
schools and historic buildings have all been destroyed or severely damaged by the tremors.
That's so sad. We don't make buildings like this anymore.
More videos have been emerging on social media, showing the moments when the earthquake struck. The injured rushed to hospitals that have also been impacted by the disaster.
Yep, okay.
Myanmar's military ruler has been visiting affected areas and made a rare call for international help.
I'd like to request all of the people to help as much as you can. I've also declared a state of emergency in all affected areas and have opened all ways for foreign aid.
I mean, maybe it's
The
just 'cause he
Southeast
talks
Asian
very
bloc
slowly.
ASEAN has promised support from Myanmar, with other countries outside of the region also joining the emergency effort. Foreign teams have begun arriving, bringing with them vital equipment and expertise. But it's not clear how quickly aid can be delivered to Myanmar, a country still in the grips of a civil
Yeah,
war.
okay, and I was wondering how long it would take to mention
will compound an already dire humanitarian situation in Myanmar, where nearly 20 million people need assistance across the country, including more than 3.5 million people displaced from their homes.
As people in Myanmar wait for help to arrive, for now they'll have to rely on the very scarce resources they have to deal with this disaster.
So yeah, that's pretty bad, guys. It's not looking good. I'm glad there's some aid groups going in there. We'll see how that turns out, but it could be pretty bad. To quote the Burmese government asking for help from the international life-saving experts, also Donald Trump. I mean, true. Except they're not Burmese anymore. Is this the video that you saw? The rooftop swimming pool one? There's no sound, so Japan should send their earthquake disaster people. They're pros at dealing with earthquakes since it happens every couple of months there. I mean, maybe they have. Tyler, the Flower Warlords will seal the aid in fighting its worst. Well, the rebels, from what I've seen, are pretty based. At least in, like, they're not warlords. They're an organized group of rebels, but I don't know much else about them. No, the one I saw was from the ground, but this should get the point across. Yeah, I think, like, that's where it was falling from, because that part of it broke off. But yeah, no, I mean, like, I would have gotten the fuck out of that pool too. But, yeah, hopefully these people get some aid. I just noticed that the roof pool has a glass wall that shattered. Yeah, that's where the video of all the water falling comes from. Junta-affiliated warlords. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's more likely that the junta steals some of that aid for themselves. Jesus. That's getting to be, like, real waves at that point. I'm just gonna surf off this building real quick. Catch the wave all the way down, land somehow like a fucking anime character. I mean, like, whole buildings fell. Like, it was big. Now, the swaying is normal, by the way. Skyscrapers are meant to sway in an earthquake. That's how they avoid falling. But it's still terrifying to see. What's up, Los Federales? Good to see ya. Hey, sister doll. Ah, and that's the outside view of the water falling from that pool. Like, buildings got 9/11, guys. Like, this was a big fucking deal. Oh, Jesus. What the fuck? Look at this man. He's running while on the phone. Mate, put your phone down. What call are you on that you need to keep talking? Yeah, built to sway, not break, but with tremors in the earthquake. But yeah, no, he's ordering a pizza while, like, running away from 9/11. Jesus Christ. I'd rather go through an insane hurricane than an earthquake. Been through both. Hands down hurricane. I have only been through, like, very mild earthquakes that I didn't even notice. And, like, mid-level hurricanes, so I really wouldn't even know. There's still over 80 people trapped in that rubble. It's pretty bad. Like, the death toll in Myanmar, let me just double check because it keeps changing. At the moment is estimated at around 16 to 1,700 people. Watch, it's like his kid or something. I mean, fair enough. Revolutionary optimism in the face of devastating climate change. I mean, that's good. Now, speaking of optimism, I am still quite optimistic for the Labour Party to win in Australia. But let's have a look, because the campaigning has officially started, and I have some good headlined news and some bad headlined news, so we'll see. I haven't actually watched any of these videos. Young men flock to the right in the US election. Will it happen here? From ABC News Australia.
Is beer too expensive under elbow? The question of the day.
Oliver and Abby,
the most Australian thing, honestly.
Aren't just curious about what their fellow students think.
Come on, you smarker.
They're trying to attract new members to the University of Wollongong's Liberal Club.
Yes?
Elections in Canada at the end of the month too, Los Federales. Alexander, genuinely, like, I could have just ended the video there. Is beer more expensive under elbow? That's the Australian, voting standards.
Everyone's been engaged, especially with the cost of living crisis. I think the beer question has been bring it to the forefront. We got 20 sign-ups yesterday.
Yep, so if we can beat 20 today, that's like 40.
Also,
that's
like,
amazing.
The Dutton Hope shirt is fucking insane.
Today, there's stiff competition from other political clubs.
$14 a schooner, guys.
Abby and Oliver might both vote for the coalition, but their views aren't always the same.
I guess I'm a little bit more socially left than what Ollie is. Trump's a big one.
I'm a bit more pro-Trump than Abby is.
Yeah, that whole...
I would not wear one of those shirts, Tyler. I would wear one of those with Albo on it, but I wouldn't want it to say hope. I would just want it to say Albo.
Women's rights to their own body is kind of my thing. I believe that women should choose what they can do with their body. With the rise of Trump, women being a bit more scared to vote rights because they believe they affiliate the right with Trump. I think
you do have to understand that, like, abortion rights aren't codified in Australia either, and there definitely is some anti-abortion sentiment, especially coming from the United States, being manufactured here, so it is a genuine risk. Quote, Australia is a country where we'll say she'll be right, no worries, but if under another Albo government, she won't. What if under another Albo government, she won't be right? Well, right now, it looks like the Albo government would be actually pretty based, Sundry Clown Car. From what I have up after this video, a lot of the stuff that the Labour Party is putting out is pretty fucking awesome. Their pre-election promises. And to remind you all, they kept their pre-election promises last time. If you live in Australia, your wages went up every year that Labour was in power, for example. But let's keep going. I want to see what the young people are thinking, and then we'll go and see what the Labour Party is actually putting out. We have a very similar situation here in Canada compared to the States. Liberals have run the country for almost a decade. Conservative Party is looking for a win. Well, I mean, in Canada, it looks like the Liberals have pretty much been guaranteed a win because of Trump. I mean, like, Trudeau left office popular. Carney's looking popular. And I have some news on that as well. Some good news on the Canadian front.
Just got to understand and have a little bit more political literacy around what each party stands for. Do you guys see
Attracting young women can be a challenge for them.
There we go. Social media being a really big influence with our generation. Less and less women are wanting to join just because they're afraid of backlash, I guess. Love how
you guys understand how wild that is? Because we don't have Trump here. We don't have MAGA here. We don't have that same culture of polarization, and yet Australian women are still afraid to openly talk about left-wing ideas. That is an outcome of America affecting us. That's the influence. Gina's working on it. Well, yeah, Gina is working on it.
For Oliver, it's a different story. He knows exactly what cast him into the world of politics.
My introduction to politics was in 2016 with Donald Trump, and it was just raw, off the cuff, and he just went with it. And I thought that was a really good value to have in a politician, someone who says...
It's genuine idiocy.
...what they're thinking.
His social media is...
Lots of people say what they're thinking. You can go to any fucking pub and find 75-year-old men who will say what they're thinking. Not all of them deserve to run a country. There's lots of these idiots around.
Full of political content, lots of it to do with Trump or other conservative figures, and he thinks it's probably different to what his female friends are viewing.
Yeah, no shit.
A lot of my female friends are a lot more accepting and opening to, you know, social issues and social...
Meanwhile, like, you know, I think that brown people and trans people and queer people are degenerates.
Justice. I think men are a lot more skeptical, and I think they're a lot more black and white in how they think.
For this generation, their algorithms could shape their political choices.
We've seen the advent of social media platforms and the echo chambers it creates. It can often lead to people segregating into communities of like-minded people.
At elections around the world, from the US to Germany, Poland to South Korea, young men have thrown their support behind right-wing and populist leaders.
It's the same thing everywhere, guys. By the way, you're entirely right, Sundry Clown Core. I work in retail. I've seen people be asked to leave. Speaking your mind is not always a social virtue. Oliver, just vote for Clive Palmer already, you hick. True. Also, female friends, he's using his term specifically. This guy is going to say some MRA shit. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. He did give me some incel vibes. Speaking of, by the way, just really quickly, tomorrow I will be going on a panel to speak about whether the Democrats have a masculinity problem. And that'll be very fun. One playbook, though. Yeah, they do. They all just have one playbook. It's been this way. I've been saying it for a while.
Part of that is thought to be fueled by conversations and content that's happening on social media and podcasts. But is this sort of gender divide happening in Australia?
Mm-hmm.
According to the 2022 Australian election
What's up,
study,
Zoe?
a little over a quarter of Gen Z voted for the coalition, with the majority voting for the Greens or Labor. It found
Guys, please stop voting Greens 1. Labor 1, Green 2, please. The loons were never supposed to find each other. Nature tried to spread them out. Yeah, we went against nature with this social media advent.
this cohort was actually more progressive than other generations at the same age, but across all stages of life, men were more likely to vote for parties on the right.
Every time.
It looks good.
At this pub in the Illawarra, south of Sydney, there's a different kind of gender divide between the decided and the undecided.
Giving every village an idiot.
I haven't really thought about it.
Yeah,
Any, you guys?
Well, I usually vote Greens.
Yeah, me too. I'd vote Greens and Labor.
By the way, the reason I dislike the Greens is because throughout this last Labor administration, the Greens worked with the Liberal Party to block pretty much every legislation that Labor wanted to put forward, including building houses, including NDIS healthcare legislation, including cost of living reductions. Like, this kind of shit was necessary and the people wanted it. Labor Party tried to give it to you, but the Greens said, no, that doesn't go far enough. You know, it's good, it's just not good enough. So I'm going to vote with the Liberals against it, so nothing happens. It's either everything is going to be fixed like this or nothing can be fixed issue. Every time, it's the same. I'm sick of seeing this in liberal democracies. And it is a thing about liberal democracies. In any change that is not massive and entirely fixes a problem is not worth trying for some reason. That's the view that we had in America, the Democrats rather, not we, had in America, in don't vote for Kamala Harris because she'll just give you small little bits of change and nothing really major will change at all. Well, no shit. You're the one that's supposed to take that little bit of change and then grow it. And again, it's as if we're pretending now that a small amount of positive change in a negative situation is equivalent to no change to the negative situation, and that shit boggles my mind. Like, yes, a little bit of change is good, and then you do a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more. It's that kind of thing that makes people say, oh, Labor doesn't do anything, might as well vote the evil bastards back in. Literally, it is exactly that. Also, a house is built with bricks, not a plain wall. Like, I mean, I don't get the saying there. I'm sure that's like an idiom or something. But yeah, no, it's perfectly fine to vote in favor of, what's the word I'm looking for? The opposite of dramatic, just like small amounts of positive change in the right direction. It's okay to vote for this. You don't need everything to be fixed immediately. You don't need instant gratification.
Well, my parents voted for the Greens, and I feel like they have good morals for the people, like look after the people.
Yeah,
and I just would not want Liberal to win.
Is there anything that you care about when you're voting?
My future in terms of buying a house.
Incremental. I was thinking about incremental. Like, incremental change is still better than no change.
What career I'm going to be in, what I'm going to do for the rest of my life, and I don't know if that's reflected by anyone, so, you know, I don't want to make the wrong call, but I don't know which call the right one is.
Well, look, if you don't want to make the wrong call, and you don't know which one is, I have some tips for you.
In what I'm going to do for the rest of my life, and I don't know if that's reflected by anyone, so, you know, I don't want to make the wrong call, but I don't know which call the right one is.
Maybe, you can take some time looking it up, Googling it. Maybe you could do some research. There is a website, by the way, called theyvoteforyou.org. Here, let me link that in the chat. Here, you can look up any Australian politician and see their entire voting record, what they have voted for, what they have voted against. You need to take the time and to learn. And Australia, specifically, I've noticed has a massive issue with this, in that nobody knows anything about not like, let alone who the prime minister is, which a lot of people wouldn't even know the name of. They don't know anything about the party. They don't know what they do. They don't know what they stand for. There are people who decide who they're going to vote for when they show up to vote based on who gives them a pamphlet while they're in line first. He doesn't want to say he's a Trumpy, as is the case for most of these people. Jake just cares that he gets his subsidized truck. Anything further than that is a bit much for Jake. They're all the same everywhere in the world. It turns out that the right wing just gives a shit about themselves and nobody else.
The cost of more than just a beer on the minds of these young and undecided voters.
It's not being dumb, Jajex. It's being incentivized to not care. Like, I've talked to Australians, and from what I know, what you learn in civics class in school, for example, if you even have one, barely even covers, like, what I had to learn for the citizenship test.
Isabella Higgins, ABC News.
Anyway, like, young men are flocking to the right, but Australia isn't America. We just are a colony, so we'll see. Willful ignorance? That's true. The anti-wind farm crusade threatening Labour seats in this election. Now, I don't know how real this is. Like, I don't know how much people actually give a shit about this, but let's find out. This is definitely Trump rhetoric.
It's the political dispute that's seen the Prime Minister heckle.
It's this fucking goblin over here that's mad about wind farms. This little ghoul. Oh no, they kill the whales. They make them sad, actually. They don't kill the whales. Like the exact type of person that you imagine that gets mad about this.
And National Party heavyweights flock to coastal seats.
Oh, and the National Party. Surprised.
A long way from home. Last year, the federal government declared a 1,000 square kilometre area off the coast of the Illawarra an offshore wind zone.
And I have declared a zone which is smaller than that originally proposed and further away from the coast.
That's honestly not a bad idea at all. Offshore wind factory that's off the coast, not close to a reef, that's further away so that, like, I don't even know why it needs to be so far away. What's up, Lonely Homo Sapien? Good to see ya.
But the issue has proved divisive.
Really? There's this many people mad about wind farms? For the whales. This is Donald Trump rhetoric. Again. How does this trash the ocean? I'm confused.
Coalition has vowed to scrap 3 of Labor's offshore wind zones if elected, and is hoping to win coastal seats off the back of this policy.
Oh, hey, look, the Liberals want to increase your energy prices by building nuclear power plants in Australia that'll take 10 to 15 years to build and will increase your cost even when they're done. And they want to cut your cost, increase your cost actually now, while getting rid of the wind farms. Gina ain't cool with wind. Yeah, of course not, because she's, you know, coal companies. But, like, there's nothing wrong with this at all. This doesn't trash the ocean. This is good for the environment. It's good for energy prices in Australia. What about the diesel ships? Yeah, literally.
Of Labor's offshore wind zones if elected,
Gina is
and is hoping to win coastal seats off the back of this policy.
I mean, when we go to the beach, we want to see nothing but blue sky and ocean out there. We don't want to come and see wind turbines littered across the landscape.
My guy, you guys are going to be seeing fucking brown skies of smog if the Liberals get their way. Are you kidding me?
But not all locals are concerned about the impact on the view.
Well, it's not a pristine environment. If we're going to pick a place to do it, why don't we pick a place like Wollongong that is an industrial town?
This exchange between 2 local surfers says much about the debate in the community.
Do you think they're going to say, hey, mate, we're going to do this and it'll be great? They're going to shaft you to pieces when the bullet... What
do you mean? In what way? How is it going to shaft
Well, they can say, we're having 600 of those things out there, and you'll go, oh, gee.
And I'll say, are they going to be behind the ships that I see all along the horizon?
It won't
because
matter.
I don't really give a shit if I'm looking at coal ships all day, mate.
The debate on...
Fucking true. I don't give a fuck about the windmills. I have to see the coal ships all day. This time my district flipped blue, but it wasn't due to offshore drilling, but it was due to offshore drilling, not wind farms. Rich people don't like it when you build stuff off the coast. Of course not. Surfers based. Like, the thing is, like, Australians kind of just all live along the coast. There's very few Australians that live deeper into the country, so like it is a thing, but I don't know why anyone would be mad about this, and I'm pretty sure that it's far enough away that you wouldn't even be able to see it on a beach.
Online has been more toxic, with anti-wind farm Facebook groups spreading misinformation about wind farms killing whales.
Yes. Look at the Russian psyops.
Facebook groups spreading misinformation about wind farms killing.
Funded by Gina Reinhardt and the coal companies. Thank you. NIMBYs go hard in Australia. They definitely do. Australians can live on the coast, but like they die. I mean, to be fair, we do live on the coast and we don't die. Was that AI? Yeah, of course it's fucking AI. Does this look like it's not AI? The burning whale with the phoenix coming? Like, what is this?
Whales and publishing personal attacks on experts and advocates.
We want the Prime Minister to get out of here.
Alex O'Brien is the president of Responsible Future, a community group that evolved from these Facebook groups.
Get out of here.
The one thing that worries me is that as much as I like to shit on how stupid Americans are, Australians are on average kind of dumber than Americans. At least like by choice, willfully. They have the capacity to not be, but that scares me.
At a meeting with coalition senators at Parliament House, he slammed the government's consultation process and accused Professor Ty Christopher, who spoke at community forums as an energy expert, of a conflict of interest.
He was there representing the University of Wollongong, who has lost $90 million in the 23 financial year, and potentially see this project as helping maybe resolve some of those issues. The panel had a number of conflicts of interest.
Ty Christopher says he and other academics at the University of Wollongong have been unfairly...
Well, to answer your question, actually, that was a good one, Captain Buggy. Can half your population read above a 6th grade level? This is what I got here. Reading levels in education, someone needs to be able to read text. It is one way to measure literacy. In Australia, about 44% of adults read at a literacy rate 1 to 2, low level. 38% of adults read at level 3, and 15% read at level 4. So 38% of adults can read at an 11th and 12th grade level. Yeah, no, it looks like half the population can read above year 6. 44% can only read up to that level. So, yes, we can read more than Americans can. I think? No, hold on, no. No, yeah. We have higher literacy than America. Good. That's nice. That makes me happy. That was written really weird. I wasn't sure if it went the other way. I don't know, to be honest. Like, I don't know how likely it is that anything based in reality is influencing people's votes, just like everywhere else. I was like 10 in 4th grade, so I guess 13. Well, you graduate high school at 17 or 18. You should be 14 in 9th grade. So in 6th grade, you should be, exactly 12, 13, depends. I was a year older because I was in the higher end of my grade, but...
Targeted by the group.
We operate very much without fear or favour and without being beholden to anything other than the truth or the facts as we find them in our
you're
research.
woke. I get it.
On the one hand...
Unionist Arthur Rorris says he was slandered online after he offered qualified support for the project. He says attacks on academics and scientists have been appalling.
That
sounds
is Trumpism.
familiar too.
Take out your opponents publicly, humiliate them, try and cut them down in the hope that others who are watching this won't come forward.
I mean,
no one from Responsible Future was available for interview. In a statement, they said,
"The term misinformation has been weaponized by pro-wind groups. We continue to face
The word misinformation has been weaponized by pro-wind groups. Australians don't have grades, they have years. It's the same thing. 6 is for 12-year-olds. Yeah, 12 to 13 would be 6th grade or year 6. The schools, like the years are still the same. The only real difference is kindergarten is what we call preschool, and reception is what Americans call kindergarten. The years are essentially the same. It's just year and grade is the word that swamps.
Misleading attacks from those with
I still can't believe that, like, I heard that misinformation was weaponized by pro-wind groups. What is a pro-wind group? Pro-wind groups are unfairly reporting on all the lies we're telling. Yes, I can see how that would be a problem for you.
By pro-wind groups. We continue to face misleading attacks from those with financial stakes in offshore wind. We see these attacks increasing, and we have seen property damage, harassment, and abuse sent out.
Our election is May 3rd, Astolf, and we're looking right now. My predictions are it's tight. Labor might actually be able to pull off a victory here, but we'll see how much the misinformation actually affects it, because we just saw people protesting big wind. Here is the Prime Minister on one of the things that he's put up as a pre-election promise, some of the really good stuff.
If you've ever felt ripped off at the supermarket, this one's for you. Labor will make supermarket price gouging illegal, so you're not paying more than you should. Taking advantage of people when there's not enough competition is just not on. Right now, there are no laws against excessive pricing, but we have your back and we're going to fix it, so you get a fair deal at the checkout.
Authorised by Anthony Albanese, LP Canberra.
Well, fair enough. That was something Kamala Harris also tried. Didn't really work out. Big win sounds like a fart of a conspiracy. Well, it is. They're mad about offshore wind farms because they are harming the whales or something. But beyond just the supermarket price gouging, the government uses federal budget to announce a ban on non-compete clauses for nearly 3 million workers. This is based. The Albanese government will ban non-compete clauses for nearly 3 million workers and crack down on anti-competitive labor practices as it tries to court low to middle income earners ahead of the federal election. Non-compete clauses are conditions in employee contracts that prevent or restrict an employee from moving to a competitor and can prevent them from moving to a better job. They impact estimated 1 in 5 workers across Australia. ABC News understands the Albanese government will use tonight's budget to announce it will ban these clauses for those earning up to $180,000 in a move that will help create more competition, remove barriers preventing employees from starting their own businesses, and potentially result in wage boosts. Now remember, Australian wages have gone up every single year Labor's been in power. So we keep using oil and coal that damages the entire ecosystem. Well, yeah, Grim Reaper, but specifically coal. Gina Reinhart needs to get paid. That's the whole point of the coalition's nuclear energy proposal. It's because it takes 15 years to build that we still needs to pay for the coal companies. So, this is fantastic. Boost to wages, non-compete clauses are terrible. Not good. Not good. We don't want it. Here are the key seats to watch for the election. Now, I don't know fuck all about this, so we're going to learn about this together. I wish people who fall for stupid shit didn't have to take everyone else down with them, whether we like it or not. Well, I mean, in Australia, you have to vote, so...
If neither side...
Yeah, nuclear is entirely a scam to keep Gina happy. There's no plan for it, and nuclear would make your bill more expensive anyway. Oh yeah, stop. No. We definitely are better in terms of, like, electoral system here because we have mandatory voting and we have ranked choice voting. I just need Australians to not vote Green 1 and then Labour 2. Vote Labour 1. On the topic of my wages, my wage goes up to, what, $15.80 an hour at an entry-level job. Like mine being kitchen porter, they go up a little bit every tax year. Yeah, I mean, the last job that I worked before this, I was a receptionist at an aquatic center, and yeah, it worked. My wages went up. It wasn't like a huge percent. It was like $1 or just under $1 every year, but it has gone up. I think Labour has gotten us to 39% renewables. Not sure exactly. They've been working on it. It's been going up and up and up, so that's good. America should make a voting holiday and give out hot dogs to, like Australia. That's how you win elections. Hell yeah, they're called freedom sausages. The freedom sausages. All right, the middle class needs to become the working class. That's the takeaway here. There is no middle class. There is the working class, the mortgage belt, literally. To be fair though, like in Australia, the only way you can build wealth is to own a house and then buy another house. I hope you're going out there knocking on people's doors, showing everyone the voting record of Anthony Albanese versus the voting record of Peter Dutton. That would help. I don't know. I would literally, I would just go on They Vote For You and then print out Dutton's voting record and then go knock on some doors and talk about it with people. Middle-class Andys need to stop being snobby cunts. Pretty much, yeah. I'm in red for state, so it's shifting. That's good. If I was allowed to, I would be going out to the seat in Adelaide and Sturt, because I could go to Sturt and knock on some doors. I'm just not legally allowed to. The petite bourgeois are trying to act like they haven't increasingly just become working class, pretty much.
Good night.
Making it sound like the hung parliament is like the end of the world. There was a hung parliament when ScoMo was in office. It doesn't make a difference all that much.
Find so many stories to
Look,
watch.
it's actually looking fairly good for Labour right now. Like, it's looking pretty positive.
Today we reach the point for the first time in Australian history where every student, public and private, will be delivered the school funding that they deserve. The school resourcing standard that was...
Wait, we don't fund private schools in Australia, do we? Like, does the government do that? Did you hear Radio Free Asia is getting shut down? Yeah, I did. I covered it with Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty. Why are we paying for private schools? That makes them public schools, does them not? How is it private school if they get government funding? Hung Parliament actually gets more done. Gillard was the most productive prime minister. Yeah, I would think that, like, in a hung Parliament, like, you could still get quite a bit done. If they don't get funding, they're closing. Yeah, it's the same with Radio Liberty and Radio Free Europe. We'll talk about that a bit later. I would assume that you do pay the same way the U.S. funnels taxpayer money into private schools. Private schools get as much as public? No fucking way. They get as much as the public schools. So why even have private schools if we're publicly funding the private schools? DJ Shake Chili. That's ridiculous. You guys did give us Murdoch after all. It would make sense. Yeah, sorry. Look, that was our bad, but I'm kind of glad he's not here. Socialism for the rich schools. Yeah, literally.
More than a decade ago.
At least it's
the private
also
school students
the public
had reached
schools.
the SRS standard previously. But what the agreements between the Commonwealth and our 8 state and territory governments have delivered is that every student, regardless of which school they go to, will receive this funding. This agreement with Queensland will deliver an estimated $2.8 billion in additional funding
doubling
for
it.
Queensland public schools over the next decade.
Wait, sorry. Okay, never mind. That was for public schools. That's good. Additional funding for Queensland public schools. I still don't understand why the fuck you would need to pay double for the private school. Plus, even in public school, you still have to pay money to send your kid to school here with school fees. And then you also have to buy them uniforms because every school here requires you to wear a uniform. So, like, it's not cheap.
This represents the biggest ever investment in Queensland public schools by an Australian government ever. In Queensland, we expect this to support some 560,000 public school students. It isn't a blank cheque. This money is tied to real reforms like evidence-based teaching practices, phonics and numeracy checks, catch-up tutoring and more mental health support.
I had to buy a uniform in a public school. I had to pay for my ROTC uniform. I mean, like, of course you have to pay for your ROTC uniform, but I didn't realize you went to a public school that has uniforms, Captain Buggy. I quite liked, like, not wearing a uniform when I was in school, but honestly, I would be in favor of school uniforms if they were less gendered and not tied to class, like they were just kind of provided for you. When the libs get in, public school funding goes to shit. Well, of course. I mean, look at what we did in America. We just cut it entirely.
Today's announcement contributes to an estimated $16.5 billion
that
in
makes
additional
sense.
Commonwealth funding to public schools
You were the naughty
across
kid.
the nation from 2025-2026 for the decade
That's
ahead to 2034. It represents the biggest new investment in public schools by an Australian government ever.
This means a lot to Queensland, and it means a lot because we've got some challenges in our schooling systems that other states don't have. We are the most decentralised state. We've got a large portion of rural and regional and Indigenous...
God damn, Alexander. I mean, to be fair, when I first came to Australia, like, most of the people in my circle were people like Westminster types. So, you know, I do know the type. Not that that's like an insult or anything, but I didn't get my get good education from my family, and I was fat and looked ugly in stupid uniforms. I'm against them. See, the reason that I think uniforms could be good, Wet Camera Inc., is because poor kids tend to get bullied for being poor and have a lot of like anxiety around their clothing. Then there's the idea of like rich kids that just come in being all flashy, but then you have the even bigger issue that you see more and more now, and it's kids that show up to school in their pajamas every day. And I'm not against, like, when I was in school, you could show up to school in like sweatpants and a hoodie. That was fine. But showing up to school day after day in pajamas is antisocial behavior, and it's not good for you. It's the same reason where, like, if you go to work every day and you dress nice because you're going to work, you are being social, you're engaging with other people, you dress for work because you care about what people at your job as well as people who you interact with see you as. You know, you want to be presentable. When we don't incentivize this into kids growing up, then they don't develop the need to like give a shit about being social, don't care about making themselves, I don't know, appear in any way to anyone else. Like, they're not engaging in that. It's the same thing that like happened in Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley jobs, like tech jobs, were one of the first jobs in America that you didn't have to get in a, like, wear a suit and go to work for. They were famous for, you know, you got to wear your colorful backpacks, and they had the beanbag chairs and the zippy slides, and you could just show to work in your pajamas, and all of these people turned out to be fucking evil because none of them have to socialize with other human beings, and they don't have that internal thought process of like, how do I look to other people? What is what I'm doing appear as? Grim Reaper, I had to wear uniforms in England and only had to wear a uniform in Turkey after the age of 12. I refused to wear the skirt and would wear the guy's pants. If it wasn't for the uniform, I'd probably just be in ripped jeans or combats. Well, that's what I mean. Like, I would prefer a non-gendered uniform so that it's just kind of standard and you still have to get dressed and look presentable when you go to school in the morning, but then you don't have to worry about what it is that you're exactly wearing. Individualism has helped rot America. Yeah, basically, the hyper-individualism. Public school fees vary by subject, and it wasn't as much per year of enrollment. Wait, it varies by subject? What, you pick, like, subjects that your kid is going to study in high school? That's weird. I don't know, look, because, like, public schools here are funded the same way as they're funded in America. They're funded through property taxes. And with those property taxes in America, not only do we fund the schools, but we also fund, like, buses to get the kids to school and home. Whereas here, you don't have school buses. I've seen, like, kids take, like, the actual bus to work. And the kids pick what they want to study. Yes, I mean, that's cool at the very least, if the kids get to pick to a degree. I was sent home every day for a month for not wearing the right uniform. Yeah, see, that shit I don't like.
Schools. We have challenges because of that, not just geographically, but challenges that are historically been baked in. As a result, our NAPLAN results aren't what we have wanted to see in recent years. What this does is give us a decade-long commitment to be able to turn the funding.
You're right, SN. I don't disagree with that. It doesn't serve a purpose. But getting dressed up in general, like showing up to work or school, wearing, let's say, this shirt versus a pajama shirt that has holes in it and pajama pants. Like, I'm wearing jeans and a t-shirt, right? This is social because I have gotten dressed, I have brushed my hair, like, I am changing my appearance because I'm going to engage with other people. And I want to look good for myself and to look good in the social situation. Now, you can like your pajamas. There's nothing wrong with that. There's even nothing wrong with wearing your pajamas to school or to work. But to have that be the standard and have no reason to wear anything else to work becomes antisocial. That's where I have the issue. I wore them to class all the time in college. I get that, and I take issue with it, SN. Maybe not so much in college, but in public, like, elementary school, middle school, high school, you should have to at least try for your appearance. It is a social human thing, you know? If you get to go out in your pajamas every day, then you never form that ability to care about what other people think about you. And you don't care about other people. You don't have that same interaction and engagement. I feel like you're just shitting on Eminem's gray sweatpants fit. I mean, I wasn't thinking about that, but yeah, I am. It looks like you don't try. And if you don't try, not even just for yourself and for other people, then you become less social. You become less concerned with empathy, because empathy still has to connect to other beings. Your dressing is a way of you connecting yourself to other people. It is connected in one way or another. Like, it's not a direct one-to-one. I'm not saying you show up to like school in pajamas for a week and suddenly you have no empathy. But growing up this way and not trying doesn't produce that empathy. I mean, there were restrictions, but yeah, you could elect what you wanted depending on things like apprenticeship and uni requirements. That's pretty based. Grim Reaper, LOL, I wear cargo pants to work with workout shirts till I have to put the shirt. Sorry, hold on. I definitely am dyslexic, by the way, because that new font I downloaded works on everything except my OBS, and I can read it so much easier. So thanks for whoever pointed that one out. I wear cargo pants with workout shirts till I have to put the shirt. Work gives, but it's the same for everyone in black bottoms and the company shirts. Okay, like, if you have company shirts and you have to wear black pants, like that's your company's dress code, that makes some kind of sense. If, let's say, that wasn't part of the dress code, let's say everyone had to show up to work in black pants and a like a shirt that has a collared shirt, not a workout shirt, that would be part of you being social. It's you being social with your coworkers, as well as you being social for the people you engage with at work. SN, how is it different than wearing jeans and t-shirts all the time? If that's what you wear to bed, that's why it's different. It's because it's what you wear to bed. If you get up in the morning and, I don't know, like you, look in the mirror, brush your teeth, brush your hair, don't even bother to change, or even don't even do the brushing your teeth or hair bit, and then you go to work, then you have not tried at all. Like, you haven't done anything in regards to yourself in preparation for engaging with other human beings, because you're going to engage with other beings, whether it's work or social. Like, you are engaging with other people, so you should try and be your best self, which includes looking good. And I'm not saying you should look good for others. You should like how you look. You should look good for you. And yes, people do wear jeans to bed sometimes. I've passed out with jeans before. Yeah, like when I was a bartender, I pissed that boss off because I refused to wear female cut, more tight-fitting bottom-up shirts, and he eventually gave in. Like, that is sexism from your boss to be able to sell more, and I can see his perspective, though it's wrong, and I can see yours. It's more like, imagine you're the bartender and you're showing up in sweatpants, and that's the issue. It's an example, we place value or class on what's considered jeans or underwear. See, I don't think that this is a class thing at all. At all. I think that it's just a matter of you putting some effort into your appearance before you start your day. When you're going to leave your house and engage with other people, you should put some effort into your appearance. It's all learned what you wear. Yeah, what you wear doesn't necessarily matter. It's about putting effort into what you wear that matters here. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Does that make sense now? Like, you can wear whatever, as long as you've put some effort into it. Taking care of yourself is important for mental health as well. Yeah, it's true. Now, really quickly, let's have a rundown of stuff the Labour government's done. Well, what has the Labour government done for you? Well, first, unemployment remains at historic lows. 4.1%, over 1 million jobs have been created, more than any first-term government. Workers win, take-home pay is up, same job, same pay laws protect casuals. The right to disconnect law was put in place as well, so that you don't have to work outside of work hours. In fact, your employer is legally not allowed to force you to do work outside of work hours. You don't have to answer their emails, their texts. I do love the disconnect one. I'm sure a lot of people do. Unfortunately, I never get to disconnect. Brought down inflation. Australia's response, including energy rebates and tax cuts, was ranked second best globally, easing pressure without raising unemployment. That energy rebate of $300 was great, and they've just added another $150 to it, so that's also excellent. So this, no scandals, no corruption or misconduct under Albanese. I do remember there was a scandal, but I don't think it was anywhere, like, I don't think, it wasn't directly related to Anthony Albanese. It was something to do with a construction union that is somewhat corrupt, but that wasn't directly related to them. Education reform, every public school is now fully funded. More urgent care clinics, capped PBS medicine cost, expanded bulk billing, and will continue to do so. The CFNMU or something like that, exactly. Achieved gender parity in the federal government, not through quotas, but by recognizing talent and avoiding sexism. This is to not piss off the MAGA crowd of like, hey, look, we got parity between, you know, men and women in the government, but we didn't do DEI. Subsidies for childcare were expanded, free childcare for families in need. Early childhood educators also received a 15% pay rise. Free TAFE, continuing on, has brought renewable energy up. No new coal mines approved in 2024. Like, there's been a lot of stuff. They put in a project for housing action and didn't get to really do much of it because of the Greens, but they did put something in place. Free TAFE is a winner. Libs always screw that one too. Oh yeah, no. Like, we checked on the stream last time, and even though Peter Dutton wasn't showing up to work and was absent for most of the votes, he did definitely show up to vote for making sure that, you know, vote against making TAFE free. Major roads and rail projects are underway that I'm aware of. In fact, there's one supposed to happen right outside of my studio at some point, and I'm really fucking hoping that it happens at a time of day where I don't have to change my stream schedule. Those rebates are kind of shitty underneath, though. They sent a ton of free money to the gas company when they already get gas for virtually nothing. Are you talking about the energy rebates? Because that's not how they functioned, at least in practice. Like, the energy rebates come off your bill at the end, and yes, the $300 one was to go to the gas company so that it drops off your bill. The $150 rebates go directly to your bill, like they're just off. It is a subsidy to the gas companies, yes, but it is a subsidy that takes the cost away from you. If we wanted to fix the fuel issue, then we should just stop selling our fuel overseas and then buying it at a loss. That's why our energy prices are so expensive. But that's a whole other issue. Cheaper electricity prices is still a win. Why they're expensive is a whole other thing that needs to be fixed. And according to the last 4 polls, when we're talking about two-party votes, Labour is ahead. Now, obviously, we don't have two-party voting, and we'll see, but at the moment, Labour is ahead in the polls. We still have 2 months to go, though. Actually, just about a month, really, but fingers crossed. I hope we don't get Timu Trump over here. We'll see. On some good news, breaking, the Daily Wire reportedly hires bankruptcy attorney and fires 25% of their staff. Should factor in preferences. Yeah. Look, you never know with the polls, and I'm kind of traumatized by polling after my last election experience, so we'll see. But this is great. Fuck the Daily Wire. Glad that they are firing 25% of their staff and possibly filing for bankruptcy. Based. Now, we jump to Turkey, where this is day 12 of protests, and holy shit, guys, 2 million people, 2.2 million people came out to Istanbul to protest. And, I mean, the crackdowns are getting real. Polling is done separately for two-party preferred. Yeah, okay, so that doesn't factor in preferences then.
turn to Turkey, where the main opposition there says that more than 2 million people have attended a pro-democracy rally in defiance of a government crackdown. It's promised more protests until the government releases a popular presidential candidate accused of corruption from jail. Middle East correspondent Eric Torchek has the story.
This is the first major demonstration in Istanbul for several days, and it comes despite...
There have still been protests in Istanbul. This is just the first major one that is being conducted by the CHP.
Police, up till the start of this, having arrested 1,800 protesters, including students, activists, journalists and cameramen. The government declared an extended holiday for the end of the month of Ramadan for Eid, in the hope that protesters would leave town.
Oh yes, by the way, Eid Mubarak, everybody, if you celebrate. Grim Reaper, I showed that image to my friend today, and they nearly had a heart attack from the anxiety of that many people. I mean, I could see why, but they should definitely get over that anxiety. These people are good. These people are fighting for democracy. What's up, Sock Now? I'm doing all right. Just watching 2.2 million people protesting. Is it still Ramadan? I thought it was just a long weekend. Today is the end of Ramadan. That's what Eid Mubarak meant. It was like Happy Eid. Happy Eid al-Fitr, I believe it's called, is the full word, which is the end of Ramadan. No, they have social anxiety and hate crowds. The only way to deal with that stuff is to slowly engage with it. To go into crowded places, maybe with a friend or a social support. I'm sorry, but like social anxiety in this day and age is gonna get you killed, guys. Gotta work on that shit. Go talk to strangers. You gotta work on it slowly, Grim Reaper. You know what I mean? I'm not saying throw your friend directly into the middle of the crowd, but maybe go with them to like a mall or something and spend some time in a crowded place together. Have them go into a store and maybe talk to the store clerk. You gotta learn how to deal with that social anxiety. It will get you killed now. D&D is a game changer as well for social anxiety. That's true. Mandatory D&D campaigns for people, IMO. That's based. D&D is a really fun way to be social in a large group without any repercussions. I normally am the one who goes with them to the malls, etc. Great, based. I'm glad. But, you know what I mean.
And these demonstrations wouldn't be big. But organisers were nevertheless hoping for more than 1 million people to turn up here and demonstrate their support. In fact, the CHP, the Republican Party of which the Mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu, belongs, has declared it will hold continuous actions until the government releases the Mayor from detention and the prosecutions against him are dropped. Protesters here say they're not deterred by the government's clampdown on demonstrations and the arrests. They're going to keep coming. They're going to keep demonstrating.
I am feeling very angry, feeling broken, feeling disempowered, and feeling ashamed about the situation they put my country in. Therefore, I came here to react.
Today, we are here for the future of our young people, the future of the country, for the future of our republic.
They say they want Ekrem İmamoğlu released and they want to see Turkey return to a path of democracy.
The thing is, like, even if they release him, he still can't be the mayor of Istanbul anymore, and he can't run for the next election because they've taken away his university degree. I just came from a stream that I just finished. They are Puerto Rican queer leftist variety streamer. I'm Puerto Rican myself. It's quite unusual to find that in Twitch, like the Hispanic left Twitch is quite small. Well, welcome here. I do have there's some very great Latin American leftists. Dan Ditso is one of them, who's friended the channel, although they don't tend to stream themselves. But stick around. And Latin America based. I hope you guys rise up and fuck us up in the coming war between South America and Central America. I play Baldur's Gate with friends. My closest friends are not close to me. Yeah, like, I don't have friends that are close to me that I can play D&D with, so, like, Baldur's Gate it is. Although I don't have any friends to play Baldur's Gate 3 with either. I just get to play by myself. Sad and lonely. Anyway, continuing on.
Now to Turkey, where hundreds of thousands of people are gathering in Istanbul for another...
Is crossplay out yet for Baldur's Gate?
Round of mass protests against the arrest of Ekrem İmamoğlu, long viewed, of course, as Recep Tayyip Erdogan's main rival. Now, the protest movement is already the largest the country has seen in over a decade. The leader of the main opposition party, Özgür Özel, decried the government's attempts thus far to, quote,
I want to get to that guy. He has good points.
Yes, well, the rally was a success on two counts. First of all, it was peaceful, and that's important for the country as a whole, because when there was violence between the demonstrators and the police earlier in these demonstrations, that did lead to a serious fall in the Turkish lira.
The police were the ones that were doing the violence, so yeah. The Turkish lira is not going to go up until either Erdogan's out of office or this shit gets sorted out. Honestly, I don't know, I haven't played in a few months since new X-Pack for WoW dropped. Fair. I've been playing Cyberpunk lately. You're never alone when you play Baldur's Gate. That's true. I do have Astarion and Shadowheart with me. And Gale.
Secondly, there was a huge turnout. The opposition party that was hosting the rally
2.2 million people, guys. That's not a small
2.2 million people
thing, you know?
arrived.
16 million people in the city of Istanbul. 2.2 million of them showed up here.
I can't confirm that personally, but from the aerial photographs I saw, I think at least 1 million people were there, perhaps more. Now, President Erdogan said on Monday that these opposition demonstrations would fizzle out. And I think today's rally has proved Erdogan wrong.
Yeah.
A letter from Ekrem İmamoğlu, the jailed mayor of Istanbul, was read out at the rally. He's detained in a prison on the other side of...
He's detained in Silivri prison, which is where Erdogan throws all the political dissidents that he doesn't like.
Istanbul to where the rally took place. İmamoğlu said, quote, "I have no fear, you are behind me. They can put me in jail and on trial as much as they want. The nation has shown it will crush all traps and plots." Now, the main speaker of the rally...
The leader of the opposition party to Erdogan, CHP's leader, has said that the current ruling government is a junta. He's referring to Erdogan's government literally as a junta, which is somewhat accurate considering the lengths that they're going to crack down on these protests and to make sure that İmamoğlu cannot be the opposition candidate. And they're now also going after Ankara's mayor, who is the backup opposition candidate.
Özel told the crowd
Turkey
that in the elections,
with Europe
quote,
is done.
"We want a brave opponent." What he was saying was that President Erdogan was a coward because instead of facing İmamoğlu in a fair election, he was putting him in jail. Now, Özel has long called the detention of İmamoğlu as a coup. And he said today, those who resist coup makers are defending democracy and the future.
Does indeed look
like what I can say to you is the statehood movement here has turned right-wing. They are funded by the Republican Party now. Jennifer Gonzalez, governor, is a MAGA Trump supporter, so I'm telling you, independence is the only true left-wing movement here. Yeah, look, fuck the fascists and the Nazis. Jennifer Gonzalez clearly is one. You guys need independence. Puerto Ricans should, at the very least, get some supplies to hunker down, and resist. Look, as far as I'm aware of, South America and Central America generally are pretty anti-America and anti-Trump right now. I would say look for closer ties to Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico, look for closer ties to Lula in Brazil, and try and work with setting up South America as a coalition separate from the United States as a trading bloc, would be my best advice to the governments of South and Central America. Whether you have any power to advocate for something like this is a whole other thing, but fuck, it's kind of scary to know that there is a MAGA movement in Puerto Rico too now.
The turnout is huge from the pictures that we're seeing now, Jasper. So, I mean, how is Turkish media covering these massive demonstrations?
They're not. They've banned coverage of them. In fact, no, never mind. I thought I had it open.
That is another story. When these demonstrations became serious, the state media watchdog, which is dominated by government appointees, urged television channels not to cover live demonstrations.
Regime news was not covering it, and then the regime went and shut off the news that was. Sözcü is banned from broadcasting for 10 days. I don't know if they've done anything against Hulk TV yet, but...
The chairman of the media watchdog said there is no need for disinformation, as if an anti-government demonstration was itself disinformation. So today, state television, TRT, did not cover the rally, but that was expected.
Literally every right-winger is basically Javier Milei in every country's government. Now, here's Erdogan trying to win the Western left back. It's not going to work. And I have some interesting theories that go forward from this, but let's see what Erdogan said during his Ramadan speech. Quote, "May the Lord bring ruin and devastation upon Zion, Israel," is what Erdogan said. Finish quote. I am quoting the president of this country, not saying it myself. Don't get mad at me, Twitter, or not Twitter, Twitch, but
intibahına, ittihadına vesile eylesin. Rabbim yar yardımcımız olsun. Öncelikle Diyanet İşleri Başkanımız gerek irad ettikleri hutbede gerekse duada bütün...
Argentina ain't doing great. Their economy's shit. Poverty has doubled in Argentina. Their inflation is going down. But yeah, Argentina's poverty rate has literally hit double. The same thing is happening in America, because like Argentina just did Project 2025, but...
Söylenmesi gerekenleri söylemiş bulunuyor. Rabbim okuduğu ayeti kerimeyle de tüm müminlerin birliğine, beraberliğine inşallah vesile eylesin.
Söylemesi gerekenleri, thank you subtitles, I understand this perfectly. Hey look, I have the subtitles up so I can read, because he's not really speaking clearly. So far he's said pretty much nothing that I even think is worth translating.
Bu birlikten, beraberlikten yüzleri ayırmasın. Ramazan bayramını içinde 1000 aydan daha hayırlı olan Leyle-i Kadri hep beraber
On this
yaşadık.
holy Ramadan day, we together are...
Bu yılda yine muhteşem, muazzam...
Yeah, come on.
Bizi birbirimizden
They want to separate us. Tabii bütün bunlarla beraber...
bütün bunlarla beraber Filistin'de yaşananları görüyoruz, biliyoruz.
He's basically yapping. What he's saying here is, while we enjoy our holy Ramadan, breaking our fast as we come together, we also have to keep in mind the Palestinians and how they are living and what we can see of them.
Ve Siyonist İsrail'i Rabbim Kahhar ismi şerifi hürmetine...
Yeah, basically like I curse Israel and all of this stuff. I hate how this man uses Palestinian plight to just have more jingoistic rallies. Yeah, Lost Soat, I do too. But I will say one thing. So, at the moment, based on the current trajectory of Turkey, Turkish ascension into the European Union, off the table. Either Erdogan goes, or like massive changes need to happen. I don't see the EU continuing to work with Turkey like this. Meanwhile, Erdogan is meant to come to the United States next week, and I expect during that there will be talks. I can see the United States making an offer to Turkey of like join the Axis powers. I could see them offering part of Syria, part of northern Iraq to Turkey, maybe Armenia. I can see Cyprus, maybe even Russia coming in and offering them Crimea if they were to come over to the Axis powers. Now, I don't think Crimea is all that likely. Cyprus certainly is. Northern Syria, maybe Iraq certainly is. But for this deal to go through, Turkey would have to agree that they're going to shut the fuck up about Israel. Because I expect that late April, early May, we're going to start doing Trump Gaza. Like the full invasion of Gaza will begin in around that time period, I would assume. They're going to want to see what side Turkey's on. Now, Turkey, again, like, wants to be in Europe. Europe needs Turkey, but at this rate, I don't see that happening. I can see the administration, the regime, offering them a trade of like, here, you can have this piece of land and this piece of land. We'll keep you as an important state, as like the plan is to pretty much dismantle Europe anyway, based on how much these fucking people despise Europe, as we've seen through the signal leaks and through just them talking. He held a pro-Palestinian state-backed protest, and there was as many Turkish flags as Palestinian ones waving around. It's true. I need Erdogan to resist Trump with his Ottoman first agenda. Unfortunately, like, that would require European ascension. That was the way that we were headed until he arrested Imamoglu. Oh, and like, just to show how much more likely it is that he'll join the Axis powers, protests posts about Turkey are being censored on Twitter. Am I the only one who thinks it's weird that the pro-democracy, pro-free speech, anti-political persecution Republicans on X seem to be ignoring what's happening on Turkey? By the way, this platform is reportedly banning accounts, reportedly on massive protests against Erdogan. This is true. They are banning Turkish accounts that are either posting about or posting videos of the protest. Could it be because authoritarian regimes like those under Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin, and more recent leaders like Erdogan and Orban have consistently sought to undermine or control the courts and eliminate checks on their power? This is not the first time Erdogan has had Twitter censor Twitter for his needs. These posts are either being shadow banned, or if you're like Turkish and you're posting this, you're just getting banned at this point. It's no good. It's no good. It's no good. Speaking of jingoism, though, we are 100% going to invade Greenland. Now, I've been saying it for a while. There is a lot of doubt on the subject. But just this weekend, we had Vladimir Putin come out and say, oh yeah, no, like America totally should and can take Greenland. In fact, I think that they have historical claim to it or some bullshit. But then we had J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance visited Greenland, and we're going to watch his full speech because I've seen some clips and it's pretty interesting.
Please, at ease, have a seat. Were we talking for—
Wait, hold up. Let me go pee, because I just realized it's half an hour. Yeah, it's happening. The U.S. is a monster at the moment. Nazi America, I'm telling you. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'll be back. In the meantime, enjoy the cat. Okie dokie. Hello, hello, hello. Whoa. Have you ever seen a dead body? I have. Have you ever eaten meat? I have done that as well. Guys, please don't forget to go on the YouTube stream and go drop me a like and a follow and maybe even a comment. It helps quite a lot. What's up, Prop PBG? What's up, Shufu Poofer? Good to see you guys. Good timing, because we're about to start a segment on J.D. Vance. Let's hear J.D. Vance's speech in Greenland.
Here, out to Greenland, Vice President J.D. Vance at the podium.
Very weird music. Like, extremely weird music.
Have a seat. We're going to be talking for a long time. I heard you guys love speeches, so I've got about 90 minutes of prepared remarks here.
Jesus Christ. I hope we're not... This is only 30-minute video, so...
I want to thank you all for being here, especially... There we go. Thank you.
Sock now, nobody can stop us from taking Greenland. Like, literally nobody. NATO is not going to declare Article 5 over this, and Greenland can't stop us. In fact, like, realistically... We're already doing it. We're increasing troop to the base in Greenland, and we're just taking it from the inside. Sounds like German fascist music from like the 30s or 40s. It kind of does. It sounded like more American propaganda music, not German fascist music, but still 30s and 40s to me. And Greenland should cut power to that stupid base. I agree.
USA! USA! USA! USA! So, I want to thank our guardians, our airmen, and everyone else for the warm reception in a very, very cold place. I think it's probably the coldest place I've ever been, but you guys managed to do a great job despite the weather. I want to bring a message for President Trump. He's grateful for your service, grateful for what you do up here, and just wanted me to tell you that he's proud of you and he thinks about you. And of course, the same is true for everybody that's flanking.
This is literally just dad's proud of you, because you know how all these fucking conservatives love to call Trump daddy. It's so weird.
Me up here. We're thrilled to be here because the mission that you guys do is so important for the United States. It's important for our national security. And today, everybody that I met to a person was professional, was kind, was knowledgeable, and was dedicated to our country. You're a great credit to the United States of America, even though you are very, very far from home. I met some Texans and some
Poofer. I was waiting for him to stop talking, instead he just moved to a new sentence. He thinks about them. He didn't even know 4 of them died in Lithuania. Could you imagine if 4 American troops died under Biden and he was asked and he said he didn't know about it? Like, genuinely? Is it his normal accent to say, yeah? I think so.
Floridians today, and I thought to myself, man, you guys have really signed up for tough duty here in Greenland, but it's a beautiful place. It's a
I'm sorry, JD Vance, you need to go to the hole now because you dead named Greenland. It's actually red, white, and blue land.
Place, a very harsh place. The colonel showed me around, but a very beautiful place. Even in
oh
right
yeah,
now,
no, he's stealing Zelensky's fit too. Why the fuck aren't you wearing a suit, JD Vance? Why are you wearing a black hoodie and sweatpants looking fucking a jumper? I have to go with the Aussie word. Why are you wearing a black jumper? They'll name it Whiteland? No, that's America. Say thank you. Yeah, literally. Is he a former Marine? I thought he was just like in the army.
We're still, at least here in Greenland, in the heart of what is winter, because winter, I guess, lasts about 9 months here in Greenland. So I want to thank our reporters for following us around today and covering what we're doing. We'll take some questions from the report.
He was a former Marine, but his deployment was spent writing a book. Like, he didn't actually see any combat. He's in the military base because that's the only place he's allowed to be. That's the other thing we haven't gotten to. He's literally, like, not allowed to go around Greenland outside the space. They didn't want him there.
Orders. But before we did that, I wanted to give some of my special guests an opportunity to say a few words. So we, of course, are thrilled to be joined by Juliet, our National Security Advisor's wife, and by my wife, our Second Lady, Usha. And flanking me here on my left is Chris Wright, our Secretary of Energy, Mike Waltz, our National Security Advisor, and my dear friend, Senator Mike Lee from the great state of Utah, who I joked earlier, I told Mike I'd give him a ride to Utah.
I don't want to listen to these fucking idiots. I want to listen to JD Vance talk.
And we ended up in Greenland. But I want to, because each of them care about this territory and care about the mission of the American military here in Greenland, for various reasons, touching each of the areas that they focus on, I thought it would be worth hearing from each of them for a little while. So, Chris.
Mate, no, I want to hear from you, not them. Let me go see if I can find like the full video. He was a journalist in the military. I thought this was the full video. JD Vance, Greenland. Full speech. They should have sent their own military, surrounded the US base, and arrested his ass. God, the world is so cucked. I mean, like, Denmark could have done that. They could have. They had the ability. Okay, I guess his speech is actually only like 15 minutes. He lied about the 90-minute one. And I guess the ice is melting rapidly, so now it's opening up potential oil drilling spots, basically. Also, It's not just oil. There's also natural gas and rare earth elements that we want, but the rare earth elements are in really difficult to reach places, so who knows? Those are the DEI hires in the front row. No. These are the DEI hires right here. The ones at the podium. These are the ones who are actually qualified for their jobs.
If you would say a few words about the importance of energy. Thanks, Chris. Here we are.
I will. Let me echo the Vice President's comments to thank you for your service to our country, wherever it is, whatever it takes. And I think we see right here in this beautiful air base in the high Arctic what energy can do. We can make a tough high Arctic environment a beautiful place to live,
we have air conditioning? Like we can heat a building? Is that the glorious revelation that you've come to?
Comfortable place to live, all sorts of scientific instrumentation, military mission to monitor what's going on in the world.
Genuinely, these people are DEI hires. Like, imagine, think about this. If he wasn't a DEI hire, do you think that that's how he'd be talking? Oh, we can do a lot with energy. We can look at this room. It's warm, basically. It's oil fetishization. It's more than that.
None of this was possible not long ago. President Trump was elected to re-energize America, to take the beauty that you've seen up here and make that a thing of pride and ambition again, not shaming of energy, not trying to stop its growth and its prosperity.
Literally, they're doing identity politics on energy.
But to re-energize it. So energy makes the world a beautiful place to live. It makes us comfortable and have long, opportunity-rich lives. I'm
so
thrilled and
fucking
proud to be part of this
stupid.
administration with President Trump and Vice President Vance. Thank you all for your service. I'm honored to be here.
Thank you, Chris.
That was the dumbest person who was a government official that I've ever heard speak at a podium. Such a weak nothing statement. Yeah, I'm let down.
I guess when we flew in, it did look a little bit like Utah in the wintertime. Only there is substantial portions of this land that are always covered in ice, and it doesn't change. I really enjoyed talking to a number of you a little while ago as you were telling me that when you're deployed here for a year without your family, without your spouse, without your children. That is emblematic of so many of the sacrifices that so many of our armed services personnel make. And my conversations with our airmen and guardians this afternoon reminded me of the fact that the American people are indeed in good hands. They're in your hands. What you do here makes us safer. And when we're going about our business,
Captain Buggy, we always use the military to put on a show, though.
Our day-to-day lives at home, we don't have to worry about the things that you worry about because you're doing it for us. Thank you so much for that. And I look forward to learning more.
Airmen and women, to the guardians who are keeping us safe day in and day out.
Which one was this demon? Are you gonna? No, that's Mike Lee.
And to the guardians who are keeping us safe day in and day out. You are continuing a tradition of the U.S. military's presence in Greenland since.
This is Mike Lee, by the way, who tweeted this was it before or after? Tweeted this yesterday. Make Greenland green again. Emit CO2. I wanted you to understand this while we listen to this guy talk. Make Greenland green again. Emit CO2.
It's World War II, 1951 Defense Treaty, and President Trump is absolutely serious with the Vice President and with his team about the Arctic and the security that the Arctic brings and that you bring to the Western Hemisphere. This is about shipping lanes. This is about energy. This is about fisheries.
No. Jijex, they stopped denying that climate change exists. Now, climate change does exist, but it's a good thing. That's the argument now. It is man-made, it does exist, but it's actually good.
Of course, it's about your mission, which is keeping us safe and monitoring space, monitoring our adversaries, and making sure the American people can sleep safely in their homes day in and day out. So thank you for roughing it.
Up until their homes get swallowed by the sea, but yeah.
You for being without your families. I bet every one of you are going to pick somewhere in, I don't know, Florida or the Bahamas or something for your next duty station, I would think. But this is also, I mean, what an incredible adventure. I have yet to meet a veteran. My wife is a veteran. I am as well. And of course, the vice president. I have yet to meet a veteran.
I want to get to the vice president. I think I've had enough of you yapping. We got the point. Here we go. Let's listen to this one.
So thank you, Mike. And let me say just a couple of other things, and then we'll take some questions from the reporters. So number one, I think a lot of Americans wonder, why does Greenland matter so much? Why does the mission of this base matter so much to the American people? And I learned a lot about that today myself. Of course, you can read about it in a book, but I saw it up close and personal. And if, God forbid, to my fellow Americans, if a missile was fired from an enemy country or an enemy submarine into the United States, it is the people here before us who would give notice to our brave men and women further south in the United States to let people know what was coming and, God willing, to try to shoot it down.
Just Fox News, RSBN, and Newsmax? Well, like, the thing is, the only, like, the only news that gets access to the White House now is, like, Newsmax, Fox, OAN, Breitbart, TASS. Like, just the worst media. Yeah, the New York Post as well.
And prepare for it. That's one of the things that we do at installations like this. We know that Russia and China and other nations are taking an extraordinary interest in Arctic passageways and Arctic naval routes, and indeed in the minerals of the Arctic territories. We need to ensure that America is leading in the Arctic, because we know that if America doesn't, other nations will fill the gap where we fall behind. So what you guys do is so critically important.
What he is not mentioning here is that we already are doing this. We are allied, technically, on paper still. We're in NATO, which would make Denmark our ally. Denmark is the country that currently controls Greenland. We're already doing this. Yes, they do believe in climate change. They do. They won't deny it exists. They'll just say that it's a good thing and we should have more of it. That climate change is good for the environment. That's the argument they make now. China can just build more air travel. Exactly. Oh, by the way, these grunts are Space Force. That's a former Space Command base for the Air Force. Oh, so this is the Space Force that we're watching? Why are the Space Force in fucking Greenland?
I think a lot of Americans, certainly I, didn't realize it fully until President Trump started talking about the importance of our Arctic mission, about building upon it and ensuring that America can lead in the Arctic for the next generation. And now I want to talk about, of course, the interaction and what Denmark, I think, has done, and sometimes in partnership with us, but let's be honest, what Denmark over the last 20 years has failed to do in some cases, because we know that unfortunately this place, this base, the surrounding area is less secure than it was 30, 40 years ago.
Maybe because the ice is melting. What exactly is your complaint here?
Because some of our allies haven't kept up. As China and Russia have taken greater and greater interest in Greenland, in this base, in the activities of the brave Americans right here, we know that too often our allies in Europe have not kept pace. They haven't kept pace with military spending, and Denmark has not kept pace in devoting the resources necessary to keep this base, to keep our troops, and in my—
What is it that they should be doing? This is literally just some, like, you haven't done enough. Okay, what should I do? I don't know, better. Bullshit. Like,
you to keep the people of Greenland safe from a lot of very aggressive incursions from Russia, from China, and from other nations.
Where?
Now, President
When?
Trump—
First off, how the fuck is China trying to do incursions in Greenland? They're on the other side. Russia, okay, I can see that, but they're still in the Baltic Sea. They haven't made it over here. What the fuck are you talking about? Cite any piece of evidence.
As he says all the time, and as a lot of people recognize, is a president of peace. We want to have good relationships.
Like you notice here what he said, though, right? Like,
allies haven't kept up. As China and Russia have taken greater and greater interest in Greenland, in this base, in the activities of the brave Americans right here, we know that too often our allies in Europe have not kept pace. They
really fucking hate Europe. And this is what I would call, they're just saying we're going to invade you, right? You guys aren't doing enough. Europe's not doing enough. Europe has failed. We need to protect this. We need this for America. He's basically saying this is national security issue and we need this. And I don't know, like saying something's a national security issue is pretty much a guarantee of we're going to take this. This is what in the intelligence sector, it'd be called an unambiguous intelligence indicator.
Kept pace with military spending, and Denmark has not kept pace in devoting the resources necessary to keep this base, to keep our troops, and in my view, to keep the people of Greenland safe from a lot of very aggressive incursions from Russia, from China, and from other nations. Now, President Trump, as he says all the time, and as a lot of people recognize, is a president of peace. We want to have good relationships with everybody. That includes, even to the extent possible, the Chinese and the Russians. But part of having good relations is showing your strength when you have to. And unfortunately, the story of Greenland over the past 20 years when it comes to security...
When you have to. When we're talking about Greenland. Again, the word choice that they use here is not an accident. These people don't just go up. Like, JD Vance isn't on this podium and just spitting whatever comes to his head. He has a speechwriter. These words are picked purposefully, are looked over. Even with these idiots, that still does happen.
Is that we've underinvested in the infrastructure, we've underinvested in the security architecture, and we've underinvested in the brave men and women who are doing a very hard job, as Mike said, to keep all of us safe. That has to change. Now, when I pointed out a couple of weeks ago that in some ways...
That's not necessarily true, Onyxander. Everyone outside of America knows that this is BS. He's talking to Americans to manufacture consent, that when they take it by force, there's like less backlash. I know people who don't live in America who see this, who don't believe that we're going to invade Greenland. Hell, like, my father who watches the stream lives in America, still doesn't believe we're going to invade Greenland. And, I mean... we're going to invade Greenland. Unfortunately, it's very clear. Like, they're not making it in any way questionable. It's a matter of people don't believe this for the same reason people didn't believe that Russia was going to invade Ukraine when all of the intelligence agencies were saying, no, Russia's going to invade Ukraine. And all of the people in Ukraine were saying, oh, yeah, no, Russia's going to invade Ukraine. People were still like, nah, that's not going to happen. And then it happened. It's because it's difficult to fit into their worldview. This isn't a thing that happens. America doesn't just invade foreign countries, especially not, European NATO countries. We don't do that. We haven't yet, but they can't justify that thought in their head enough to think that it will come true because it hasn't before. It doesn't make sense. And I can understand that. It's the same reason, by the way, a lot of people still don't see the full-blown fascism that we're under. Ironic that they mention Russia when they're copying their playbook right here. It is literally the same playbook, yeah.
With all due respect to our Danish allies, they had not kept pace. There was a lot of criticism from Denmark, a lot of attacks at the Trump administration.
In fact, like, this is pretty much the same shit Putin said about Ukraine.
At me, at others in our administration for saying the obvious, which is that Denmark hasn't done a good job at keeping Greenland safe. And one of the things I heard was, well, what about the many Danes who lost their lives in the war on terror fighting alongside the United States? Well, look, we obviously honor the sacrifice of our Danish friends in the war on terror.
But we still are going to steal your shit.
20 years ago, just as, for example, the French honor the sacrifice of Americans in Normandy 80 years ago.
Hey, does America honor the sacrifice of the French during the Revolutionary War?
But recognizing that there are important security partnerships in the past does not mean that we can't have disagreements with allies in the present about how to preserve our shared security for the future. And that's what this is about. There is no amount of bullying, no amount of obfuscating, no amount of confusing the issue. Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland. You have underinvested in the people of Greenland, and you have underinvested in the security architecture of this incredible, beautiful landmass filled with incredible people. That has to change. And because it hasn't changed, this is why President Trump's policy in Greenland is what it is.
Okay, this really is now an unambiguous intelligence indicator. This is, we are invading Greenland. The speech of like, they haven't done enough, so like something has to change. This is just daddy comes home. Cosmic Voyager, Trump is making the US a very bad guy, the enemy of the world, another Nazi Germany. The United States died on election day. We had the funeral during the inauguration. This is just the Nazi American states. This is the Nazi America. That's all it is. Like we already are there. The people know nothing about U.S. history except what happened yesterday, according to TikTok, pretty much, yeah. And yet Greenland told you to fuck off, so. I have said for a while I foresee war with NATO. People should start seeing that as a possibility soon. I've been saying for a while as well. However, I don't see NATO declaring Article 5 for Greenland. They won't. They're not going to protect Greenland. The war with Europe will come later. First, we have other stuff to worry about first. And Europe has its own problems to worry about first because Russia's going to invade the Baltics within 6 months, according to German and Danish intelligence, and also my eyes.
It's consistent with the first Trump administration, where you saw significant investments in Arctic security.
Shit died in the 2020 primary, honestly.
And it will continue over the next 4 years under President Trump's leadership. And let me finally, before I kick it over to the media, make one comment about the people of Greenland. The colonel here, the base commander, who came here first as a second lieutenant, and I guess, Colonel, this is your second duty station here, and we're proud of you and proud of all of you guys who are serving and helping keep us safe. You know, I heard a lot about the respect that our American troops show for the local Greenlandic population, the way that we make...
Captain Buggy, you're right, by the way. Like, Denmark should just arrest all of the troops that are there and say, get the fuck off my land. Deport them to America, in fact. We should have Europe take the base back and then deport the Americans. Imperialism, while they are gutting a federal government like this, is so politically damaging by taking a landmass while we're economically being crushed. This is too much weight. Well, the reason we're taking the landmass is because we want the stuff on that landmass, specifically the stuff that we can sell for money to help with that out. As well as the same reason we want Canada. We want Canada because they have fresh water. They're the only country in the world, aside from us, because of the Great Lakes that we share, that have a growing amount of fresh water rather than depleting. They also have lots of lumber. They have lots of rare earth elements. They have iron. They have aluminum. They have a lot. And then beyond that, they don't really care about politically damaging because they expect the people who they are cutting off of, let's say, Medicare, Social Security, these people are just going to die. That's what they see. I don't know any Secret Service agent with a conscience continuing to protect him. Well, I mean, to be fair, they did fire everybody who wasn't a sycophant. They kind of went through and did loyalty tests. I don't know about the Secret Service, but I mean, they did it with everything else. Yeah, but all this gonna dry us rather than build us? Oh, no, you're absolutely right, Sock. Now, there is a longer term plan here. Like dropping sanctions on Russia, for example, is how that comes in. We're going to start doing more trade with Russia. We need to. For example, we need potash, which Canada has, and they've now tariffed us on. Russia's the only other country with stores as big as Canada that would sell that to us. We are shifting our allyships. We are destroying our home economy. Like, they're purposefully trying to crash the value of the dollar as well. But there is a backup plan for that. It's just not good for you in any way. It's only good for the wealthy.
And create shelter for hunters and dog sledders, the way that we found ways to turn over traditional tribal land to some of the local populations in order to ensure that they're able to live in accordance with their values.
Wait. Turn over the tribal land?
Way that we've found ways to turn over traditional tribal land to some of the local populations in order to ensure that they're able to live in accordance with their values.
So literally, like, we kicked the natives off of their tribal land and said you can either reintegrate into the local community or you can fuck off and die.
We respect, as the president said in his State of the Union address, we respect the self-determination of Greenlanders, excuse me. We believe in the self-determination of the population of the people of Greenland. And our argument is very simple. It is not with the people of Greenland, who I think are incredible and have an incredible...
there are indigenous people that live on Greenland. Colonization is sexy again, yay. Yeah, this is just imperialist colonization. Like that's been the whole goal here, and it's what it's going to continue to be. We're going to build on Greenland as well.
Opportunity here. Our argument really is with the leadership of Denmark, which is underinvested in Greenland and underinvested in its security architecture. That simply must change. It is the policy of the United States that will change, and I'm proud to be able to stand here with so many brave Americans to better understand the security mission and better understand what you guys do each and every day. For that, I'm grateful for your service. I'm even more grateful. I love you guys. I'm proud of you guys, and President Trump stands behind you and will for the remainder of his administration. Thank you all. God bless.
This is just like, you guys agree, right? This is saying we are going to invade you, loud and clear. This speech was more for Denmark than anyone else, to tell them, hey, like, just listen, we're gonna take it. The U.S. is playing with matches and fireworks, and the bourgeoisie is gonna get burnt, even though they are harming Americans themselves. This is now Las Vegas than stable capitalism, even if you are in a liberal lens. This is such a shitheaded of them. Well, like, it is, but like, the bourgeoisie will not get hurt by this. Green mania is what Hitler was going to call Greenland if he had taken it over. Bullshit. 88% of Greenland's population is indigenous. That is not bullshit. That much true. Yeah, we're taking it. Here's how Greenlanders feel.
Nestled deep in the snow off Greenland's capital, a sign reads, "Our land, our future." It's a message that resonates for many across the Arctic island, where locals are saying no to the Trump administration.
He's not welcome to Greenland and his administration because he wants to buy us. I am a human. Humans are not for sale.
At the heart of renewed diplomatic...
Sorry, mate. Unfortunately, we kind of went back to when humans were for sale.
Tensions this week is an unsolicited visit from US
Kamala Harris warned us. She said we're not going back, and he said yes we are, and we're back.
President J.D. Vance and his wife Usha. The second lady had planned to spend a few days on the island, but after
what the fuck? Look at her. Look at the difference between like how she looks here and how she looks here. She looks like she's aged 20 years since the inauguration. No joke, read a history book. Hitler had grand plan for Greenland. No, I know that. I just didn't know that he wanted to name it Green Mania.
The second lady had planned to spend a few days on the island, but after facing hostility, she will now just join her husband for a one-day visit to this...
Genuinely, look at this shit. Look at her. The life is being drained out of her. Being an evil fascist does things to your face. Clearly, marrying an evil fascist does things to your face, too. Facing hostility, yeah, literally. Just, people don't like you. Sorry. They're gonna have to face hostility everywhere, I imagine.
This remote US military base. Given President Trump's broader campaign to acquire the territory, Greenlandic and Danish officials viewed the trip as a provocation and unacceptable pressure.
Greenland belongs to the Greenlandic people, and Greenland is part of the Danish kingdom, and that is not going to change.
Greenland. Oh, German. I want to rename Germany Germania. I know that one, but like, Green Mania is a weird one.
Currently has an interim government and is in a period of political flux following recent elections. However, one cause unites all of its parties. They oppose joining the United States, as do the vast majority of Greenlanders, according to
Alexander, that's a really good analogy. Imagine attending a dinner party knowing that everyone at the table didn't want you there. The only person who does that, the only reason you would do that is to crash the party, which is the same here. The only reason you would show up when everyone here hates you is because you're taking it.
Polls. But the mineral-rich and geographically strategic island remains firmly in Trump's sights.
We need Greenland for national security and international security. So I think we'll go as far as we have to go.
On Thursday, Russian President Vladimir Putin also weighed in on the topic, saying America's plans to acquire Greenland have long-standing historical roots, and he considers them to be serious.
Look, I don't know. I'm just kind of sick of hearing, oh, no one's going to invade Greenland when Trump says we're going to invade Greenland, Vance says we're going to invade Greenland, Greenland says we're going to invade Greenland, Russia says we're going to invade Greenland. We're going to invade fucking Greenland. Hitler envisioned turning Greenland into one giant self-sustaining military base to control the Atlantic. Oh, well, that sounds somewhat familiar. He's saying the same reasoning for the US to take Greenland that he used to take Ukraine and Poland. Yeah, literally, exactly. Here's Trump again on it.
President Trump says he will do whatever it takes to take control of Greenland. Speaking to an NBC reporter, Trump said that that includes military force, but it...
Does that mean that we declare war? I don't know how anything works. So, no, it doesn't mean we declare war. War technically would be declared by Congress, although the president can somewhat to an extent. This is what, like I said earlier, it's an unambiguous and intelligence indicator. It's telling Denmark and NATO that we are going to take this island and that they better not do anything about it. It's telling the world what we're about to do before we do it. It's telegraphing it. It's kind of like how everyone knew that Russia was going to invade Ukraine when they were having military drills in Belarus, and everyone said, oh, they're going to invade Ukraine. And then a bunch of people said, no, they're not. And then they invaded Ukraine. Oh, I get it. So the Kremlin guy's talking to Trump and told him to do this with Greenland because it further enables Russia to annex its neighbors. Well, I mean, it further enables both our countries to annex our neighbors and create like a Russia-America alliance that spans the entire northern hemisphere. If America takes Canada and Russia takes out some of its neighboring countries in the north, like Sweden, Norway, then yeah, basically.
Probably won't be needed. This comes one day after...
And actually, speaking of, just to really double that down, Russia says, Putin says Russia will respond to Finland and Sweden participating in NATO activities. So, kinda. Congress declares war, but the president does limited military operations. You could say 3-day special military operations, maybe even.
President Vance visited a U.S. military base in Greenland. Speaking to troops, he said the island is important for defense and economic reasons. The trip has sparked international backlash.
I want to hear
President Trump says he will do whatever it takes to take control of Greenland. Speaking to an NBC...
He said we need Greenland there. Again, make Greenland green again, emit CO2 from Mike Lee, with his name based Mike Lee. Cringe motherfucker. This was Putin's full statements on Greenland, in English, thankfully, this time.
It would be a great mistake to believe that this is just some eccentric talk of the new American administration. Nothing of the kind, in fact. Let me remind you that by 1869, the American papers laughed at the purchase of Alaska. The deal was called a folly. It would be a great mistake.
That was a purchase of Alaska, not an annexation of a allies' land, but, you know. And again, Russia will respond to Finland and Sweden participate in NATO activities. This is the direct threat to Finland and Sweden. Now, Russia's not going to attack Finland or Sweden. In fact, as we talked about before, let me pull up a map. What I expect to see from Russia, and what everyone else does as well, is probably around October. Right now, they have about 150,000 troops having a joint military exercise with Belarus in Belarus. They can't go down into Ukraine. This is suicide. They can go home. They can go to Poland, Lithuania, or Latvia. What I see them doing is going into Poland. They're going to probably do some cross-border raids at first over here, because what they want is Kaliningrad. Kaliningrad is also Russia. They want to take this area of land and then work their way up through the Baltics. This is what I expect to see probably around October. Would you have watched this 13 days ago? This is what I would have watched last on it, I think.
U.S. President Donald.
I did not see this 13 days ago, but we can have a look. Let me see some of the sections here. Yeah.
We really need Greenland for national security. It's very important. You know, we have a couple of bases on Greenland already, and we have quite a few soldiers, and maybe you'll see more and more soldiers go there.
Now, later I'll talk more about why the U.S. government is trying to take over Greenland, the geopolitics of Greenland, and how the Trump administration is trying to prevent China from getting access to the Arctic region.
So here's the thing that I think a lot
I don't really see us competing with China all that much right now, but generally I do agree with like what was said there. Again, like taking Greenland gives us and Russia a whole chunk of area that we control. Canada would be the only odd one out here.
Rise the Arctic and prepare for potential war with China in the future.
Nah, I don't trust it already. He thinks that we're going to go to war with China. We're not going to war with China. He can be nerdy, but a little bricky at times. I get it. Canada would be surrounded. That's true. We're not going to war with China. You can quote me on that. And if we go to China, war to China, I will say I'm wrong. It'll be an admission of me being wrong. I would actually enjoy being wrong, just not on that one. Bro, China already has so much built up, so much soft power in Africa. What the fuck is this? LMAO, China already took our spot as the global leader. Oh, well, they were already prepared for it. Like, again, we're working with them. Yeah, the war with China is the biggest psyop. It's true. He warmongers with China, points added a lot. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, we work with China all the time. Our allies, again, Russia, China, North Korea, like Iran, we're likely to go to war with, even though they're technically on that side as well. Here's a Russian envoy defending U.S. officials repeating Russian narratives. We're going to watch a few seconds of this because I'm just curious how silly it'll be.
What are the prospects for Russia-US economic cooperation in the Arctic? What have you proposed to the Americans?
Israel, Astolf. That's why Iran.
Yeah, well, first of all, I think it's very important we have a good dialogue with the U.S. because, as you know, previous administration of President Biden, no dialogue, no discussion, not on politics, not on economics, not on anything. I think the key
we just threatened to bomb Iran again today, so
our discussion with Western powers, including the U.S., is actually climate and climate change and what is happening, because we believe that Arctic is changing. You know, temperatures are rising, and that creates significant climate effects all over the world. So I think our cooperation on climate is important.
Sorry, Russia's too woke, guys. Never mind, we're going back to NATO. They want climate change. They want to do the Green New Deal over in Russia. The woke mind virus has seeped into Russian politics. They're talking about the Green New Scam, y'all.
Important, but also we are open to consider different investment opportunities that we can do jointly with the U.S.
Ever since
again, in certain sectors approved by the Russian government, approved by our leadership. But once again, we are open for investment cooperation in Arctic, and that could be in logistics, that could be in other areas where again is beneficial to Russia and also beneficial to the U.S.
Bullshit. So basically, Russia traded Iran for the U.S. like a swap exchange? Not necessarily. Because Russia does business with both Israel and Iran, but Iran is their closer direct ally. We'll have to see how this plays out, but if we're going to go to war with anybody in that region, it'll be Iran first. I still see Greenland happening before everything else, though. But speaking of Russia, Ukraine has accused Russia of war crimes, which they have committed after 111 Russian launch missiles landed in Ukraine overnight.
Charged vehicles and debris litter the streets here in Dnipro. It's the aftermath of a Russian drone attack on the eastern Ukrainian city. Dozens of buildings suffered significant damage.
I don't know fuck all about Deng, except that Dengism is what, like you said, made China's economy open up to Western economies and trade.
This resident.
But it did also raise the standard of living in China by a lot. That's all I know.
Everything.
The strike hit right in the middle of the garden, and then it spread here. Everything caught fire. My wife was the only one home, She didn't even have time to grab the documents. She ran out and sat here in the garden. And the cats, the dogs, where are they? They're burned. The whole house
The Russians
burned
are
down.
eating them. The Russians are eating the cats and the dogs. You're not allowed to use the Z word exhale. I will have to ban you if you say that again. It's against terms of service. Like, it'll get my channel banned. So I'm gonna have to, I can't hide your message on, damn it, on YouTube. Just, like, don't say that again, please. But they don't, but they work together. Israel has been working with the Russians and Iranians. Yes, it is. It's actually against terms of service. It will get me banned.
According to a local Ukrainian official, Russia targeted Dnipro with more than 24 drones late Friday. The attack killed several people and wounded more than 20 others. Moscow launched more than 170 drones towards Ukraine overnight, also hitting the central city of Kryvyi Rih. This according to Volodymyr Zelensky, who has called on the West to put more pressure on the Kremlin to come to a peace deal.
Russia must be forced to peace. Only coercion will work. For too long now, America's proposal for an unconditional ceasefire has been on the table without an adequate response from Russia.
Literally, like, every time they agree to something, Russia just bombs them more afterward.
Is a lot.
Elsewhere, Russian drones hit a military hospital and apartment blocks in Kharkiv on Saturday, killing and injuring several people.
Oh, is this Kharkiv? Okay, this is where they're doing the human safari bullshit, where they're sending new recruits and new drone operators to test on civilians before they get shipped off to an active front of the war. I've been using Xiophile, but Symbiotics is fine. That one works. Exhale. No, they don't necessarily like each other, but the governments do. Netanyahu and Putin get along. They have the same worldview. It's the same reason why America is moving over to being Russia's ally. It's not because we're bought by them. It's not because of Krasnov or anything. It's because the controlling elite of the country like the governing style of the controlling elite of Russia. Ceasefires in this day and age are a fictional concept. What are the chances that Trump and his admin like hoping Greenland kind of just surrenders and just hope that nobody else comes to their defense because Trump kind of lacks the balls to actually completely invade a 100% peaceful nation? Well, I disagree with your last part. No one will come to the aid of Greenland. Like, people will get mad and get loud about it, but no one's sending troops to help Greenland stop being invaded. We're just going to take it.
The Russian military, meanwhile, continues to claim advances on the ground.
So, not good. Not good. You guys want to see something funny? Russia is, recruiting soldiers using this photo of Donald Trump. Basically says, victory is near, hurry to receive all benefits and payments, conclude a contract with the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation, 210,000 rubles salary per month, up to 10 million rubles debt write-off. God damn, they must have some bad inflation over there. 5 million rubles for their first year of military service. I know a U.S. veteran that speaks to me, many symbiotics, and they seem very opposed to the Russians, but I hear what you're saying about the leadership. Yeah, like, the people and the leadership have different views, and what the people want doesn't matter. Have you looked at Israel? Like, they're standing outside of Netanyahu's house, ready to tear his fucking head off. Nobody will do anything about Greenland. Why not? Because it would be incredibly difficult for them to try and stop us from taking it, and they wouldn't be able to do it properly. Like, we would just take it before they could even send anybody. They would just get mad. Is no one else in the international community capable? Not really, no. No one is. Maybe if, like, all of Europe came together and China helped them out, maybe. But no, it's not feasible for any one country, or even NATO on its own, to stop us from invading Greenland. If we wanted to. They wouldn't be able to get there fast enough, for one. It is very mask off, though. What if I want to be paid in rubies instead? Then sorry, you can't join the Russian Federation. You might have to go join some, like, African warlord, and be his private security. What the fuck? They're a power and they won't send people down there to protect them? They wouldn't get there in time. Like, They can't get there in time. They would have to go and prepare now, but we would roll right over them. They don't, NATO alone does not have the capacity to fight a war against us. Maybe we need someone to make a bluff. That would be nice. But, I mean, like, Macron has put a nuclear submarine off the coast of Greenland and Canada, and that's not enough. Are you going to cover Elon Musk's town hall tonight? Probably tomorrow or maybe the next day, but I do have some news on what is going to predate that town hall first. Don't they have embassies there? Let me see. List of diplomatic missions in Greenland. So there is a Belgium, Canada, Czech Republic, Finland, France, Germany, Luxembourg. Like there's consulates there, sure. But doesn't matter. Like we just don't attack the consulates. That's fine. Or maybe we do. What the fuck are they going to do? Again, like NATO alone can't fight America. They need help. And on the other end, we have...
Are you comfortable with that? The fact that you walked away and Ukraine may not survive?
Well, it may not survive anyway, but, you know, we have some weaknesses with Russia. You know, it takes two. Look.
Ukraine might not survive
that war, and it happened.
Ukraine might not survive.
Are you comfortable with that? The fact that you walked away and Ukraine may not survive?
Well, it may not survive anyway, but, you know, we have...
Me too, by the way, as a chap. I do also think of macaroons whenever I hear Macron. But, I mean, that's pretty fucking clear. It may not survive anyway. Like, they, are not hiding this. Now, today, we have this news that's come out that Donald Trump is pissed off, in fact, at Vladimir Putin.
Sunday morning, President Trump is standing by his national security team as the fallout intensifies after top officials mistakenly shared attack plans for U.S. military strikes in Yemen on the Signal messaging app with a journalist. In an exclusive phone interview on Saturday, the president told me, quote, "I don't fire people because of fake news and because of witch hunts." Mr. Trump said he still has confidence in Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Just hours ago, President Trump called me to tell me he is, quote, pissed off with Russia's President Putin and threatened to impose secondary tariffs on Russia's oil. Quote, "If Russia and I are unable to make a deal on stopping the bloodshed in Ukraine, and if I think it was Russia's fault, which it might not be, but if I think it was Russia's fault, I am going to put secondary tariffs on all oil coming."
I'm really mad at them. And if it's their fault, which it probably isn't, which I don't think it is, I'm going to be very mad at them. If we put secondary tariffs on Russian oil, and it isn't very, very clearly just a media ploy, I will lose it. I would be shocked. It'd be amazing. Great. I would say, good job, Donald Trump. It's not happening. On some level, it's been an international security blunder for NATO to have allowed that, to have kind of allowed the USA to be the military arm for everyone. Their intel people must have had some, like, what the fuck if the USA goes rogue level of situations for some time, right? Well, again, yes, they probably did, and you're right about that. They should have absolutely prepared beforehand, but there was no indication ever prior to Donald Trump that we ever might. They should have taken the hint in 2016, but they thought, fuck it, maybe, like, he won't come back again. Wait, why is Dumpster calling NBC? No idea. Captain Buggy, will you join the MAGA communists if he does? No, you do realize the MAGA communists are just National Socialists, right? We'll take their oil, but make Americans pay tariffs for it. True. Would never sanction them. Again, we've already dropped some sanctions, and we tried to drop more, but we can't because Europe controls the banking sanctions.
Out of Russia. Mr. Trump said 25% tariffs on Russian oil could happen any moment and told me he plans to speak with President Putin this week.
When are we buying Russian oil, by the way? Are we buying any Russian oil? Does the U.S. import any oil from Russia? Does the U.S. import any oil from Russia? We don't import refined oil, only crude. We do, in fact, import crude oil and other petroleum products. Why would we? It's because we buy their shit oil and then we refine it because we have the best refineries in the world. This would, if anything, make us a profit, actually. Refined uranium, you def do. That's true. That's true. The thought of Trump miraculously going after Russia in a lapse of reason would be amazing. It would be very funny.
Told me, quote, I was very angry.
But it's not
pissed off
happening.
When Putin started getting into Zelensky's credibility and started talking about new leadership in Ukraine. On Iran, the president said he's...
Before Iran, Putin said that Zelensky should give up control of Ukraine to the United Nations, and that the United Nations should govern Ukraine until there is an election. Like, he's not being subtle here.
He's also considering secondary tariffs if Iran doesn't agree to a nuclear deal. Quote, if they don't make a deal, there will be bombing.
That was very loud.
There will be bombing, the likes of which they have never seen before. After markets tumbled on Friday and with consumer confidence falling, the president also told me he's not backing down on his tariff plan.
Thank you, Zach. We're actually going to watch that one.
What we're going to be doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in...
Yeah, we talked about that. We'll go more into the markets in a minute. The markets are not happy. But as I've been saying, we're going to need to do further trade deals with Russia. We need to... it's not another hour of Ben Norton, thankfully. We're going to need to get at least some goods from Russia, especially because of the trade wars that we've started. We already do import uranium from them, and it's quite important here.
So Matt, why do you have a piece of uranium ore in the studio?
Well, because it's cool. It's also a little freaky.
They did post Melania's nudes on TV the day after the election.
Today I'm announcing we're banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy.
It turns out the Russia-Ukraine war is exposing a problem that doesn't get that much coverage, the nuclear fuel supply chain. And that could have major impacts on the future of nuclear power in the United States. In response to the invasion of Ukraine, the US and other countries have placed sanctions on Russia, including energy resources like oil and gas, but not uranium.
Russia is a huge player on the global stage when it comes to nuclear energy, and particularly when it comes to the uranium supply chain.
Justine Kalma is a science reporter at The Verge who wrote a story about why it's so hard for the US to quit Russian uranium.
The US can pretty easily turn its back on Russian oil and gas, and has not been able to pull the trigger on uranium because we rely on Russia for a significant chunk of
Which, by the way, us taking Greenland, or even potentially Canada, would get rid of this issue. Yep, there you go, Pezzy.
Uranium.
Uranium is a common nuclear fuel because its isotope, U-235, is easily split during fission, releasing tons of energy. Nuclear power is highly contested, but it still makes up about half of our carbon-free electricity in the US. Right now, the Biden administration is investing heavily in nuclear energy to meet the US's climate goals, which is why we're talking about uranium. So when we talk about nuclear power, it all kind of starts with this, uranium ore, which is radioactive. That's why we're wearing gloves. We did speak to professionals about how to properly handle this stuff, so we're taking all the necessary precautions, but don't try this at home.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you should not really
sample.
be able to have access to radioactive material all that easily, so.
It's overwhelmingly not uranium. Low-grade uranium ore only has about 0.1%.
I don't really need to know how uranium ore becomes the fuel. It's more just that we need it from Russia. I used to do uranium work for a living. How is that long, like Homo sapien? If that thing is radiating, how do the cameras record it without buzzing up? It's the level of radiation isn't enough to interfere with the cameras. You do need to know Russia refines it. Oh, we buy it refined from them? We don't refine it ourselves? Are you kidding?
% of uranium in
Jesus,
it.
We're stupid.
The rest of this ore is just regular rock, plus some elements like lead, thorium, and bismuth that the uranium is slowly decaying into. It's actually those daughter products that are tripping our Geiger counter. We need a much more sensitive device to sniff out the uranium. Somewhere in this sample is a very small amount of this, a mineral that's rich in uranium, called uraninite, which is, for lack of a better expression, just a lot of uranium packed in very tightly.
Yeah, we've seen some of that stuff before,
has uranium in them. And even that small bit of uranium tucked inside.
Uranium, like, remember when we did this, the videos on nuclear energy and we were talking about orphan sources? Uranium is not one of those, like, that are super duper radioactive. If you're looking at orphan sources, those tend to be, what was it? Thorium was one of them. Orphan sources. Orphan sources are like radioactive material that escape reactors and can be found pretty much all over the world. But specifically, like, Australia has quite a lot of orphan sources, for example. What was it? Here we go. List of orphan sources, incidents, the type of stuff that was in these. Cobalt-60, cesium-137, iridium-192. These are like the big ones, the big ones. Iridium-192 will fuck you up, so will cesium. Cesium will kill you, like, hella quickly. Cobalt-60. These are the things that, like, come out from, like, Chernobyl exploding or Fukushima. I was lined up to do plutonium work before I switched jobs. Now that shit's scary. Yeah, I believe that.
Tons of useless rock. Most of that is the wrong isotope for uranium fuel.
Naturally occurring uranium, like the stuff that you dig out of the ground, has very low levels of U-235.
The point is, we need a lot of uranium ore to produce a relatively tiny amount of fuel, and it takes a lot of work to make that happen. To be useful as nuclear fuel, uranium has to go through a conversion and enrichment process, which basically means taking a bunch of U-235 and packing it in really tight.
So uranium, it needs to be mined. It needs to be turned into yellow cake. That yellow cake needs to be converted into a gas. That gas needs to be enriched so it has higher concentrations of U-235, and then that enriched uranium.
In theory, Captain Buggy, but, like, in practice, it would depend on, I suppose, how long the water had been sitting there without more radiation entering it.
Needs to be fabricated into a fuel rod. Now, that doesn't all happen in like one smooth go.
This is an extremely laborious process, and it's contracted out to different companies. And
it was radium-135
really up to doing this, like France, Russia, and China.
There are
radium will do that. Like we've seen stories of like people who go to like a flea market and they buy like a fishing lure or something, and then they get cancer and die because it was radium or thorium or xenon or some radioactive thing. I want to drink my radiated water and no one will stop me. Give me the rads. All right, well, I'll see you when you turn into a ghoul. See, France, Russia, and China isn't sounding very America. Isn't very America sounding? What do you mean?
Security concerns along that.
Doing this, like France, Russia, and China.
There are
it's not America sounding.
Concerns along that entire supply chain, because when you enrich uranium, it can be enriched for nuclear energy, it can also be enriched for nuclear weapons. It's been sort of a saturated market as well, but demand is starting to grow.
Some governments are now reprioritizing nuclear power as an alternative to fossil fuels, so the supply chain is back in the spotlight. Which brings us back to Russia. The Russia-Ukraine war has amplified ongoing tensions between the US and Russia, and it's exposed the vulnerabilities of the nuclear supply chain. One potential answer to that problem?
Drinking the radioactive water will make you wealthy and right-wing, Astolf.
A strategic uranium reserve.
This is basically a stockpile.
That's true, don't look it up.
To fuel our power plants, you know, in case of emergency. Say this war drags on as it has dragged on, maybe we can pull from our strategic uranium reserve.
Maybe we wouldn't need to rely on stuff like this if we, I don't know, maybe did renewable energy. What's up, Shardspork?
The build out of next generation nuclear reactors. Most plants today run off of a fuel that's enriched to 5% of U-235, but newer reactors in development need to bump that up to as much as 20%.
Having that higher concentration of
Speaking of nuclear fission, actually.
Makes for more efficient fuel, basically, and that allows for reactors that can be built to be much smaller than...
This wasn't on the docket for today, and I don't know how true this is, But China aims to have its Jinghao world's first fusion fission power plant running by 2030. If a 100-megawatt hybrid plant is on schedule, it could put China decades ahead of comparable efforts for the rest of the world. Fusion is the hard one. Fission is what we already do. So if they manage at least even like a hybrid version, that'd be impressive, like really impressive. We had a CDC cohort of former soldiers with depleted uranium embedded in their bones and shit being studied for 20 years or so, but that study is probably dead with the CDC cuts anyway. Yeah. 10,000 years of Chinese prosperity if they achieve this. Like, genuinely. If they get to make if they make a fusion reactor, they're kind of in the good place there. Now, I heard fusion would make absolutely ridiculous amounts of energy with no waste. It would. Fusion reactors would actually solve the energy crisis for pretty much the entire world for a while. I'm rather skeptical on China's ability to sustain fusion. I am too, but only because I don't know anything about it. But if they manage that, like, yeah, good for them. That was a very CCP tweet, though. So, back to Europe. We have Rutte today saying that Europe will defend itself.
If anyone were to miscalculate and think they can get away with an attack on Poland or on any other ally, they will be met with the full force of this fierce alliance. Our reaction will be devastating. This has to be very clear to Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin and anyone else who wants to attack us.
Anyone else could possibly be us, you know? This is the big non-China one. ITER. Where are you? The International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. Cool. Done by the EU. We're in it. Thankfully, we're not running it. That's nice. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Well, actually, China helps the ITER too. Well, I guess China's ahead of us in membership. China, they're clearly ahead of us when it comes to energy like that. If any country in the world figures it out, I think it's only a matter of time until the other major ones steal the information to do it too. Well, obviously, and also like the one who figures it out would sell it as well, and it would be a great net game for humanity. True. Now, let's jump back to Russia, because someone mentioned this earlier, that there should be, people should be preparing for war. Well, not China, the European Union is preparing for war with whomever. Conflict readiness, citizens in Europe preparing for emergencies.
To prepare.
By the way, if you live in America, I would take a lot of this advice. Guys, we have multiple active fusion plants around the world. They do work. They're all experimental currently, except for one private one up in Washington. I know that they all work, but none of them can sustain fusion for very long, can they, Shardspork?
For a war or crisis when you have little experience with both. Many people in the Netherlands have found their way to so-called prep shops.
First, we have the emergency radio. If you have no power and no batteries, you can charge it by using the hand crank.
I gotta get me a radio.
And then we have emergency ration. And this will feed up to one adult for 24 hours. And you can store it for 7 years.
Products that should make people self-sufficient for at least 72 hours. After warning from NATO's chief and former Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte, more than 50% of Dutch people have bought emergency equipment or are planning to do so.
Camera Inc., I feel like antibiotics might be a better option, but, you know.
Rutte gave this warning in December, anticipating reduced US support for NATO under Donald Trump.
Danger is moving towards us at full speed. We must not look the other way. It is time to shift to a wartime mindset.
As a result, prep shops like this one have seen orders multiply, with water purifiers especially popular.
After 4 days, our water bottles are all finished, so it would be useful to know how to purify water ourselves.
Antibiotics are hard to get now, aren't they? I don't know why they would be. You just go to the doctor and say that you have, like, the flu or something, and then take the antibiotics and then store them. It uses a pulsed magnetic accelerator to create continuous fusion power without relying on conversion of water to steam. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we should really do like a whole thing on that at some point. What country are we looking at right now? This is the Netherlands. This is about Europe generally prepping for like conflict though. And again, like you should take some of that advice. Buy yourself some radios. I showed you. Buy a map of where you live. For like that should be the first thing that you buy. Or maybe even if you have like a tourist center, go and get a map so that you can see what's around you. If let's say Google Maps goes down, you better be able to find water purification tablets, emergency radio, a flashlight, some first aid stuff, you know? You're probably going to want the first aid stuff first, especially if you're going to protests.
Most transactions now cashless, authorities have
I wish, Gust, I wish.
advised people to keep at least 500 euros in cash at home.
I am doing a panel tomorrow.
I don't think anybody is expecting at this moment that a war would take the shape of, say, tanks rolling into The Hague. I think
I'll talk about the panel after the video.
Everybody's expecting that war at this moment manifests in different ways. Cyberspace, cyber war, but also the idea of sabotage.
Being prepared for war is easier said than done for generations in Europe growing up in peacetime. While many have followed the advice from NATO and the EU, others blame political leaders for creating fear, with only one goal: to sell large defense spending to their citizens. To cut dependency on the United States and anticipate possible threats from Russia, the European Union has announced a package of $860 billion for defense.
Not bad.
This whole talk about prepping emergency kits and the possibility of war coming to us is a way of preparing our minds for war and also starting an arms race. But if we start an arms race with Russia, then actually you can get into a dynamic which in the end will make all of us more insecure. Thinking about peace, about diplomacy, will actually disappear.
Fear-mongering or not,
He's not
outside
wrong.
the prep shops, war or other emergencies still feels like something from the distant past. Stap Vassen, Al Jazeera, Utrecht.
It might feel like it's from the past, but it is the present, so pay attention. No Cal Mike. So I will be doing a panel tomorrow. I will be doing a panel with Wick, Nina, with Prime K will be there. The other two people I don't know. We're going to be talking about whether or not the Democrats have a masculinity problem, to which, like, my point is yes, but the opposite of the Republicans. I'm going to bring up the silly Harry Sison story where everyone was mad at him for, like, literally doing nothing. That kind of behavior from liberals is what fuels the right in their claims of, like, everyone hates men. And like it's a really silly liberal bullshit thing that caused that. That is the masculinity problem of the left, or rather not the left, but the Democrats. They're just not okay with allowing masculinity to exist in a way that is remotely uncomfortable. I mean, again, like he did nothing wrong. The man was asking for consent in a Snapchat before he asked for a picture. Consent to ask for a picture on a snap from a dude, I take that as a W. So, you know, Chartsport, I would absolutely love to have you on while we do that segment. I would need a video or something to base it on. I'll look more into the fusion reactor in China this week and see if there's any like interesting thing we can talk about there. But yeah, and if you have anything you want to like show or you want to talk about, feel free to like send me that on the Discord and we can figure something out for that one. Do the water purification things get rid of microplastics and fecal matter in the water? No, but they do make water drinkable. Here, hold on. Let me go grab some really quick. I have them. Basically, they look like this. These are 100 tablets. These ones are 67 milligrams. So these are the ones that you would use for like couple gallons of water. Dissolve 1 tablet in 20 liters of clean and or clear water from boreholes, clean municipality pipes, etc. If you are adding this into water that is clouded, as in like in an emergency use, add 1 tablet into the water. Heavily contaminated water should first be filtered and allowed to settle. That's about it, yeah. So it'll make water drinkable and not poison you. But no, it will not get rid of the microplastics. It will not get rid of metals, I would assume. It would get rid of whatever's in the fecal matter, though. Yeah, not when microplastics become nanoplastics, which is another problem. Being a NATO member, could we expect the Netherlands to at least have wartime help from non-US NATO countries? Well, like, NATO countries will help each other in war, sure. But, like, not when it comes to Greenland, if that's what you're asking. Long Homo sapien, masculinity, fuck, I feel like masculinity discussions don't even matter anymore. They don't, and I'm going on there to say, basically, they don't matter, and we need to worry about more important issues. Headless Chicken, thank you! This is, I have this exact top in bright pink as well. And thank you, Shardsport. I'd say the left more has a messaging about what masculinity means, problem, versus an actual masculinity problem. Or rather, what masculinity means as a problem versus what the actual problem is. I can see that, yeah. Oh, guys, thanks for the compliments on my shirt. All right. Makes the water taste less nutty? Yeah. Yep. All right. And Shardsport, you don't need to be jealous of my style. You just make your own. I don't have a coherent style. I just kind of try and wear what I think looks nice on me. And that's what I've been trying to tell you guys in general. Like the conversation we had about why I don't think being able to go to work or school in your pajamas every day is good. It's the same reason. I like to look good for myself, but I also look good in social context because I'm engaging with other people, and putting that effort in is good for you. What I mean by that is that the right wing usually forces definitions the way they want to be argued versus an agreed upon definition to set the table. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Whereas the left doesn't actually have a coherent definition of what masculinity problems are. I can provide that at the very least, so tune in tomorrow. But stream will be starting an hour early tomorrow because it'll be at 6 p.m. is when the panel starts. And I used to start at 5:30, but since daylight savings pushed you guys an hour further away from me, now it's 6:30. It is what it is. Now, let's jump to Europe boosting its defense spending. Excuse me, I have a video essay about masculinity. I would watch it, but that's not today's content, mate. But thank you. I'm going to be on with Nina. That's who I'm on for. Yes, it's going to be me, Nina, Prime Case, who was at the last debate as well. Wick, the soy pill, I believe. And I don't remember who the last person was. As far as I've been told, there will not be MAGA present for all of you. So I think there's one person who's a right-winger but isn't MAGA. Like, they don't vote, I think, from what I heard. But we'll see. Yeah. That link is for you, NoCal Mike. Thank you, those a chap, and anyone else who wants to watch it when I'm not streaming. Now, let's talk about Europe boosting its defense spending and why that scares Russia.
European leaders have agreed to dramatically boost their military spending after the U.S. froze all military and intelligence support for Ukraine. In Russia, Kremlin propaganda has celebrated the dramatic shift in the White House policy. But the idea of Russia's European neighbors now boosting their own military forces has been met with anger in Moscow.
There's no sides. Like, this isn't a debate structure. It's just a discussion of it. I'm hoping that tomorrow's panel is closer to, like, the end of the last debate that I did when it was just, like, the people on the left that were there. It's a panel. No MAGA sounds more productive. Yeah, exactly. There'll be one right-winger there, but the rest of us all are left, I believe, so.
This EU leaders' summit in Brussels is clearly irritating the Kremlin. Moscow has picked up on the fact that the EU is ready to boost defense spending and is considering sending peacekeepers to Ukraine.
I do love hearing that the Kremlin is unhappy.
The confrontational rhetoric and the confrontational developments that we are now seeing in Brussels and Europe's capitals are seriously at odds with finding ways to peacefully resolve the situation in Ukraine.
State TV hosts don't share Peskov's diplomatic etiquette. They were watching both the speeches and the looks of the participants.
The gathering itself.
It's a right-winger, but not MAGA, and a non-American by any chance. Sounds like a unicorn these days. Well, I don't know if they're American or not, but I know that they're not MAGA because they don't vote, is what I was told. It's just, they just don't vote. So, anti-electoral. Could be, like, horrible. Could be less horrible. Could just be stupid. Who knows? We'll find out tomorrow. Lots of people want to be a small penis politician who always thinks of domination. I mean, that's true. It's true. It's true. Look, guys, it's very funny to watch the Russian media be very mad and very sad because Europe is not buying their bullshit anymore. Take this and take in a breath of joy at the view of the Russians unhappy because liberals are actually doing something.
State TV hosts don't share Peskov's diplomatic etiquette. They were watching both the speeches and the looks of the participants.
The gathering itself resembles a meeting of cripples. Poland's Prime Minister Tusk hobbled past the cameras and declared that Russia would lose just like the USSR. So this Pole has injured not just his limbs, but also his brain.
Wow,
the president
coming in hot. They must be, like, actually mad. This fucking banshee over here is not happy.
of France has completely lost his mind as well.
According to state propaganda, it wasn't just the president of France who lost his mind. They also called Denmark's PM Mette Frederiksen crazy for being open to nuclear weapons in her country. From recent reactions, it seems that...
Oh, sorry, wait, they're crazy because they want nuclear weapons in their country? Does Russia want to get rid of theirs? Are we demilitarizing? Are we taking all the nukes down? Can we do that? Because, you know, if they're crazy for wanting them...
State propagandists are most worried about Europe's unity in defending Ukraine.
This provincial Europe is being torn apart right now. Can you imagine how incompetent these people are and how little they have to do if they can afford the luxury of suddenly going to London?
Non-Europeans not knowing that it's like, what, like an hour and a half on a train? Trump's greatest achievement has been has been so terrible at standing up to Putin that it's forced do-nothing liberals to band together and handle things. True. And again, like, it's not about, like, being terrible at standing up to Putin. He agrees with Putin's worldview. And so does the Republican Party. But, you know. Oh, yeah, we've seen these guys a bunch of times. I've shown Russian, Russian media on this show because they've had Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel, what was his name? That fucking Twitter influencer who pretends that he's pro-Palestine. Jackson Hinkle. Like, it is genuinely funny to see how terrified these people are at Europe actually doing something. In my experience, a lot of people who say they don't vote are essentially just libertarians who didn't like either candidate or give a shit about anyone but themselves. They're soulless. That's my vibe check, but I haven't met them yet. Generally, though, I would agree that you're 100% correct there, Schwarzborg. What's up, Dan Did So?
Can you imagine how incompetent these people are and how little they have to do if they can afford the luxury of suddenly going to London?
To have an emergency conference.
Patting Zelensky on the head and showing Trump that they are against him.
Astolf, you've never watched George Carlin? Are you kidding? The man is like incredibly famous. His politics were good. I mean, as we watched in the Contra video the other day, his politics were defeatist, but they were definitely inspired by leftist politics.
Europe's unity and the sharp rise in defense spending can't help but worry Russia, some experts believe.
Good.
It is, of course, a challenge. The Western awakening to the realities of the war will, in the long run, present a really serious challenge to Russia. Even with China's assistance and having, basically invested in its military-industrial complex, Russia is at capacity at the moment.
Meanwhile, Lavrov said that Russia has no intention of attacking NATO despite EU fears.
Bullshit!
He believes there's one person in the West who knows that Russia's real goal is to stop NATO's expansion.
Literally, like, they will say that they're going to invade NATO. Not, like, in that exact sentence and phrasing, but they say it.
President Trump and his team understand very well that this was the root cause.
This week, officials and state propaganda warmly welcomed Trump's decision to halt aid to Ukraine. Backed by the U.S., they hope to strike a peace deal with Ukraine, one that would favor the Kremlin.
More on this. I'm joined now by DW's Sergei Satanovsky from our Riga studio. Sergei, as we just saw in your report there, Moscow is nervous about the EU ramping up its defenses. How is Russia likely to respond?
Why'd your voice crack like that at the end, mate?
Well, Europe is uniting and making big, you can say, the defense decisions quite quickly.
What's up, Agard?
Probably because of that, the Kremlin hasn't yet...
If only Hassan rated me, that would be based.
Had
the only other Turkish streamer who came from New Jersey. Like, and he hasn't rated me. How rude. And you know what? No, he does know how to dress. This guy's suit looks quite clean. I like it.
Time to decide on what they're gonna do, and let alone creating a strategy. Peskov, the Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov said that Moscow is closely watching what he called the EU's militarization. For now, only potentially, he said, this could become a cause for deep concern for Russia, and in the future lead to specific decisions to ensure Russia's security.
If Hassan rated me, my chat would explode and be unusable. Yeah, but it would be great because I hit 700 followers on Friday and now I'm down below it and my viewer numbers have started to stagnate. I kind of could do with a nice little Hassan raid. Or maybe, you know, share the stream with some of your friends. You know, you want to support the stream. And join the Discord and all that good stuff. Russia's bipolar condition with NATO. 3 years after NATO was set up, USSR begged to join. When the USSR fell, Yeltsin in '97 said, yeah. Yeltsin then said it was forced. The thing is, like, Yeltsin was a puppet of the bourgeoisie in America, but also the bourgeoisie in Russia as they worked together. That was all, like, shock doctrine shit at the same time. Who knows? If he ever does raid you, don't talk about China or you're going to upset his stance. Oh, I figured. You guys are a little too left for me, but I still listen. Oh, I know, Headless Chicken. That's why I appreciate it. I know that I'm, like, further left than most people on YouTube. But I feel like a lot of the stuff I say, we can pretty much all agree to, as long as you're not a fascist.
But
and yes,
no
Yeltsin was an alcoholic.
Steps have been announced so far.
We've seen the Trump administration aligning the U.S. more with Russia now
wild.
And halting support.
Yeltsin bombing his own parliament was basically a, like, Reichstag fire, but in the capitalist version. It was a capitalist coup of Russia. In the way he was, Yeltsin gave way to Putin and the rest that leads us today. Yeah, but, like, we worked with all of them through that, you know? Yeltsin was where he was because of America. We put him there. And then we kept him there. We helped him after he bombed his own parliament.
For Ukraine, a complete reversal there. So does that mean that Russia is expecting Kyiv to now accept peace on President Putin's terms? Or is Russia likely to make any concessions in ceasefire talks?
So far, he's made none.
Right. Well, as Putin said yesterday, quote, we don't need anything from anyone, but we also won't give up what's ours. And strangely enough, by ours, he means the occupied territories of Ukraine. In his view, Ukraine must withdraw its troops from the so-called DNR and LNR. They are the Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine.
Like, genuinely, of course he's referring to them as his. I just want people to be able to do whatever they want as long as they ain't hurting no one else, and what people do with their dangly bits ain't none of my goddamn business. Spoken like a based southerner. Dan, it's so funny I'm not left per se, I'm Latin American liberal, but that is why we make a good tag team. Well, a Latin American liberal is further left than most American leftists, by my estimation. So, yeah. I'm on board with your political theory, Visora. I just don't think it's possible in our lifetimes, but it's definitely something to work towards. Yeah, and I agree with you. I also don't think that, like, it's possible in our lifetimes. I believe in, like, building up the necessary steps in our lifetimes for what comes after. Because if we just did my political theory without building the necessary prerequisites, it would immediately fall apart. You need to build the foundation for the theory before you can put the theory in place. But that all has to happen under liberal democracy before you get into the socialism, because the moment you do socialism, you have to do it properly. You can't do it like the Soviets. You have to get rid of capital when you do socialism. And to do that, the prerequisites need to be stable enough that the entire system doesn't collapse from the shock that comes from the removal of capital. Latin America liberal equals socialist by USA standards, I think. Pretty much, yeah. We overthrow governments in Latin America for being liberal. Social democracy to democratic socialism to libertarian socialism? Kind of, yeah. Not on like a direct one-to-one scale, but libertarian socialism is just taking pieces from other bits of theories on the left and putting them together into a cohesive narrative that works. Like, it takes from anarchism, it takes from socialism, it takes from democratic socialism, from social democracy. And so, yeah, you do have to kind of proceed through that, but you don't need to proceed through the actual stages of those governances. You just need to proceed through building the requirements that would relate to those governments. I hope you have a lovely night. Oh, sorry, I just said this last time on my stream. I thought you were leaving. What's up, Gust8? Because they had this crazy idea that the profits of their crop farming should stay in their country. Yeah, basically why we tend to invade Latin America. Latin American liberals are not a monolith. You got conservatives. You got the conservative, the pseudo-anarchists, and, like, me, the impossible to define liberals. But, like, if they're conservatives and pseudo-anarchists, are they liberals in Latin America? If you want the most basic of human rights, or equal rights, rather, you're a communist spy, according to the Red Hats, basically. So, not the UK, the EU is, starting to boycott our tech sector. Here it comes. This is where the European Twitch YouTube alternative comes from. Please, God, go quicker.
So, tell us just how integrated American tech is in our lives.
It's got to be one of the sectors and one of the parts of our daily lives that are the most integrated. Maybe other top ones are financial services. You've got to think of MasterCard, Visa, the US dollar, maybe American culture as well, being a everyday presence in our lives around the world. But tech is really up there. If you think of anything you do throughout the day, messaging friends, working, using documents, uploading, downloading.
Me literally wearing like a bed sheet with eyes cut into it. Ooh, unions!
Files, there's a high chance you're passing by US software nearly all of the time and US hardware a lot of the time as well. So people now wanting to boycott America and wanting to punish the country that elected Donald Trump for the kind of reasons that we've just been hearing in that interview, or simply because they don't want their data to be used for profit by the tech barons that supported Trump. It's now not just the realm of certain privacy geeks to want to turn away from American products, and some even worry that Trump could make.
Oh yeah, so Ortega's conservative socialism based off evangelical Christianism is just it's just National Socialism. They just haven't gone as far. It's like one step below National Socialism. Then you got conservative liberals and socialists like Korea. Okay, now that makes a bit more sense. Punish the United States though is based, and yes, the universal healthcare ghost is here. The universal basic income ghost is coming too. That one's just way bigger. Then you got the liberal revolutionary Mujica. Man, Latin America confuses the fuck out of me.
Maybe use our data as a bit of a bargaining chip or threaten to cut it off even in the future if he can wield tariffs like on cognac, steel, cars in this way. What could he do with our data? And we've seen the kind of disruption that happens when America blocks access to something like TikTok, even though that's not an American
Hey, look,
app.
Turkey right now is having massive protests, and they are being blocked by Twitter, for example. I wonder if maybe Facebook might also be blocking access to some of those links and accounts. Maybe YouTube starts to slowly, I don't know, shadow ban these types of things. Good thing you got me. If you learn Latin American politics, the rest of the world is easier. I'm trying, man. You guys make it not easy. It doesn't confuse me. It tells me beautiful women are over there, and I go, that's very clear. I mean, that is true. Not Latin America, but there are even classical liberal anti-capitalists like David Ellerman. That is true.
Happened under Biden.
And yes, that's true. Long
Trump
Homo
has
sapien.
threatened the EU
Thank
to
you for the
drop
follow.
its efforts to regulate tech.
There we go, 700 followers again. Thank you so very much, everybody.
So how far might he go on this?
Well, I mean, as you know, in our daily lives, we see the US and tech products from the US everywhere.
Yeah.
But are there parts of tech that the US doesn't control?
Yeah, there are definitely critical parts of the supply chain that aren't in the US. So, for instance, semiconductors, they're largely made in Taiwan. The machines that make semiconductors, they're made in the Netherlands. You've got cobalt from the DRC, lithium from Australia.
I've been wanting to follow for a bit, but didn't have the ability to make an account. Oh, well, thank you, Dead NB. Glad to have you.
Rare earths from China, but crucially, the companies that control these supply chains are largely American. So anything you do on a mobile is likely controlled by Google or Apple. Most of our devices are. Anything you do on a desktop, well, that's going to be Apple or Microsoft, the top two operating systems. Cloud services now as well. Google, Amazon, and Microsoft control most of them. So even services that are tech-related, that are built outside the US, heavily rely on
everything is based on them. And then think about, even take this one step further, the media environment is entirely controlled by the United States. Europe needs its own social media platform that is similar to Twitch or YouTube, because a lot of people, in fact, at this point, I would say likely the majority of people in the West get their news from podcasts and live streamers, YouTubers over the news. Everything we do is online, is controlled by like 4 to 6 companies. Europe needs to step up on this. And again, they need to make a streaming service before I get banned with every other left-wing streamer. According to the United States government, me talking about Israel, or me telling immigrants their rights, or me saying you should protest Tesla is terrorism. If we do that, the US-based influencer is going to fell it? As in, going after it? I mean, they can try. I'd be jumping immediately over to that platform.
US software for its underlying parts. I'm thinking, for example, of browsers, search engines. Google is quite necessary for those as well.
And these boycotters that we've mentioned, what steps are they taking to disconnect?
Yes, you'll find no shortage of lists online of recommendations from Europe. I'm thinking particularly of the Reddit page Buy from EU, which has now ballooned to about 200,000 subscribers. And some alternatives there are actually better than the American equivalent. So something like DeepL is very good for translations. Proton is a very viable email alternative. Le Chat, France's AI chatbot, is one of the fastest, if not one of the best. But the truth is that
digital independent. Hold on, I see
a lot
YouTube.
of the software.
What is that? Hold on, I see a YouTube
Chatbot
variant.
is one of the
What is
fastest,
this?
if not one of the best.
YouTube to PeerTube. What the fuck is PeerTube? Is this a new site? Is this it? PeerTube? Is this the new fucking platform? They should call it QueerTube just to trigger people. That'd be awesome. PeerTube is Fediverse based. Damn it. what's the one in the middle over there? What does that say? That says, yeah, I can't read it. Never mind. I remember Dailymotion was supposed to be alt YouTube a long time ago. Nothing will stop YouTube, sadly, without state backing. Well, like, my hope is that they would get at least some kind of state backing because it is now a national security issue for Europe. We'll see. There's no Twitch on this list. Thank you for linking the actual link. So yeah, there is no other one. YouTube just is direct to PeerTube. RIP. We need another one. We need a YouTube and we need a Twitch alternative. There's like 4 other YouTube alternatives, but they're all on like a right-wing free speech platforms. Yeah, exactly. And none of those would work for national security either. Like, we're not saying that Europe's not going to rely on Rumble, for example, if the YouTube gets banned or something, or YouTube starts banning left-wing news or something like that. We're not all jumping to Rumble. Come on, guys. Get something for me here.
But the truth is that a lot of the software still built in the EU is quite quaint. I mean, I'm thinking particularly of messaging services and social media. Are you going to use them if your friends aren't on them? Probably not. And then there's the difficulty of switching, right? So switching operating system, cloud service, password manager. Some people might find that interesting, enjoyable. Others will likely find it a huge headache. And particularly in the mobile systems, that's where it's so difficult to rid yourself of Google or Apple, for instance.
Well, the EU is trying to tackle America's tech monopoly too, isn't it?
Yes. So if
that would be an option, Shard Spork. My issue is like, it needs to be something that's new, that comes out, that will draw people over. Like something new that's created today. Like, remember in Blue Sky, caused all of those people to migrate off of Twitter? We need that to happen with YouTube and Twitch. And for something like that to happen, we need a new service that's, you know, going to market itself as an actual free speech platform.
If you're in the EU as a consumer, you're not alone, because your governments and the EU as a whole are also trying to break open these so-called closed walled gardens. So the Digital Markets
I'm not saying
Act,
it's easy. I'm saying it needs to happen.
Slowly trying to open up what it calls gatekeepers and allow, for instance, other non-American companies to profit from the monopolist services. So, for instance, AirDrop might soon work with
I don't think Blue Sky is American, no. I think it's run out of Europe now. If someone makes an alternative that has a great accessibility, I jump over so fast. And that's what I mean. Someone needs to create one that comes out that will get people to jump over. Not having all of the US be under 2 operating systems is kind of the whole point of antitrust laws. But, you know, yeah, well, you know, we're just going to pretend that those don't exist now.
On Apple devices.
Lena Khan tried her best.
The proof will be in the pudding, though, and that's enforcement. The Act stipulates that the EU can fine up to a tenth of these companies' global annual turnover. Will they go that far?
You know, if China made it, I would go on it. If China makes it and they don't, like, censor American dissidents for being dissidents of America, I would fucking praise Xi Jinping to be on that site, to be able to freely talk about how much I fucking hate the Nazis. I can complain about China on other platforms, you know, I could shut up while I'm on stream, just so I could focus on the more present threat. Then when China becomes an issue, then we can, you know, cross that bridge when we get to it. We know Lena Khan is based because the entire tech sector fucking despised her. She alone is probably why they all aligned around Trump. Kinda, yeah.
It says they can even fine them up to a fifth of their global annual turnover for
they
repeated
were
infringement.
absolutely censoring people on Red Note if you were being anti-China dissidents.
Now, we know the EU fined Apple 1.8 billion euros last year, but Reuters is reporting now under the DMA we might see some modest fines for Apple and Meta, particularly given Trump's threats to slap more tariffs on countries that impose fines on American companies. And as for the tariffs he's already imposed, well, the Financial Times did report on Thursday that the EU is considering retaliating with moves on American digital services. This could mean, for instance, preventing companies from receiving revenues from software updates or streaming, or maybe even restricting the intellectual property of big tech. But I mean, for now, while we wait for all this.
We'll see what happens. That would be pretty cool, though. Dan Ditso, I fear that you are correct, though. To abandon and declare digital independence, we need to learn how to break U.S. marketing and U.S.-based software. It means having access to open AI and coding, open coding. To be fair, we do kind of have access to, at least, we know what the product code for ChatGPT was, for example, that leaked when Elon had Grok put out, because Grok was just stealing ChatGPT's code, for example. But we do also have, like, open source AI. At the very least, we have DeepSeek from China that we could use on that part. But maybe we should outlaw for-profit corporations. Yeah, maybe.
This to work out. In any case, I don't know if you want to rid yourself of American tech, maybe the best idea is just to throw your phone in the river, escape to the woods.
Trust me, I fucking would if I could. I would throw my phone in the river, except I still need to pay my bills. Which, by the way, if you're watching, it is 35% off for subs today. Last day for that. If only I could throw my phone in the river and that would solve every problem in the world. This seems like a net negative for society. I mean, yeah, for-profit corporations do tend to be. They don't have the source code. Hi. Fuck it, who needs AI at this point? I just want streaming. And that requires money for the servers. We don't need the AI. That's more money for more servers. Or make our own coding and close the doors for US-based tech. China did so, however, China being China. Like, we can do that. I still don't think we even really need the AI. We just need the servers for streaming services. A free speech town square guy, yeah? Oh, that's okay, Headless Chicken, thank you. Want an event live stream? Not really, but have a look. And yeah, we're about to have a look at that, actually. Oh god, Jesus Christ. Zach, no. This is real, however, from Donald Trump. Anyone protesting the Trump administration will be suspended from X. All anti-Trump drama can go to the liberal echo chamber like Threads, Reddit, Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook. I love how it's an echo chamber when it's literally everywhere else but Twitter is the echo chamber. That's a great start off, yeah. A non-US social media system would be awesome, but the worst country to have it would be the UK. We're already seeing people being visited by the police and education on social media. Well, can you cite me some examples of that? Like, what are the police showing up to? You cited me one example of the police showing up to someone's house over a social media post a while back. And we remember, as we watched it on stream, it didn't turn out to be, like, real. Apparently, Kamala is coming to Australia. Okay. I just don't care at all. I don't use Twitter, won't call it X, but if Musk published this, anyone can sue him, and someone should. Why would anyone be able to sue him for this? He's not... There's no First Amendment. You can't sue him for this. You won't win. Contra's video makes this stuff make so much more sense. Conspiracy brain is the only right-wing, is the only way right-wing zombies can hold so many incoherent beliefs. Yeah, long as Homo sapien. You're so right, and that's why I wanted to watch that so much, because it does make more sense. No, go see her. I regret not going to see Bill Clinton when I had the opportunity. I doubt that she's coming anywhere near me, because nobody ever comes to my state. Let me double check. Yeah, she's going to Queensland. I can't go to Queensland. I can't afford plane tickets and hotel at the Gold Coast. Sorry. Not making it there. That shit's like $2,000. I had friends who got visited by some guys for a post he accidentally made that looked like a threat, but they didn't know that he deleted the tweet, so he was off the hook. Are you in the UK, Camel? Here's Elon Musk crying about how Tim Walz is super duper mean. Oh yeah, in America that shit'll happen. In America they'll just fucking arrest you.
Does that help Tesla? I mean, you had Tim Walz, who's a huge jerk, running around on stage with a Tesla stock price having.
Back guys, did you read the article that you sent me? Parents accused by Hertfordshire police for complaining about daughter's school. The parents of the 9-year-old girl said that they were held at a police station for 11 hours because they complained about their daughter's primary school. Maxie Allen and his partner, Rosalind Levine, said that they were arrested and detained on suspicion of harassment, malicious communications, and causing a nuisance on school property. Like, I feel like maybe they did something. The school had said that it sought advice from the police after a high volume of direct correspondence and public social media posts they claimed had been upsetting staff, parents, and governors. Like, I'm curious, maybe what were they posting? Allen, a Times radio producer, said 6 police officers turned up at his... He works for grift, like, networks. He literally works for the Murdoch media, and you're believing this. This is all bullshit. The police should have been called. These people were harassing the school. These people were... The school's governors then reportedly wrote to the parent body about inflammatory and defamatory comments on social media, warning that anyone who... that the school would take action against anyone who caused disharmony. Defamation is a legal word. This means you are lying. So if they are saying defamation, that means the school is saying that the parents are lying about things. And lying and continuing to harass is like that makes, I don't know, sense that police would be called, you know? I would be on board with that. This sounds like a right-winger who was harassing students. Free speech doesn't protect you from harassment and hate speech. Hold on. 1 second. I'm so curious right now, and I bet you I can find it. I bet you I'll find exactly what these people were saying. Jesus Christ, do I have to go on the Asmongold Reddit? Previously, the couple had questioned the head teacher's appointment process and criticized the chair of governors in hiring processes, leading to a ban from the school premises for these parents. The ban prevented them from attending school events and providing medical details for their then disabled neurodivergent daughter with epilepsy, which then they had to sort out. It was a 5-week investigation into this that the police didn't find enough evidence to charge the parents with. School's justification said that the couple's high volume of emails and social media posts were very distressing. Can I find any of these posts? Give me them. Here we go. Maxine Allen. It's always the fucking Sky News post, too. Let's see if I can find you on Twitter. These are right-wingers, backgas, that were doing stuff like, your school is hiring queers that are grooming my children, and stuff like that. Like, that's the kind of shit that they were saying. Yeah, the arrest stemmed from the parents' alleged frustration with the school's leadership and teacher recruitment practices. They were mad about the teachers that were being hired. If you don't agree with how a school is educating your child, you should be free to question it. But yeah, they did, though. But that's not what the point was. It's not that they questioned it. It's that they repeatedly, over and over and over again, not only questioned it, but lied. Defamation, declaring defamatory comments. If they're not defaming you and you are saying they are, then you are defaming them. So it's not like you could just say that, right? They are lying about things. They are complaining in a way that is harassment. Free speech is not just you can say whatever you like. He described the ordeal as Kafka-esque. Critics argue that its framework, which empowers regulators like Ofcom to penalize platforms to failing to address illegal or harmful content, would embolden authorities to stretch existing laws to cover private communications. This is because of... Man, this is some weird shit. They were mad about social media posts. And like, where does that even come in? The parents were mad about the teachers that were being hired, complained about it, which is fine, and then lied about it, and then harassed the school to which the school banned them from the premises, and then they came back and continued to do it and got arrested. I don't see anything wrong with this right now. Anyway.
Where the stock price had gone. Does that help Tesla? I mean, you had Tim Waltz, who's a huge jerk, running around on stage with the Tesla stock price where the stock price had gone in half, and he was overjoyed. What an evil thing to do!
What an evil thing to do!
What a creep! What a jerk!
What a creep! What a jerk!
Who derives joy from that? And
I derive a lot of joy from that, actually. What am I reading? This article from 2004 for. All right, let's give it a go. In the summer of 2004, I published an article in the New York Press that answered Thomas Frank's question, "What's the matter with Kansas?" The Bush-Kerry campaign was heating up, and it was clear to me that the American left was going to make the same mistakes they've been making for 30 years. Continue to make it until they face some unpleasant truths. What am I reading here? Why don't voters vote rationally the way that we were taught in grade school civics class? In a rational world with rational voters voting in rational economic interests, Bush, who dragged America into 2 lost wars before destroying an entire financial system, would have been forced to resign. Oh, well, yeah, like, we don't live in a rational world. Ever. We never have. Like, even then, I get the point of the article that you put in, but, like, yeah, most of these people didn't pay attention in grade school civics. I did, if you can tell. I paid attention in civics class. The billionaire who gleefully wielded a chainsaw on stage celebrating cutting people's Social Security and Medicaid, firing federal workers, and slashing cancer research wants you to know that he's very sad about his company's stock price. Remember when he was dancing with a chainsaw, calling himself an epic meme for cutting services? I beat you to it, Astolf. Oh, you know what else he's doing? You know what else he's doing? Scott Ainsworth from Green Bay, Wisconsin is the first $1 million spokesperson for signing our petition to in opposition of activist judges. This is Elon Musk buying more votes. There is a special election in Wisconsin over a Supreme Court judge, and he is running around Wisconsin talking about he's going to give you money for $1 million. He's going to give you $1 million to vote with him, which is illegal, but you know, I don't know if I had civics class. Is that just social studies or history? Social studies and history are different. Civics was just how the government works. It was a semester of one of my social studies classes. What's up, Philippe? I think you should dance with chainsaws every day. True, law of averages. I wish I could stream like this. What do you mean? Like, you know, like off the cuff? I go back and forth and have very severe ADHD. I thought Elon deleted the tweet because it's illegal. Nothing's illegal for Elon. $1 million a vote. Yes.
Theory. That's something that analytic philosophers love. Game theory. It's beautiful.
Don't sign the Nazi shit, Anthony Bishop. Even for $1 million. That would make you evil if you did that.
It's called the paradox of the downs. Here is the game. You have 2 sheep herders, and each of them have 100 sheep. And there are downs out there enough to feed 100 sheep. One sheep herder on this side of the game and the other on this side, and they get to start simultaneously. What is the maximally rational policy to follow? Well, the maximally rational policy, according to game theory, is to drive your sheep onto the downs as fast as possible and have them start grazing.
Doesn't matter. You'd still be evil because that vote is for a special election for a Supreme Court that is currently trying to block the Nazi shit. You voting for the Nazi shit for $1 million would make you a piece of shit. No offense.
The trouble is that when you both do that, you don't lose 100 sheep. You lose 200.
Again, you're getting back, guys. Can you please, like, start watching news from credible news sources? Every time you link me news, I cringe in pain because you watch literally like the most Hitlerite news sources. And yet you are not Hitlerite yourself. You are pretty based yourself. Please go watch some better news sources.
Lose-lose game. That's the problem.
You wouldn't do more with that $1 million. I promise you, You would do more harm by signing that than you could ever do with $1 million.
There you've got two mutually rational actors.
No, it does make it wrong because it's literally the Murdoch Hitler media. You're citing me the same media as OAN, Newsmax, Fox News, Sky News. All of the media lies. I'm well aware of this, even the left media. But the media you cite me every time is like the worst news sources that I could think of. Do you not trust that I know what what good news sources are? What trustworthy news sources are? Yeah, I'm sorry. People talk a lot. My bad. If Hitler asked you to give up the person hiding in your basement for $1 million, is it ethical to do so? True. What's up, Cat Thrower? Look, he's doing a town hall in Wisconsin tonight, actually. We'll see. But Wisconsin takes legal action against Elon Musk over election cash offerings. Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Kaul announced on Friday that the state is taking legal action against Elon Musk. He can't be pardoned for this because this is state level shit, not federal. For the billionaire's offers in a since deleted post to pay voters for casting ballots in the state's Supreme Court race. You were right, it was deleted. The big picture, Musk has spent millions on the contest in a single seat in what has become a nationalized proxy fight between political parties and billionaire benefactors. What if he took the $1 million and split it into multiple separate $1,000 to push non-Nazi come-outs? That's still illegal? You can try and justify this all you want, Anthony Bishop, but if you, like, the fact that you even think that taking this $1 million would be good made me lose a ton of respect for you. Never, ever, ever, ever, ever, ever work with the Nazis. Nothing is illegal in general. It's still illegal on paper. LMFAO. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll take $1 million from Hitler. I can do so much good with it. Shut the fuck up. You're not doing good for anybody. You make you work in AI, all right? You make devil technology. Shut the fuck up. It's kind of embarrassing admitting that you can be bought for $1 million. True. I used to watch and trust the BBC. You shouldn't trust the BBC either. But now they only show what the government allows them to post. Yeah, what you watch is what the American government allows them to post. You shouldn't trust the BBC either. I don't trust the BBC. But you're watching the worst possible sources. People being unprincipled in their positions against state capitalism and fascism. True, it is. It's just a lack of principle. Don't trust chatters when they say what their jobs are. To be fair, I don't care. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. What do you the enemy of my enemy here is the courts, the liberal courts. And I'm sorry, but no, that doesn't always work. The liberals betrayed the left last time there was a Nazi uprising. So no. My friend is my friend, my enemy is my enemy. Driving the news, Kaul said that statement on Friday that the State Department of Justice is aware of the offer recently posted by Elon Musk to award $1 million to two people at an event in Wisconsin this weekend. He said, based on our understanding of the applicable Wisconsin law, we intend to take legal action today, seek court order. Nothing will come from this, but it's nice to see. I mean, like, they're attacking judges constantly. If it's not like they would not attack these judges as well. But at the same time, there is global protests coming out against Tesla right now. And yeah, I do need Wisconsin to straight up order them to arrest him on site. Don't fund the fascists.
The only way that we as individuals in Europe can have a big impact on Trump and Musk and his mates is by trying to destroy the economic viability of Musk's business.
Based. Do the same thing for SpaceX. Do the same thing for Twitter. And again, like, if you sit down at a table where there are 5 Nazis, you are now a Nazi. There is 6 Nazis. And that applies to you too, Anthony Bishop. If you will sit down at the table with the Nazis, then you're one of them.
That's the only direct way I can see we can do it.
Was that a Nazi wacky inflatable man? Yes, it was.
The only direct way I can see we can do it. We've got to stop the sales of Musk's cars and his businesses, and that will have a big impact back in the States.
Canada is withholding rebates. That Tesla dealership submitted 43 million, I think the amount is, under pending investigation. Based, as far as I'm aware of, Canada has entirely removed the EV rebates for Teslas in general and put 100% tariff on Teslas. Yes, of course, it's a predetermined person in the group that he would be giving it to. Guys, I've hydrated enough. Hey, look, Europe is on their game. Why the fuck aren't we? Now, to be fair, April 5th, we do have massive protests. This is in France, actually, but we're supposed to have massive protests in every major city in America. So, we'll see. We shall see, hopefully. 50501, April 5th. True. Because, I mean, like, this is the stuff that they're gonna do. I mean, this is the stuff that they're doing, rather. What about the 5051 movement? Do you think that's going to, at all pair up with the protests we've seen in the EU? I can't make a distinction until I see it. I personally am doubtful that Americans have the sauce, but hopefully.
Hey, he's not talking about the benefit packages. He's just talking about the waste, fraud, and abuse that's inside
Better than
these
nothing by
entitlements,
camera
which
angle.
is an enormous number.
There is zero waste, fraud, or abuse in any entitlements that have been found because there have been zero arrests for fraud, which is a felony. Let's try that again.
People may be afraid to touch that, but they shouldn't be afraid to touch that. It's about fraud. It's not about the benefits, Claudia.
Absolutely, and I think he made a really important point. He was talking about most of our budget is mandatory spending. So when we talk about CRs and all this other stuff that we're doing today with some anomalies to protect our Department of Defense, we're talking about discretionary spending, which we control, which is less than, I mean, I think it's like 75 to 80% as mandatory, and the rest is discretionary. So most of it, we need to attack the spending side. And by the way, Anna's right. Fraud, abuse, and waste is the problem. And you can look at the entitlements that we have in New York State, for example.
They're talking about Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. I hope you know that. The waste, fraud, and abuse in the entitlements, that's you. You're the waste, fraud, and the abuse.
8 million people in the state of New York are on Medicaid. Only 5 million are eligible. That's a
How do you say that? Like, what are you using to qualify this? New Yorker eligibility for Medicaid, 5 million. I want something for this. Give me some kind of fucking check. First of all, Medicaid only provides healthcare coverage to 4 million New York City residents. So that's a lie. That's straight out of 2025, like this year.
$20 billion a year hit for taxpayers of New York, but also the federal taxpayers pay for that because the money comes from the federal government and it's split half and half with the state. And so the taxpayers are taking a hit on the federal side and the states.
No. It's the entitlements that have the waste, fraud, and abuse in them, erratic cookie. That's what we're saying now. Which, by the way, again, you are the waste, fraud, and the abuse. And the entitlements is your Social Security money, your Medicare money, and your Medicaid money. Again, money that you paid that they are stealing from you. This is your money. It's taxes. You paid those taxes. And now they want to take those taxes away from you. They are stealing from you.
What we're trying to do is streamline the government. We're trying to make it accountable and transparent, and we're trying to get rid of these unnecessary programs that got created on the mandatory side, and and reduce those and extend them where they're no longer necessary. And the millions in savings and billions in savings just from taking out, whether it's these DEI programs and all those other programs that have put in place that we don't need in the federal government. I mean, there's so much room, and he's doing what many have tried to do.
There is literally no room. The only thing that, I've learned through Doge, which is shocking, is that the government is shockingly more efficient than I thought.
But he's doing it in a way that's, I think, is going to be successful in the end. It's going to be up to us, actually, to
Like,
codify
outside
those
of
and
the
put them into law.
Pentagon, outside of the Pentagon, haven't really found shit, have they? So, government's kind of a bit more, efficient than we thought. Before we jump on to the next segment, I want to show you guys something funny. Old video, it's a classic.
To kneel there. Come on then. Don't hurt me. Well, thank you. You are now Sir Nigel Farage.
My mummy says you hate foreigners.
No, little girl. No. You're not supposed to say that.
They're censoring her speech when she's perfectly right. Government isn't perfect, but they actually have standards and try and be responsible. Private industry has none. Well, yeah. I guess it seems to be so. So, let's have a look at the markets today, eh?
The markets ended the week with a significant sell-off amid concerns over President Trump's incoming tariffs and inflation. The Federal Reserve's preferred inflation measure, the Core Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, was worse than economists expected. That figure, which excludes energy and food prices, ticked up to 2.8% in February from 12 months prior. Consumer sentiment also fell to its lowest level in nearly 3 years. Isabel Wang joins us now to break the sell down. She's a markets reporter for the financial news site MarketWatch. Isabel, what were the biggest drivers behind today's sell-off?
So, yes, I would say it was a combination of sticky inflation and worries over consumer spending. And they are getting much of the blame. So first of all, like you just mentioned, the February PCE inflation data showed inflation rose stronger than expected, which pushed it above the 2% goal of the Federal Reserve. But also in that same report, it also showed that personal spending disappointed in February as Americans have become more cautious about how much they spend on daily products, which is not a really good sign for the economy. Also,
you came to me to check on your investments? Do I really talk about the economy that much, eh? Aye. May the markets fully collapse and capitalists lose all of their wealth. Inshallah. Inshallah. May this Eid bring it upon us.
At the same time, consumer confidence
Are we tired of winning yet? Yeah.
Level in over 2 years.
I'm really tired of winning.
So it was a combination of a batch of...
I'm not even kidding. I actually am tired of winning because I keep being right when I would rather not be.
Disappointing economic and sentiment data that really drove the sell-off today.
And the president is planning on imposing a new round of tariffs on April 2nd, a day he's calling Liberation Day. What impact could this have on the stock market and the economy?
I would say...
Damn, based of you, Death of Philippe, getting me all of those extra views. Economy is going to fail, but the admin is going to do everything they can outside investors, meme stock, pumping whatever to keep Tesla stock afloat. Well, they have, and it kept going back down again. What I keep saying with the markets here is so far we've had a trend of the first week of the month, we put in new tariffs that crashed the economy. The second week of the month, they wiggle back and forth. Trump kind of goes back and forth on some of them. Month 3, the economy somewhat starts to recover. Not month 4, week 3 rather. Weeks of the month. And then on the 4th week, it gets kind of confused because it's going to fall down again. What they're trying to do is they're trying to get people used to the type of market schedule that crypto is on. Also, you should absolutely believe people when they tell you their job on Twitch and YouTube. I mean, I do because I don't if they're lying, there's no way for me to know, and it doesn't really matter to me. So, Trump's crypto economy is going to make the banks fail, protect your money. Yeah, that's the next step.
The stock market, especially investors, are really laser focused on what's going to happen next week, the April 2nd tariff deadline, what is so-called Liberation Day, because investors really hope that any development...
That's not true, Cat Thrower. Federal workers are freaking out as proof that they were overpaid. If they weren't, they would go into the private sector. That's definitely not true at all. A big reason, first of all, that they are freaking out is because they lost their jobs and their income. But secondly, they might not be able to go into the private sector. If you were fired for, let's say, being DEI, that does not mean you can easily go get a job somewhere else. Plus, unemployment is incredibly low. Still. Even with the deportations. It's just in some states where that's higher, and Florida, for example, is decreasing the labor laws for children to fill those jobs. But no, just because you got fired from your federal job does not mean you can go into the private sector. Not all of them have a counterpart, as Shuvalpuffer said. But secondly, the protections for you to be able to get a job have been taken away. So let's say you got fired for being trans. Then no, that does not mean you can go and get a job in the private sector. People don't understand in this country that their entire 401k can be rug pulled at any moment. That's another thing.
On the tariff front could really clear the policy uncertainty that has clouded the financial markets for many, many weeks. But I would say what's going to happen is still anyone's guess because of the frequent shift in tariff threats, like leaving investors uncertain about what's going to happen, and more importantly, its impact on the economy. So I would say maybe it's worth noting April 2nd is not the end of all these tariff tensions, but because we're still at the very beginning of the trade tensions with our trading partners.
Yeah, look, this is just ramping up because Europe has said they'd retaliate. Trump has said he would retaliate if Europe retaliates. And then don't forget that on April 20th, we still have the clock ticking down for the possibility of martial law. You know, while people are being fired for being women, trans, black, if a white cis man was fired for being white, right-wingers would be marching with tiki torches. That's true.
Growing financial impact of President Trump's escalating trade war just days before those new 25% tariffs are set to go into effect. ABC's Alexis Christophorous is here to break it all down for us. Alexis, good morning to you.
Good morning.
The market's not reacting well to this.
Oh, not at all. It was another ugly week on Wall Street as investors try to digest this triple-digit threat, an escalating trade war, stubbornly high inflation, and falling consumer confidence. So here's how it went down. The Dow tumbled more than 700 points Friday. The Nasdaq slid nearly 500. The S&P 500, which is tied to many Americans' 401ks, lost more than 100 points and is now on track for its worst quarter in 3 years.
The entire office of the resident has been DEI for white males for like 200 years. True. Detransitioning looks very cool right now. I mean, I wouldn't say that to a trans person, but hey, I mean, if you are trans and you're stuck in America, you might want to consider it.
A fresh government report showed prices rose more than expected in February, and a University of Michigan survey found consumer sentiment is now at a 3-year low. Wall Street's worried that President Trump's tariffs on autos and other goods will mean higher prices and a drag on...
Like, what he means is that detransitioning would make you safer, as in, like, you won't die. I'm not saying you should. I'm saying that you should consider it. Like maybe staying in the closet for a bit, not detransitioning, but like maybe let's say you just started, maybe being ghost. Obviously, like if you'd rather die, then don't do that, Schwarzborg. I'm saying think about whether you are stuck in the country, whether you're in danger, whether you have the ability, how far along you are. Don't let them erase you, but you can still like hide for a time being while you create an escape plan. Let's say if you're like 19 and you just started transitioning and you're looking for a way to leave and you don't want to get thrown into an El Salvadorian camp right before you leave, like, I don't know, maybe you have a plan. Maybe hold off while you wait for that plan. But, and it sucks that people have to make choices like that. I don't like that I'm saying this, but it is real and it is something that some people are going to have to consider. I'm sorry, but they are erasing you. And I hope that none of you are harmed in any way, and I hope that all of you get to live your best lives as your best selves. I wish for none of you to have to hide or to do any of this stuff. But if there is somebody watching this who's in a position that this kind of makes sense in, they should consider it at least as a temporary measure until they get out of the country. It's not living on your knees. It's also not dying on your feet. It's the middle ground. You can transition without broadcasting it. Detransitioning is a personal decision. Yeah, I used the wrong word, not detransitioning. You can transition without broadcasting it. You can be stealth or ghost or whatever kids these days say. Be in the closet, you know? Being in the closet seems like a reasonable idea right now. Even simple things like tattoos are something worth reconsidering right now. Yeah, actually, in fact, we got the We got ICE's criteria for what they look for when they arrest folks, and it basically literally is just be brown and have tattoo.
Economic growth.
And so this leads to a question a lot of people are asking. How is this going to impact the price of a new car? And if they're in the market for one, what should they do?
Well, look, the price of a new car right now is already averaging around $50,000, and these tariffs could add another $9,000 to the price by this summer. Used car prices are also expected to go up as more people get priced out of the new car market. And if you're looking to buy, this very well may be your weekend. You want to do your research.
Yeah, look. Car prices are going up and up and up and up and up. By the way, so will your energy bills. But on that topic, I was gonna do this one tomorrow, but here's the checklist if you wanted to see it really quickly. I'll show it on stream in a bit, but we still have other stuff to cover that's quite important. But before we get to this one, really quickly, I just saw this. Based Mark Carney.
I know how to manage a crisis.
Governor Carney has been an invaluable support.
You have to focus on what you can control. We can't control President Trump, but we can help you weather the storm. And that starts with you keeping more of your paycheck. I will immediately cut taxes for the middle class, so it's easier.
I respect the shit out of you, Shardspork. I hope you know that.
Trump knock us
Don't capitulate to the Nazis. Kick their ass.
around. We will build a Canada.
He's boring, but like again, like cutting taxes for the middle class, a term that I dislike. I'd rather you just say working class, but you know, it is what it is. Sometimes boring is good, especially these days.
So the thing I've
Jesus, why are some of these so loud?
been warning you about for like 5 months is finally being recognized by the media and people in the oil and gas industry. And I'm talking about
What's up,
natural gas prices, LNG exports, consumption, all of that stuff I've been warning you guys about. We saw $1,200 and $1,400 utility bills this last winter. And now they're saying
the world is bad. It makes me feel dirty.
What I've been telling you for 5 months, it's only going to get worse. And this is the very first time I've seen anyone in the media or anywhere talk about this. U.S. faces uphill tasks to refill natural gas storage for next winter. Yeah. No kidding. The EIA estimates that domestic consumption will rise nearly 2% this year to 92 billion cubic feet, and
yes, he did.
Couple that with LNG exports up nearly 20% to 14.2 billion cubic feet a day. That means this storage refill season will be starting with nearly 600 billion cubic feet less than we did last year. This is very important. Trust me, this is important. Bank of America Securities sees demand growth this year in excess of 4.1 billion cubic feet a day.
I wouldn't be, Alrita. You guys got bigger problems to worry about.
Gas for next winter is already over $5. Natural gas for next winter is already over $5. I told you this was going to happen. We hit like a little over $4 this winter, and people were having $1,200 and $1,400 utility bills. $5 next winter. And another issue is that drilling companies are not responding to this. They're not ramping up production. They're waiting because they're very concerned, because these are very uncertain times.
Thank you, Shardspork, for like, I don't know, actually listening to me and then repeating what I've said to others because it's helpful. I really appreciate that. You're exactly right.
Because of a certain president that is existing in the White House.
By the way, this is partially why I say form community support, because think about this. Let's say next winter, heating bills too fucking high. Maybe if you guys talk to your neighbors during the day, y'all can hang out at 1 or 2 people's houses and split the energy bill so you all can stay warm during the day. Maybe go home at night because, you know, you still got to go home. You got your kids, you got your wife. Obviously, you still need to do some of that. But let's say, I don't know, spend some time in groups in one heated house. Anarcho-heating bill commune. Kinda, yeah. Hard to get companies to drill, baby, drill in these uncertain times. It's not just that it's uncertain. It's that it makes them more money not to do so.
House. Wow. One of the things I've repeatedly said to you is you do not want the United States market to look like the global market. Right here, the expansion of LNG exports is contributing to higher domestic prices as the U.S. market becomes less isolated. We see that becoming much more of a global market. That is the worst case scenario for the...
Yeah, maybe burn zombies and swastikars for heat. That's a Fed post, actually. But obviously, this is in humor and in parody. This is not in any seriousness. Heating and AC should be a human right. Why do I have to live in such a dystopia? Yeah, sorry, I don't know. That's okay. No, it's okay. It was a parody of a Fed post. We were pretending to be the Onion for a second.
The United States.
Oh, and your gas prices are going down, Comrade Lennon, except that's not a good thing. Your gas price is going down while they're not increasing production means that demand is going down, which is a very clear indication of a recession. Don't swastikars burn themselves? Yeah, you just kind of say something mean about them and they...
But, you know, Sean Hyatt, the Director of Business of Energy Transition Initiative at USC Marshall, is confident that we have the capacity to meet demand, even with additional LNG plants coming online this year and next. Sean, that's not a thing.
Yeah, you know what? You're right, Shardspork. That's true. This is fucked.
People are afraid we'll get to the $9 or $10 we had prior to the fracking revolution.
We might get to $9 or $10. And also the fracking revolution, what are you talking about? This was...
We had $9 or $10 a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
The fracking revolution started 20 years ago. What are you talking about, Sean? You know what could make this drastically worse? You know what the one thing that could make this drastically worse? A really hot summer. And guess what? It's over 90 degrees in Oklahoma already. We're having 80 and 90 degree temperatures in northern states already, and it's just March. You think this summer's not going to be hot?
Yeah, it will. I was thinking if unions could fundraise from general public rather than just union dues and pay... Well, so... Might be an idea. It might be, but... There's this.
Now to President Trump's executive order moving to end collective bargaining with federal labor unions and agencies with national security missions across the... Now to President Trump's executive order moving to end collective bargaining with federal labor unions and agencies with national security missions across the federal government.
How you feeling, my union people who voted for Trump? How you feeling?
So what exactly does that mean, and what's the impact? I want to bring in Marie Owens-Powell. She's the president of a council representing Environmental Protection Agency workers, which is a part of the American Federation of Government Employees, the largest federal employee union in the United States. Marie, thank you so much for being with us. What's your reaction to this latest move from the Trump administration, and what are you hearing from federal workers?
Thank you so much for having me here today. I think what's most important that folks understand is that this has absolutely nothing to do with national security, as the president and the administration are trying to indicate. You know, the bottom line is that the executive order uses national security as a political weapon to silence federal workers. Our members, our EPA workers across the country have protected human health and the environment.
We do need a nationwide strike. We need a strike that will last days and days and days and days and days, but Americans don't have the sauce. Americans don't have the sauce.
Integrity for decades. It is the collective bargaining that allows them to objectively look at the science.
Yeah, glad to see we aren't always clutching our pearls with the I told you so. I mean, to be fair, every now and again, sure, but I don't tend to throw them in all that often.
And be able to let folks know, hey, it's not safe for you to send your kids out today because if they're asthmatic, those type of things.
Wow. So why?
Yeah, except like we want your asthmatic kid to die now, so.
Impacts. And Marie, what would losing these rights mean for your union employees?
As I said, this would only work if you covered your house in solar panels.
Can you explain more of that?
Yeah, what I could tell you is we have a collective bargaining agreement, which is the same as a contract for those folks that are not in.
Yeah, we lost the sauce, did soccer. 100 years ago, we would have fought and died in the streets for labor rights. In fact, we did.
Government, and having a contract leads to better outcomes, not worse. It improves morale, it helps with retention of employees, and it ensures the mission success. Our scientists, our engineers can operate independently, independent of politics and independent of of industry. That's what you want. You want the science to speak for itself.
So what can you tell us about the firings and layoffs occurring as some ask, why can't the federal government trim the workforce for what's needed today?
How about we don't do that at all?
Sure, there is.
I wonder how accurate Starship Troopers could turn out to be, minus the bugs.
There are plenty of
worst and dumbest and funniest
procedures
timeline
in place to get rid of the folks that are not performing. That has never been AFG's position, that we should not deal with underperformers. So absolutely deal with those folks that are not performing, and do it in
the ones that aren't performing. Sure, this is how we define the people who aren't performing.
Abruptly fired last month from the Treasury Department's Bureau of Fiscal Service, based here in Parkersburg, West Virginia. The reason given for the firings of 125 probationary employees at the Bureau? Poor performance.
I had my last review on the 31st of January, and I had the highest rating that you can get on a review.
Yep. You have the highest possible rating you could get on the review, and you get fired for poor performance. When people like me in the private sector get laid off, I remember government workers not caring, so screw them. How do you know that they don't care? Because, like, the government workers like her, you don't ever see them talk. You only see the elected officials, and they're the ones who don't care. But those aren't these people. These people do care. These people are just like you. It's the elected officials that you're talking about, not the government workers like her, who just worked in the Treasury Department.
Less than 21 days
Cat thrower.
Before I was terminated for my performance.
Again, perfect performance review, gets fired for being bad at performing.
You voted for Donald Trump.
I did.
Do you regret that vote?
Yes, I do. To cut the knees out of the working class Americans just doesn't make sense to me. I expected more from President Donald Trump.
That's literally all I expected from Donald Trump. Cut the knees off the working class Americans. That's like literally exactly what I expected from Donald Trump. So, you know, if you want an emergency power source, diesel fuel is shelf stable for a while. Gasoline only lasts a year or so before it starts to go bad. Diesel engines can be difficult to maintain. I still think get a fuckload of solar panels and learn how to repair them would be my way to go. So, you know how we're attacking DEI in America? We're now attacking DEI outside of America. French companies stunned by U.S. administration urging compliance with Trump's anti-diversity policies.
The Trump administration is applying pressure on French companies. Several dozen of them have in recent days received a letter from the U.S. Embassy asking them to put an end to any practice of positive discrimination. If they fail to do so, they risk being unable to win U.S. federal government contracts.
Yep, that's soccer, you're right as well.
A form was attached to the
solar panels are money, but they're cheaper than a generator and the fuel that it takes to continue fueling it.
letter, in which each company is asked to certify that it doesn't operate any programs promoting diversity, equity and inclusion. One businessman quoted in the French business paper Les Echos said, "When I was told about this letter, I thought at first that it was a fake." Another comment was that all those with major contracts in the United States will nevertheless have to make choices. This letter comes after the US President Donald Trump signed an executive order in January declaring diversity programs illegal.
Meh, Ilrita, I lived in Turkey. I'm already used to that one.
And meanwhile, companies with more than 250 employees must have a minimum of female representation of 40% on the board of directors.
Trump wants to impose these rules outside the borders.
In Australia, you can get an average solar panel for between $150 to $350. To cover your house in them, it would cost about $5,000.
He wants to continue what he's already doing in the US, dismantling the state and weakening all protections for the weakest. We can only reply that France and Europe are sovereign and are still democracies.
The French Ministry for Foreign Trade issued a statement saying America...
When Trump got elected and they started painting over the walls in the federal offices, had inclusion and collaboration on the walls, it just dawned on me how this is the exact same thing as the Taliban painting over the murals that women... Yes! Long live Homo sapien! Why do you think I keep calling this the Taliban government? Because we are literally the Taliban! France is stunned by fascists trying to control other countries? I mean, yeah. To be fair, yes, that is Australia, but like... I don't see how can solar panels cost $10,000 more in America than they do here? Man, just buy them from here. Pay the tariff, it'll be cheaper.
American interference in the inclusion policies of French companies is unacceptable. Several US companies such as Meta, Walmart and Ford have drastically reduced their diversity
Yes, we
programs
know.
since
Costco
Donald
hasn't,
Trump's
though.
inauguration.
Costco hasn't. How would they even go about enforcing this shit, though?
Part of Donald Trump's continued push to root out diversity, equity and inclusion. He's already taken aim at his own government and has fired off a number of executive orders aimed at curbing that. And now he's attempting to do that abroad as well, with companies that do business dealings with the United States government and have contracts with the United States government. It's important to note, however, this will not be impacting private companies that sell goods in America. So if you are a wine manufacturer.
You're right, Ilrita, actually. In fact, in the end, all laws are enforced by force. Laws are just threats by the ruling class and party against everyone else. It's just a threat of violence. They aren't horrible if you know how to install them, but, money is the issue. Money is always the big fucking issue. Money is never not an issue. Jesus Christ. At this point, I'm like,
or champagne manufacturer. This is not going to be targeting these kind of sectors, but it is going to be targeting things like the aviation industry, the defense industry.
Of course, Japan bent the knee to us entirely. Didn't they also just disband the Unification Church?
Big consultancy firms that do business with the United States government as well. But it is going to be somewhat difficult to see how this could be enforced by the US government on these French contractors. Unlike in the United States, France doesn't gather data on people's ethnicities or religions or sexual orientations or anything like that as part of its laïcité, the rules which make people basically not be put into different categories. France doesn't collect that. The idea being that everybody is French first over everything else. So it's difficult to see how these are going to be grouped together. Now, it's also seemingly a bit of a scattergun effect.
Look, Australia has been pushing to end our cooperation with America and AUKUS, possibly kick them out of Pine Gap. It's not going to happen, probably. Like, I don't really see even the Labour Party having the balls for it, but if Labour's in power and America invades Greenland, I can see that happening. I can see Australia switching over to allyship with Europe and China over America.
Because we're hearing from some companies who have heard from this letter that was sent out by the US Embassy in Paris. It's also been sent out.
The Pine Gap things are balls, actually. I'm actually an AI inside one of them.
In Brussels and other Eastern European nations as well, it should be added. But some of the companies targeted who received this don't have operations in the United States, and some of them don't even work with the French government. One of them being Orange, the French mobile company, the telecommunications company. But two companies who do have operations in the US, Thales and Total Energy, did not receive this directive. So it seems to be a bit of a scattergun effect so far. And of course, this comes amid a wider backdrop, really, of the US threatening Europe and European trade. They've already imposed an additional 25% tariffs on EU cars this week. They've also threatened other goods.
Don't give the game away, Shardspork. Yeah, I was hearing that too. Soros, damn at 94, he is a beast, a robber baron, making another robber baron fearful. Soros ain't doing shit, Dead Soccer. Soros is just like an old rich guy who shits into a diaper every day. The real Soros is Elon. Oh, speaking of, apparently, and I can't confirm if this is real or not, but this is the leaked audio from when Elon was on the floor sobbing in Trump's lap.
It's okay. It's okay. It's not okay because Tesla is going down, and it's not good. Smart guy, you can do this. It's bad. It's really bad. Everything's going to be okay. It's all going to come out in the wash, as they say. Soon, everybody will be buying again. I hope so. It's okay. It's okay.
Man, that's funny. That sounds real. I don't know. And nothing could, like, everything can be fake now, so, like, who the fuck knows? But I'm gonna choose to believe that that is real because it makes me happy. Daddy Trump, please make Tesla stock go up? Basically, yeah. I don't care whether it's real or not, I believe it. Is this the video of him crying? It's the leaked audio from the video of him crying, yeah. Here's a clip at this rally he's holding, by the way, that's apparently live right now.
Thing to ask for.
I'll cover this later.
We're obviously seeing like some crazy stuff in D.C. where it seems like it's like any federal judge can stop any action by the president, of the United States. This is insane.
It's called checks and balances. Can you speak without mumbling?
Like this has got to stop. It's got to stop at the federal level and at the state level. Thing to ask.
I want it to be real so bad. While I know this conversation existed, I remain doubtful that it's real. The conversation was real. Video sounds about right anyway. Whether or not it's exactly real, it's close enough to what happened. Elon doesn't have what it takes for politics. That's true. See what I see there. See, that is where you and I are different. I choose not to care if it's real or not. I just treat it as a satire until proven otherwise. Exactly. Like, I'm just happy to hear it. I don't care if it's real or not. If someone says it's not real, I'll tell you that it's not real. If someone says it's real and it's proven, I'll tell you it's real. But for the time being, I just want to enjoy it. He's terrible at public speaking. That's why he uses money. It's true. Oh, so guys. So you know how the auto industry tariffs are really, really bad for the auto industry? Trump may have just discovered socialism, but I don't think that's a good thing. Trump warns U.S. automakers not to raise prices in response to the tariffs. The threats came in a call earlier this month in which car makers feared punishment if prices go up. These are called price controls. Yeah. So, okay. I mean, fair. I can see why you would want to do price controls here. If they start doing this more, that's when I say get the fuck out of America, because that's like one step below we're going to start nationalizing industry. And that's one step below the full, like,
So
yeah. So this video is actually quite important. And this is how Trump wants to reset the global financial system. Woo-woo accidental socialism? I wouldn't woo-woo because their accidental socialism is just going to be national socialism.
Members of Donald Trump's economic team are pushing for a total reorganization of the international financial system. The so-called Mar-a-Lago Accord, named after the president's resort in Florida, aims to tilt the international economy in favor of the United States. As part of the scheme, the White House would reclassify trading partners into friends and enemies and deliberately devalue the US dollar.
Oh yeah, Dit Sucker. I'm autistic, and when I refer to him, I refer to him as autist, derogatory.
This is Mar-a-Lago, the Florida resort where Donald Trump spends many weekends, often with high-profile guests and senior administration officials, now lending its name to a bold and potentially destabilizing economic plan. The plan aims to devalue the US dollar, a symbol of American financial might. But, according to Donald Trump's economic team, the dollar is too strong.
Now, that is true. The dollar is very, very strong. It's actually great for me. I hope they don't do this before the middle of next month when Twitch sends me my paycheck, because when the US dollar translates to Australian, the exchange rate is quite nice. But this is really scary news for pretty much everyone in the world.
Too many countries want to hold dollars in reserve, and that, according to the White House team, creates a lot of problems.
As in, the US is the global reserve currency. Of course, people will want to keep the US dollar in reserve. If they want to stop that, that means they want to stop the US being the global reserve currency, which is fine. Like, that's going to happen anyway. Could devaluation help indebted countries? Probably not, because this is also going to result in us defaulting on the debt. Well, because we haven't gotten there yet, Shoofa Poofer. So far, this is fine.
A strong dollar makes imports cheaper for U.S. customers and makes U.S. exports more expensive. The White House sees that as hurting U.S. manufacturing, hollowing out the working class and making the country more dependent on others, rather than making things at home in the USA. Then there's the U.S. national debt, well over $30 trillion.
Which I really see us defaulting on. All of this does fall into the crypto scheme at the same time.
The annual interest payments are more than the military budget. China and other countries sell a lot more goods in the U.S. than they import. Then they invest in U.S. debt.
No, he thinks that they're going to buy the crypto that we're going to launch as the new reserve currency. Long like Homo sapien.
Driving up the dollar even more.
And yes, production as well.
So how do Trump's economists want to fix this? With what's being called the Mar-a-Lago Accord. A framework's been suggested by Trump's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and the head of Trump's Economic Advisory Council. The idea is to convince other countries to help weaken the dollar and to trade in their U.S. debt.
Damn, sorry to hear that, Batgaz. I'm glad you at least have the healthcare over there, the NHS. The national debt sign is such a bullshit marketing stunt. That's true. Funny, on one hand, Trump and MAGA wants to keep the hegemony, on the other, their actions are clearly bombing the hegemony. Yes, the dollar is too strong and the world would benefit from it walking away from the dollar and keep the grades of currency independence with neutral currency at base. But the thing is, like, they don't want the hegemony. They don't want the hegemony. They want to destroy the hegemony. They want to move to isolationism.
Holdings for
and the Saudis also, like, own half of Trump anyway.
100-year bonds. The U.S. would pay way less interest
I made a
on
whole
its
video
debt.
on it on YouTube.
This isn't something most countries would see as being in their self-interest. So how do you convince other countries to act against their financial interests? Bessent has suggested dividing countries into 3 categories: green for friendly nations, red for unfriendly ones, and yellow for those in the middle. Green
just like
countries
children.
would receive military protection and tariff relief. Those that don't play along will have high tariffs and no military aid, explicitly linking America's military might to its financial power, making other countries literally pay for protection. One major risk is that more and more countries
green
might
countries like Russia
turn to China or other nations for trade deals and military stability, rather than pay the price to stay friends with the U.S. It's also hard to tell if Trump, who often seems to change his mind and reverse course, announcing tariffs and then pausing
It's a
them.
fucking protection racket. Yup. We are both the mob and the Taliban. This man watched too much of The Sopranos.
Stick with any policy for long.
Honestly, actually, just watch The Sopranos and you'll understand American politics a bit better.
So-called Mar-a-Lago Accords do point to a method behind what can otherwise look like a series of impulsive decisions.
Jessie Yin is an assistant director at the Atlantic Council's Geoeconomic Centre. She recently wrote an article about this issue for the Atlantic Council called "Meeting in Mar-a-Lago. Is a New Currency Deal Plausible?" Welcome to DW. So should we be viewing the Trump administration's changed military priorities and widespread use of tariffs through the lens of this Mar-a-Lago Accord? Is this the Trump administration getting its ducks in a row?
That's certainly one way to look at it, and it's really a debate in DC right now about whether these tactics will be feasible in trying to get a weaker US dollar. So the Mar-a-Lago Accord is also a play on the Plaza Accord from 1985, where West Germany, France, Japan, the United Kingdom, and the US came together to intentionally devalue the US dollar.
And how did that work out?
So these countries did come to a currency agreement to devalue the US dollar, especially against the Japanese yen. Something that we at the Geoeconomic Center kind of identified in our article is that the countries that signed onto this agreement and that held these large trade deficits with the
I just want to point out how fucking unusual it is that we all just casually got accustomed to international organization meetings happening at political private residences. That too, yeah. How much do you think that contributed to Japan's current problems? I've heard different opinions. I have no idea. I don't know too much about Japan. Why does her earrings look so cool, LMAO? She flexing the reporter. True. Cool earrings.
US. have very different incentives in 1985 than the countries that currently hold large trade deficits with the US, like China, Mexico, and Vietnam. In 1985, the US was providing the security guarantee for these countries.
This can't be real. This can't be real. Tim Pool is in the White House press pool now. You fucking kidding me? I hate this world.
Meanwhile, countries like China, Mexico, and Vietnam don't have the same incentives to sign on to a currency agreement. And that's where some of Trump's advisors have come in with this idea of tariffs as a way to bring countries to the negotiation
table. Thank you for the follow, Sudden Apoyo. In case anyone had any ambiguities there.
And is this actively being considered in the White House?
Yeah, Tim Presspool.
I think we kind of have to wait and see how far they can sort of push this along. A lot of these concepts come from a report that Stephen Miran, who is part of Trump's circle of advisors right now, put out last year in September. But we're going to have to sort of wait and see whether the Trump administration moves forward in exactly this way.
And can you answer the question you raised in your article? Is a new currency deal plausible?
It would be very difficult. And one sticking point is China. China's a much bigger player in the
Ilrita, yeah, you're pretty much on the ball right there.
Global economy nowadays than it was in 1985. It holds the largest trade deficit with the US, and the sort of lingering impression of the Plaza Accord in China is a cautionary tale. A lot of people believe that the appreciation of the Japanese yen against the US dollar led to the bursting of the Japanese asset bubble and the sort of slow lagging economic growth that Japan has had since the 90s.
Look, this could be good for the world or bad for the world, depending on how it's done, I suppose. Trump kicks AP out, so this tracks. Oh yeah, no, sorry. OAN, Breitbart, and Tim Pool are the only real news you can have. Meanwhile, we have people like Matt Walsh saying, how to fix America in 4 easy steps. You must speak English fluently to vote. You must be a U.S. citizen and only a U.S. citizen to vote. You must pass a 5th grade level civics test to vote. You must not be on any form of welfare to vote. Meaning that seniors can't vote. If you're on Social Security, sorry, there's your voting rights gone. Trump is a Manchurian candidate for China. Basically, yeah. Yeah. Oh, and just to really hammer down how much they fucking hate you, Senate overturned rules limiting bank overdraft fees to $5. So now you got to pay like $30 for your overdraft fees again, instead of $5. Zora, just a question here, theoretical question here. Do you think that a single global currency would be better than an individual currencies each country uses? Again, it would depend on how it's developed, but like ideally, I would think that one country would be the best way to go about it that has like states for what used to be other countries. One large world government would be my ideal. We're nowhere near that right now, but still. We teach Duolingo as a mandatory in high school for a reason, literally, but sure. How about if you have passive income, you can't vote? That's basically what they're saying too, but except only for passive income that doesn't come from stocks. Fuck these people. They're demons. They hate you. They hate you so much. Hey, you wanna see a real red fucking flag? Yale professor who studies fascism fleeing US to work in Canada. Jason Stanley, who says grandmother fled Berlin with his father in 1939, says US may become fascist dictatorship. I feel like that's kind of like a pretty clear red flag, right? Like the guy who studies fascism, whose parents fled Nazi Germany. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, what does the guy know about fascism? Yeah, it's only his job. I received a heartbreaking email today. A paper in a special issue I'm editing is being retracted because one of the authors is afraid of losing their job and their legal status in the US if they publish a scientific study on evolution. because it's nature's engine of diversity. Abolish capital. That would be the way to go. The civic test requirement would fuck over most Trump voters. Hilariously so, actually. I'm kind of in favor of that one. Yeah, but he doesn't agree with my particular leftist tendencies, so who cares? Well, yes, exactly. The fact that you can't, that you're, like, this person is afraid of losing their legal status and their job for publishing a paper on evolution. How about the fact that the country's top vaccine official quit recently because of the shit RFK is trying to do? Which is fucking terrifying, might I add. We'll get to it in a second. Taliban shit indeed.
This fellow was in charge of Operation Warp Speed, that in this Democrats' opinion was the most successful thing Donald Trump probably did in his first presidency. That means that this is not some left-wing conspiracy theorist. He's somebody who helped Donald Trump do the most successful things, and many people, and probably save millions.
Project Warp Speed was the most successful and the best thing Donald Trump did in his first presidency. How about we make voting mandatory? One person, one vote. I love that idea.
Lives. Again, a Democrat saying that because of what they just did. So I think that that's important as y'all argue about if it was wrong or right.
He also was willing to put together studies that would focus on what RFK Jr. essentially was saying, that vaccines need to be studied more. He was willing to put those studies together to make sure that real information came out, that transparency came out, to hopefully say, you know, Mr. Secretary, this is now what we know. Let's put this aside and let's push for vaccines because we know that's what the case is. Clearly, that didn't happen. And it seems from the reporting that he was given either the...
We all file taxes. Clearly, Americans can fill out a form once a year. Schwarzpork, you are incredibly based. Genuinely. We can't compel someone to vote. That's silly. Yeah, no, it's not like other countries have mandatory voting laws. Like mine, for example, that work, at least to an extent.
Choice to resign, or he was going to be fired.
That's right.
So he was pushed out because clearly he was not acquiescing to these crazy views of RFK Jr. So good for him, and good for telling it all in this searing, brutal letter. Because yes,
that is true, Ilrita. We still don't hit 100% voter turnout, but still. The last 250 years, the problem of independence is that countries like mine has had to deal with neighbors like the United States. The issue really here being hyper, individualism is the main issue. Again, if you want a democracy, you must be compelled to engage in it. I agree, 100%. You can't have a democracy unless every single person is engaging in it, and you have to compel them to engage in it. Mandatory voting just makes sense. It doesn't make sense to not have it. Have a lovely night, SN. I don't agree with any of the candidates on the ballot. I ain't voting for them. Well, then you don't have democracy, Batgaz. I'm sorry. You got to vote for somebody. To engage in democracy, you have to vote. Now, if you don't like any of the candidates, then find the one you like the best and vote for him. That's democracy. If you don't do it, then you're not in a democracy. If every single person is not voting, and it's not one person, one vote, that's not a democracy to me. You vote for harm reduction, exactly. Vote for the least shitty one. Literally, I still cannot fathom the fact that just this election with Kamala Harris, people could not understand the idea of vote for the candidate that is easier to oppose. You don't like either. You want to oppose both. So pick the one who is easier for you to do more against, to make change under. Okay, but my moral purity is more important than democracy. Yeah, literally. But, that's what got us into this mess. Even if you don't like the person, vote for the one you least like, and then work to make change under it. Not voting is not valid. No, it's not a valid form of freedom of expression. It's literally just voting for nobody in the way that you vote for whoever wins. You're just voting for the winning party by not voting. You need to vote for the least shitty candidate and then work under it. I still don't believe Kamala wouldn't be psycho evil. You think she would be worse than this, Wet Camera Inc? You think she'd be anywhere near this? She just would have been Biden again. Do nothing liberal. That you could work to make change under. That you could go outside and do direct action under. That logic relies on a counterfactual, assuming that the voter knew ahead of time it wouldn't win. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you're doing that without even, like, you don't have to know anything. That's still what you're doing. In a free democratic country that says I have the right to vote, but am free not to if I don't agree with the president's politics, I don't think that that's a democratic country. I don't think that that's a functional democratic country. You should be forced to vote. You should be forced to engage in your democracy. If you are not engaging in your democracy, then you don't live in a democracy. That's my view on it.
RFK Jr. and the Trump administration are putting public health at risk.
Look, I'm very skeptical of RFK. I feel he is on the right track when it comes to America needing to be healthier. And I know that because I can afford to lose a couple pounds. All the folks who tweet at me when I'm on the show tell me that too.
Well, they should mind their business. But
yeah,
go ahead.
They should, but they do. I'm with them on that. But when it comes to vaccines, RFK Jr. is completely off the reservation, entirely off the reservation. Having said that, I do not view doing this as a courageous act. When you resign, you are
I agree, by the way.
Borderline coward.
No. You're not a borderline coward. If you resign from your job under this administration, you are a coward that capitulated to the fascists. You are responsible for what comes after. Now, if you fight back, you lose your job, you get imprisoned, then you're not responsible for what happens after. But you are morally obligated to stand and fight.
Actually believe in what you're saying. Some harshly worded letter, that's what the United Nations does.
And by the way, yeah, you shouldn't just be voting for a federal candidate. You, in my opinion, should be all be reporting to a local assembly house like every 2 weeks for 4 hours and vote on everything. Making representatives do it for you is not good enough. To be fair, direct democracy over representative democracy, I agree. Now, like, there are things that can be delegated to like a group that you could vote on, and some of these repeated like easy stuff could be delegated to said group and then reduce the meeting like time and have like a special meeting for that one every now and again. Like, let's say once a month you meet to vote on whether that group is making the decision. But yeah, direct democracy
means absolutely nothing. It's just a bunch of words on paper.
I get what it means. I get what it means.
I think it has weight. He was gonna get booted. So you think that he should just have been fired?
If you really truly believe,
but what's the difference?
Then get fired. Then stand up for something.
I agree with you.
I think he is standing up.
When somebody
No. Quitting your job is not standing up. You saying, no, I can't do this. I'm protesting and I quit. It's not standing up for for anything. It's moving out of the way.
Does resign. I mean, obviously he was going to get fired. Our reporting is that he was going to get fired or he had the choice to resign. He resigned. But when somebody leaves a position like that, there may be an argument to say, well, when he leaves, someone else replaces him.
Guys, can we stay on topic here, please? Americans don't vote because they're incentivized not to vote.
Not have his credentials and that does not have his same stance. So is that good for example, the organization that he is over the CDC?
And that's Pete's point. Like, stand up for it, stay in that position. Even if you're pushed out eventually, at least we have a voice of reason within the organization. This is very personal to be about.
Well, obviously, sir, we do need direct education of quality, people being able to distribute knowledge and equally wealth. Obviously, that would require socialism, but that's the system that we'd all like to build here. So.
RFK because I have a daughter who's on the spectrum. I have an atypical daughter and I have a typical daughter. And I know vaccines don't cause autism. And my co-host, Nick Saveri, I want to shout him out from Can We Please Talk? New episodes every Monday. Nick's wife is an pediatric ICU doctor at St. Luke's Hospital in Pennsylvania. So this is very personal to us as a show. I've done a lot about RFK's confirmation and, again, no degree in epidemiology, molecular biology.
Again, if I could have picked one singular cabinet pick to not get in, it would have been RFK. Harris would have absolutely been psycho evil, just less. Well, I mean, she would have been Biden too. That's all that would have been. It would have been Biden too. Which, to be fair, for discussing it like that, then yeah, pretty much the U.S. has been evil for its entire existence. Sure. But, So, what's RFK saying?
Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Friday made some eyebrow-raising statements about those who have contracted COVID-19. He said that healthy Americans were not dying of the disease and that it only affected sick people. Kennedy's comments came Friday while speaking at an event alongside West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey, where he praised the state for its recent ban on food dyes. He's made similar claims in the past about other illnesses like the measles. Let's bring in Dr. Celine Gounder for more. She's a CBS News medical contributor and editor-at-large for public health.
I don't remember what he said either.
KFF Health News. So, Doctor, what do you make of those claims?
Bat gas. I can't even right now. Voting, of course, fucking matters. You voted out conservatives for a Labor Party. Yeah. You know why nothing changed? Is because voting isn't democracy. You have to go out and do something. You have to enter politics. You have to go outside. You have to protest. You have to go lobby your politicians. You, by the way, don't have democracy in the UK because you have the House of Lords, an undemocratic, unelected fucking group of billionaires, of the bourgeoisie who get to make your country's decisions. So, like, the Labour Liberal Party makes no fucking decisions on their own. It's your House of Lords, and that's why the UK is a dead country.
Feels like victim blaming, saying that people had underlying medical conditions and this is their fault if they died from COVID. We also know that in the United States, we have very high...
It's your fault if you died from COVID. You didn't die from COVID. You died from other things with COVID.
Levels of
is what
chronic
RFK is
diseases.
saying.
It's quite common. Somewhere between 50 and 70% of Americans, depending on how you define chronic disease, have chronic diseases. And so a significant proportion of the population is at...
It made no difference. Death to Philippe. Paris lost not because of Gaza, not because of people protesting her. She lost because people didn't care enough to show up. Guys, nothing is changing. I refuse to vote to make things change. I'm protesting the current system that isn't changing. Literally, yeah.
Increased risk.
Genuinely, you guys are distracting me. Can we please stay on topic? Like, I know the electoral stuff is, like, interesting, but we're talking about the fact that, like, millions of people are losing access to, fucking vaccines, are being told that their family members didn't die from COVID. They died from respiratory failure or some shit like that. And the next one is even worse, so...
Complications from COVID. It's not helpful to go around blaming people. What you really need to do is how do you mitigate risk? How do you reduce risk? How do you help people through a pandemic?
Also, the entire staff of the federal government's Office of Infectious Disease and HIV/AIDS policy is expected to be laid off. This is according to multiple health officials who tell CBS News. This is part of a broader restructuring by Kennedy. What will the impact be?
Well, we are seeing, as they put it, having the CDC refocus on its, quote, core mission of fighting infectious diseases, epidemics, and pandemics. But at the same time that they're saying that, they are also dramatically cutting those very kinds of programs. For example, the NIH had one program to develop antiviral drugs. So you remember Paxlovid for COVID. Yeah. We have Tamiflu for the flu, trying to develop additional medications like that for other viral infections.
All that shit is gone. Vaccines like OSHA, yeah, literally. The problem with vaccines is that they're so fucking effective that we just forget about how many lives they're saving. Kinda, yeah. I know people who can't smell and will never be able to smell again. Not that that's the worst thing that can happen from long COVID, but like, yeah. No, it's okay. We all get off topic sometimes, Lavaria. That means it's a good chat. I just have to rein it back in because I keep getting distracted. Everyone can just work from home like I do in my investment firm, right? Well, you're not allowed to work from home now if you work in the government because Trump says that it's lazy to work with home. But you have an investment firm and you ain't dropped a dono? Come on, mate. Like, support the channel. I gotta pay bills. I hope they mention that this will make eggs cost more. Oh, yeah, they will absolutely make eggs cost more. Is the House of Lords the monarch stuff like King Charles or another cabinet of billionaires? No, the House of Lords is basically another Senate, but you serve in it for life. You're not elected, and all of the people in it are wealthy aristocrats. So
could cause pandemics, so that you have options should there be, say, a bird flu pandemic. That entire program was terminated. Another program to develop a vaccine, what we call a pan-coronavirus, pan meaning all. So in other words, it would be effective against many coronaviruses in particular many of the variants of COVID, that program to develop that kind of vaccine terminated. So the very things that you would want to see happen to improve our pandemic response, which they say is what they want CDC to do, is being terminated. So
no. You want to know what we're actually doing? You know what our real pandemic response is? Because it's bad.
Now, the price of eggs has hit a new record in the US, with grocery stores running low just weeks
let them get
before
past
Easter.
the eggs for a second.
The rise is partly caused by bird flu, a highly contagious disease. Some doctors fear bird flu could cause a new pandemic in humans if it spreads. But now, President Trump's health chief is saying it should be allowed to do just that.
Yep. Our plan to deal with bird flu is to let it spread. I'm not kidding. I'm sorry, Shufu Pooper.
America's chickens are in trouble. A bird flu outbreak is wreaking havoc at poultry and dairy farms across the U.S. Also known as avian influenza, the viral disease spreads quickly through flocks of birds, but can also be transmitted to other animals or humans. Around 91 million birds in the U.S.
Can the chickens inject bleach? You're joking, but they made ivermectin over the counter in Texas today. Or rather, yesterday.
United States tested positive for the virus.
Yeah,
in the
bird flu
past year
actually
alone.
has a 60% mortality rate in humans. COVID had 2%, by the way. COVID had a 2% mortality rate. Bird flu has 50 to 60. Chat, I want every comment to include an excellent egg pun during this segment. Hell yeah.
Most birds that catch it die within 2 days. To reduce the chance of the virus spreading also to humans, flocks are culled as soon as a positive case is confirmed.
So we have
Where's
over
your egg joke,
500,000 birds on this ranch, and all of them had to be euthanized or had.
Hey, look, I said this before, and I got a little flack for it, but what I did kind of say, you know, if they do bring up another pandemic, buy some N95 masks, stay inside for like a couple weeks, let them sort it out amongst themselves.
Perished because of the virus.
It's so contagious that if your flock has any cases of it, you have to destroy the whole flock.
But how is the virus spreading from one flock to another across the country? That's because the virus isn't only dangerous to chickens, it also affects wild birds.
The bird flu
I swear they're gonna make Gringo against TOS eventually on this fucking site. They really are. Yeah, poor birds.
Flying ducks. The duck season is now. They're flying through California, and that's where we get this strain of bird flu. It's from them.
And it can spread from birds to other farm animals, but only 2% of the infected cattle have died from it so far. In rare cases, the virus can also infect humans. 70 people have tested positive for the disease in the US in the past year alone.
70.
Most have recovered. Only one person has died from an infection so far. Experts say the risk from eating cooked eggs or chicken remain low. Cooking them to 71 degrees Celsius kills any avian flu virus they might harbor.
But you are right, you know, gringos are lazy, and they have hard, flimsy shells, and their insides are pure yolk. Americans are coddled. I'm shocked that few people died. Thank God for modern medicine. Darwin has some solutions when things get to that point. Well, I mean, none of them are going to have health care.
Human infections in the US remain rare and mild.
No. There are definitely enough Republican anti-vaxxers to make it impactful. I'm pretty sure basically all Republicans are anti-vaxxers at this point. Wait, they want us to overcook our yolks? Fuck that, I'm eating my yolk runny. Well, enjoy the bird flu.
Most common patient symptoms are eye irritation, fever, and cough. However, the more people who get the infectious disease, the higher the chance that the virus could evolve into a more dangerous or deadly form. This is why warnings advise staying away from dead birds and animals and wearing protective gear when dealing with poultry and cattle. Meanwhile,
oh yeah, by the way, this also spreads to cows. I just got the alert that the word gringo is against TOS. No, is it really? Because I said it was going to be. I can't imagine that it actually is already. Not trying to spread misinfo, I don't know much. I am correct that most bird flu spread via mechanisms other than airborne. Seems like the situation will not be over easy. Oh, yeah, well, like, mostly it does spread via airborne. bird flu is an airborne disease. Now, it can spread through, like, water and stuff, like, and food, but it is an airborne disease. And birds can fly, so...
U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a vocal vaccine skeptic, has a different idea. He has suggested American poultry farmers could create a kind of disease-resistant super chicken by letting the disease run through the flocks in order to identify, preserve, and breed animals that prove immune.
I'm sorry, Shardspork, this is fucking retarded. Like... You should let the disease go through them and identify the birds that survive, which are the birds that probably have a genetic inclination for immunity, and those are the birds that we should breed like the wild population.
In order to identify, preserve, and breed animals that prove...
Do you know? Like, this is possible, right? It is technically, theoretically possible. Do you know how much more this would cost than just vaccinating the fucking chickens? It is liquids, it's not surfaces, it's airborne. Why did the gringo try and cross the street? To find the chickens on the other side. Super chickens for super Earth, yeah, literally. How about we, I don't know. Don't let them spread bird flu wildly amongst the wild bird population? Even if the birds had immunity to the virus, that does not mean they can still carry it and not spread it. It also doesn't mean that those genes pass on.
Immune. But scientists say this is a bad idea.
This is the glimpse into their idea of superior genetics. Yeah, you know what? You're not wrong.
William Schaffner is a physician and researcher who specializes in infectious diseases at the Vanderbilt University School of Medicine. Dr. Schaffner, welcome to DW. Thanks so much for your time today. We just saw there how fast this virus is spreading. It's not just poultry. Dairy cows are getting sick now as well. How worried should we be that it is mutating and jumping between species?
Well, there is no doubt, Anja, that this bird flu virus is spreading very, very widely. As was said in the story, wild birds are spreading it. It can get into poultry and into other mammalian species. We are obviously in public health and infectious diseases very concerned about this, watching it very carefully. But the risk at the moment to the average person is very, very low.
But as it continues to spread, it will get higher. That's kind of the point here. My guy, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna crash out right the fuck now. Genuinely, I'm going to crash the fuck out.
The federal government, like shocking, really. It's insane. Yeah, it's really wild. So, I mean, it was inevitable that at least a few Soros operatives would be in the audience.
Talking about Soros in the audience while you're literally here spending millions of, like $1 million a day on buying votes. No, they're not booing him. They're booing the person who spoke up that he's now calling a Soros operative. The guy who called himself the George Soros of the right.
Give my regards to George. Say hi to George for me.
Can we deport him?
We're more concerned about people who work in the poultry industry and the dairy industry. And it's important to note that so far, there has been no evidence of human-to-human spread. And that's a good thing.
That does sound like a good thing. So we don't have to be worried that this could turn into another pandemic.
Oh, I think we are worried about that. It's just not an immediate problem.
She's like, don't go that far, Erratic Cookie. I'm sorry I had to put you through that.
And we have to do surveillance. That is, we have to constantly evaluate new influenza strains that come up. The World Health Organization is doing that around the world. We're certainly doing that in the United States, looking at flu viruses that are in wild animals, poultry.
Jajex, yes, and also a domestic terrorist, according to the U.S. government. Captain Buggy, no, we can't stop changing slang. Language evolves. Deal with it.
In other mammals and certainly in people, too.
Yeah.
So what should...
You got to keep alert. But you know what I will say is a really high risk in creating a pandemic is letting the birds fly around and freely spread diseases. He's not a terrible and unqualified HHS secretary because he has a brain worm. It's because he has a demented anti-vaccine position and he's roided his brain into oblivion. Not because, well, I mean, like, that's not why I called him that. It was specifically that one point of we should breed super chickens that I said was retarded. He himself is a bad HHS secretary, as you said, because he's demented anti-vaccine positions, he's roided his brain into oblivion, and because he is unqualified entirely. That's not why he's bad. I said that idea was insane. They're fucking up my food supply? Yeah. Shit, you know that, how... You know how you shut up a creationist? You tell them that their God created HIV or bubonic plague? Nah, they'll just say that God works in mysterious ways or some shit. What a horrible timeline we live in. Miriam, I still stand by that we live in the worst timeline, the dumbest timeline, and the funniest timeline.
Should people who have, for example,
it's just only
backyard
funny
bird
sometimes.
feeders or pets, what can they be doing to protect against this, to stop the spread?
Very careful. Be very careful, Anja. If you have a bird feeder or a bird bath and you're cleaning it out or working with it, wear gloves, put on a mask, and then when you're finished...
Well, I mean, to be fair, they are saying that the COVID vaccine gave everybody HIV, so...
Wash your hands very, very thoroughly. If you see a dead bird, deal with it with a shovel, with a long handle, or put it in a plastic bag. But once again, wear gloves, wear a mask, and be very, very careful.
And
again, by the way, like if you have cats that eat, or dogs, and you feed them like pet food that has poultry in it, I would recommend you switch to like fish. If you're feeding them dry food, that's usually fine. If it's wet food in a package, that's also usually fine from what I know of. It's if you're buying, like, the fresh meat to feed them. Now, we live in your timeline. Funny, yes. Absurd, yes. With a whole bunch of idiots, yes. But not the worst timeline. Hell, 1,000 years ago, we could have become dinner for a saber-tooth. I would literally rather be a saber-tooth tiger's dinner than live in this timeline. The woeful poultry response to this foul disease is ecstatically what I would expect from the U.S. government and Kennedy. Bat gas, 10 out of 10.
What about the authorities? I mean, the American government's response has been called slow. What should authorities be doing to stay ahead of this?
They literally said that Biden, before he left office, killed a bunch of chickens to make the egg prices go up.
Well, we would like to look even more intensely at wild birds, poultry, dairy cattle, and people who are in that industry. We're doing a fair amount about that already.
All right, that's enough of that. Look, as you can see, that shit's pretty dangerous, you know? We're not looking like we're in a good position when it comes to that. Here, let me set up a couple more links. Jeez, it's been 5 hours already, and I thought we had more time. I didn't even get to, like, most of the stuff I wanted to talk about. But we do have, the whatchamacallit, the panel tomorrow. That'll be fun. So Biden is also complicit in the bird genocide? Yes, according to the president. We need to crash out over the poultry crisis. What do they not blame Biden for? Nobody. Nothing, rather. You could just stream for 5 more hours? Yeah, but then I'll be super tired and sleepy tomorrow when I have the panel to go on. And, I don't know, I kind of like not being sleepy during panels. Okay, I do have a few more things to show you. I'm not done just yet. So first and foremost, I'm sure you've all seen the news of them talking about Donald Trump wanting several more years in office. The panel is on whether or not Democrats have a masculinity problem. I'll be on a panel with Nina, with Prime Case, with Wick, and 2 other people that I don't really know.
And the second new headline, President Trump saying he would not rule out
Yep,
seeking
on
a
this
third
channel
term
tomorrow.
as president. telling NBC News there are several methods to accomplish this. Also new today, and
to be fair, I'll be going on Wick's show for this, but I'll be streaming it as well. So, third term they're talking about. And here's from the Daily Mail. 12 more years. The subject is whether Democrats have a masculinity problem. I don't really have all that much to say. I just have like one really, I have one point that I really want to make, and it's about how dumb all of this is. 12 more years. Not even a third term. They want Donald Trump to be president till 2037. Man, this man will not live till 2037. Donald Trump probably gonna die before 2030. He's overweight, he's unfit, he's unhealthy, he's been a drug addict for most of his life, and he has a horrible diet. So, yeah. I mean...
I am a firm believer that President Trump...
Here's a Nazi, by the way.
Will run and win again in 2028. So I've already endorsed President Trump. A man like this comes along once every century if we're lucky. We've got him now. He's on fire, and I'm a huge supporter. Want to see him again in 2028.
And by Nazi, do you mean the one on your left or to your right? I mean the one to my front. You just alienated half the US? That's fine.
Obviously, anybody who doesn't like what you say but judges it as a function of a lack of intelligence.
This man literally did a Sieg Heil. Like, come on. Let's not play this game. So, wow, really? No way they deleted that post. That's so sad. Victoria Spartz, the Republican representative, held a town hall. And in this town hall, she said that you don't get due process. And yes, half the U.S. doesn't vote, which is the problem. My parents voted for Trump due to concerns about their country of origin. I told them many times not to, that it would be economically horrendous, that it would be one of the worst things that could happen. They said if I was getting it wrong and I'd be proven wrong after he becomes president. Did they admit that you were right, Miriam? Are they like brainwashed and still part of the cult, or do they regret their vote? But also, like many such cases.
You violated the rules. You are not entitled to due process.
You violated the rules. You're not entitled to due process. I'm sorry, bitch, but that's not how America works. Get the fuck out of my country. Sorry, everybody gets due process. Whether you're a citizen or not, whether you committed a crime or not, you get due process. You want to know how the crowd reacted to her? It's literally what due process is for.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. We demand the immediate resignation of Pete Hegseth, Michael Waltz, and the rest of the...
She's pro-Kremlin.
No, I will not demand their resignation.
All of the immigrants that are being rounded up and deported. Are they entitled to due process, or are we?
We're Hitler, guys. We're Nazi America. You don't get due process. They'll pick you up off the street. They'll throw you into a van. They'll disappear you and bring you to a concentration camp in El Salvador. You don't see a court. You don't see a judge. You don't see a jury. You haven't been convicted of a crime. You're innocent. Damn these Soros agents infiltrating the town halls. Yeah, they had to stop saying the radical left because every time you look at the town halls, it's all like geriatrics with gray hair, so...
We're supposed to take the word of the administration that these people need to be shipped out of the country without any opportunity to defend themselves.
But President Trump did it last time when he tried. If you seek asylum, wait in the other country, not get here in the country. So there is no due process if you don't take a little
Votniks everywhere.
evidence you violated the law. Period.
She's pro-Kremlin, so I don't know. She's not Ukrainian to me. She's Russian now. Sorry. Pro-Kremlin says this shit. You no longer get to be Ukrainian. Sorry, you don't exist as Ukrainian. You're Russian now. That's the rules in America.
How you think? And the government
when are you going to live up to your oath, defend the Constitution, and reclaim the powers that the voters of this district have reserved for you?
No, I'm not. Don't what the fuck me. This is how it works. She's literally pro-Kremlin. She says you don't get due process. She's in America, which is a Russian ally, and is supporting Donald Trump, who's anti-Ukraine. Do you think that I give a shit that she's Ukrainian? She literally supports the end of Ukraine. She's Russian. Sorry. Not sorry.
In other words,
she literally supports the end of Ukraine. Why would I call her Ukrainian?
when are you going to start doing your job?
Walk out! We have walk out! Walk out!
Oh yeah, no, that was to Twitch, Death of Philippe. We're Jewish, so it doesn't make sense for us theologically to have godparents. Yeah, that is weird. But we're living in a Christian place for so long, so that's why we have godparents. That's fair. Then we have, I don't know, some Democrats actually sounding based for once, whether or not they're doing much.
Let me say this in close. I want you all to know that the reason why I'm able, like, honestly, to get up in the morning and just, like, fight and feel like I can take this on and I can call Elon Musk out and I can take on Donald Trump and get all crazy with Marjorie Taylor Greene and push back. Listen, they've tried. Nancy Mace is trying to censure me. Donald Trump is trying to arrest me. Elon Musk has promised he's going to primary me in the next election. And what I say, like, if these are my enemies list, we're probably doing something right. We're probably doing something right.
You know what? I kind of agree.
Probably doing something right.
If those people are going after you, you probably are doing something right. Good for you, man. Good for you. Here's a little girl at Chris Murphy's town hall.
My name is Charlotte.
Yeah, but we're never gonna get that, Miriam, because we live under fascism now. We have the unitary executive. It's Hitler or nothing.
I wanted to say that next year they said that they were going to take away free lunch for all. But I think that they should keep that policy because I don't want my friends to go hungry in school or have to be embarrassed by telling their teacher or the lunch lady.
This is what they're doing to your kids. This is what they're doing to your country. Our country. Our kids. Our school systems. Our institutions. There's this girl is now in a elected official's town hall saying, please don't take away the lunch that my friends get to eat because they can't afford it. And no, I don't offer complexity for people on the right. If you're a Republican, then you're a Nazi. Period. Done. It's over. I don't care. The time for nuance has passed. If you are a Republican and you're not a Nazi, you have left the Republican Party. Anyone who's left is either brainwashed, which they're a zombie, they're a ghoul, which is a Nazi, or a demon, which is an even louder Nazi. That's it. Those are the levels. Ghoul, demon, zombie. People who vote, zombies. Everyone else, demons and ghouls. And they are Nazis. Every last one of them.
So, Charlotte.
I'm not trying to win any of the right over. I'm trying to win over the 84 million people that didn't vote, Ilrita. More of the country didn't vote than voted in the election. More than half. I'm trying to convince the half of the country that didn't vote and that didn't pay attention because they don't care about politics until it starts to affect them. Now they are being affected financially. So they get to come and watch me say this. And those are the people that I'm convincing. Fuck the Republicans. I don't care about convincing them at all. They'll come over if they see it and they believe it, and if they don't, they're Nazis anyway. I hope bad things happen to them.
Okay, I'm going to embarrass you for a second. So that was like the most beautiful question that I've ever heard. Because what
they don't believe in reality. Literally, like the last right-winger I argued with was nonsensical. I don't even remember the shit that they were saying because it's nonsense. A black Nazi on Twitter yesterday attacks me, to which I say, oh yeah, you know what, have fun. I'm sure you being a bigot will save you from going to the camps. And I get, oh, and you're a racist too. Like, the guy's name is something with like the N-word in it, and his profile picture is black. He's Black American in his bio. Me saying, oh yeah, you on the Republican side being a bigot to me is not going to save you from the camps, and I'm the racist. Yeah, you can definitely reason with these people. They don't believe in anything. I don't care about alienating them. I don't want to work with them. Fuck the Republicans, they're demons. I don't want to work with them. I don't want to bring them over. I don't want to reconcile with them. I don't believe I can. They are Nazis. They hate you. The only reason they would ever agree with me is because their policies negatively impacted themselves more than they would have liked. That's the only time they'll ever agree with you, is when they get hurt enough that they finally understand that what they wanted to do was bad, but they still don't think that it's bad because other people were hurt. They only think it's bad because they themselves were hurt. I don't give a fuck about reconciling with these people. They're barely people to me. They're human beings, but they're not people. People have empathy. Being a person means you can empathize. They are human beings, but they're not people. They're not like us.
Because what you said is that you're thinking every single day of other kids, right? Of kids who might not have it as good as you, right? And when we think about why we exist in this world, right? We exist in this world to help other people, don't you think?
Yeah, I do. I think we exist in this world to help other people, to help ourselves, to improve the standard of living for us and everyone around us.
To help people who are less fortunate than us. And I think why all these people are here today is because they want to live in a world where we have a government that looks out for
He has more empathy than pretty much the entire Republican Party at age 9, yeah.
Right? That looks out for everybody, regardless of what race you are, or what religion you are, or how much money you have, that we have a government that respects everybody. And everybody in this room here is going to decide when they go home tonight, how much energy are they going to put in to trying to fight for that world. And I bet you, because
Newsom's just pivoting to the right.
You were so bold and great.
And Ben Shapiro's losing his job because the Daily Wire is going bankrupt.
To stand up here on behalf of the other kids that go to your school. I bet you everybody in this room is going to work a little bit harder to make that kind of world that you're asking us to believe.
Hell yeah. Good for this girl. If you're fine with not saying the N-word, then why do you keep using the R slur? Well, because first off, I'm autistic and ADHD and I've been slurred with it. And secondly, I don't see that word as a slur. It's been normalized to the point where it doesn't feel like a slur to me. I see it constantly. It's used against me like 50 billion times a day. And so it feels normal to use it. And it doesn't feel like a slur because it's never used in the way that it used to be when it was a slur. Like, no one calls me that because I'm autistic. I get called that because they disagree with me. I hear it so many times throughout the day, and it bothers me that I'm not allowed to use the words that I get attacked with every day. It bothers me that we coddle ourselves with these words. And to be fair, I think that you should be able to say the N-word. I just think you should face consequences afterward. And I don't think that I want to face the consequences. I don't want to say the word. But, like, I can. And I would apply the same logic. If you're fine with the consequences of it, then you can say it. But there is no utility in that word, whereas there is utility in this word. Words are words. Like, they have no power unless we give them power, right? And the R slur has no power to me. It holds 0. The N-word does hold power, as it should. It still is societally given that power. No one gives that power to the R slur except for people who don't like being called it. And that's my reasoning for it. It doesn't feel like a slur to me. I'm reading it as I'm going through it, Schwartzborg. I'm still disappointed in this community's desire to hold on to that slur. If we're supposed to help others increase standard of living in everyone, why do we keep punching down on those with disabilities? Because to me, that's not punching down. I'm not that never is directed at anyone with disabilities when I say it. It's about the context of the use of the word. If it has no power, then why do you preface your use of? Because you have given it power. Because you complain when I say it every time. So you have given it power. So now I have to preface it by apologizing to you because you're the one giving it power. Now, like, you're offended by it, and I'm not saying that that's wrong. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be offended by it. Like, you have the right to be. I'm saying that you get to decide that. And I'm not using it in a way that is meant to be derogatory to people with disabilities. I'm using it in the way that it's used against me day after day after day after day after day, about 1 billion times. I'm directing it back at the people who use it against me. But I would never go and just call someone that for being disabled or autistic or like anything like that. It doesn't mean that to me. It's like how gay used to mean happy, and then it became gay. And then that was also used as a slur against gay people. But in and of itself, the word gay is not a slur. I mean, you know, even moron is technically an ableist term. Actually, moron would be an ableist term in the exact same way in this context, because the context that I use it is the same as moron. Moron just doesn't hit as hard, which is why I use the other one. But it's the same meaning in that case. Does that make sense, Shortspork? Like, I'm happy to discuss this further, but that's just my point of view on it. It's not holding on to a slur. It's like, for example, queer. Queer was a slur. My whole life growing up, queer was a slur, but now we call ourselves queer. Now we use the word regularly. We reclaimed it. And that's how I see that, is reclaiming the word. But we're not allowed to do that anymore, I guess. Like, and it's not you. I'm saying, like, it is broadly the left that has disallowed the normalization of words that were used with negative contexts against a group by said group. Also, saying the R word is way less ableist, for example, articulating something about someone much meaner, like calling Abbott Hot Wheels McGee. You know they censored Jasmine Crockett for that. But like, it has no power, then explain the increasing use of it online by Nazis. They're giving it power. And that's what I mean. Like, it has no power over me. It doesn't, like, it's not, the word itself doesn't hold the power. It's not a crystal that's imbued with it. Society holds the power over the word. Yeah, I can't do it for chat. It the Streamlabs software doesn't do it. Like, here. This is what it looks like. I can't change that one. But the point that I'm trying to make is that, yes, they're the only ones using it, though. That's not true. That's not true. Look at the left and the people on it. Kyle Kalinske, me, Vosh, Hassan says it on occasion. Like, it's not just the left. Sorry, it's not just the right. But again, it's about learning how to message in a way that gets past the right. I think using the R slur, regardless of your personal view, is just hurting your ability to reach more people with your message. If it holds power with some people who could have their minds expanded, you're just throwing away those people used by the... Like, I get that. But I also very much dislike the word policing. Like, it makes me... I don't like it. I hate the fact that we word police. Because never am I intending it in that manner, but people will take it in that manner even if I didn't intend to and then get mad about it. That makes me mad. I don't like that. Why are we policing my words when I'm only attacking the right wing? And then you apply that again as, why can I say queer then? Why is it that I can say queer, but I can't use the R slur when both apply to me? It can be. I've made this point here before. A good example is when Vosh called Anna a bitch while making an argument against her birther person thing. She ignored everything, and he said he latched on to him being misogynistic. So it's an argument debate. Yeah, avoid giving your opponent an easy out via slurs. Like, I do agree with that, and hence why I don't often in like a debate setting use that. But if I don't know, if I get exacerbated by reading something and I want to express my frustration, I feel like it should be fine for me to use a word that is constantly used against me. But it is what it is. You know, we don't live in a fair society. I've cut down the use of the word massively, as you've noticed, Shardspork, so, you know, I am doing it. I just don't like that I have to. I think that it's stupid and unnecessary, but it is what it is.
Brown, and what used to be Lifespan and is now Brown Health, runs an Institute of Brain Science. It's one of the premier brain science research places in the country. They're doing research in particular on Alzheimer's, which, as you all know, is threatened.
To be clear, I'm continuing to try and not say that. But are you actually retarded? No, you may have autism. That's a whole different neurodivergency. Queer people took back queer. If the retarded community wants to say it, it's cool to use. That's fine. But what do you mean? But like, the word was used against autistic neurodivergent people. That's what it was directed against. Was it not? Like, yeah. Did neurodivergent people not fall into the category? Reclamation for slurs is a social process, particularly each slur. We might change how we think about that word, but if the usage of society doesn't change, it's not reclaimed. That's exactly what I'm trying to say here. Because the usage has changed. It's just about how we think about it. The usage changed. The usage was directed to neurodivergent people. Now it's used as a synonym for idiot. So the meaning has changed. It's just the way we think about the word as a society has not changed. And so that needs to change. Yeah, like, protecting vulnerable communities with our languages for us, but open season against the right wing is how I tend to view it. But no, it was most often accompanied by hand bent to the chest gesture, as in kids who had to be helped to eat lunch. It's very far from just neurodivergent. When I was growing up, it was pretty much like all of them. But sure, okay, fine. If you're going to argue that it was never used against autistic and ADHD people as a standard, but instead was only used to people who have, like, physically visible disabilities, I'm going to disagree with you there, but, like, okay. I'm not going to argue on it. I'll just, like, I don't think that's true, but I don't have evidence for that. And I do remember when Trump did that verbatim once to a disabled reporter as well.
Threatening to break our public health system if we can't find a cure.
Like, why is it then? Hold on, I have a real question here. Why is it that me saying the R slur is an issue, but me saying all cars matter, why do I care about an African illegal immigrants car company instead of real American car companies as propaganda different? Because the whole point of it is propaganda. For the record, I'm not making an argument. I think it's been used for both communities. Yeah, fair enough, Shardspork. Yeah, and I'm saying, like, it was used against me and communities that I'm a part of, so why can't I reclaim it? Like, I would argue, in fact, that the all cars matter thing that I say, for propaganda purposes, is actually worse than me using the R slur. See, but I don't think that it's hurting them because it's never pointed against them. But, okay. I'm not going to use it. I promise. Fine. Sorry, guys.
Cure for it, and it continues to grow and begins to
I do care how you guys feel, so... But people aren't fucking cars? Oh, yeah, of course not. But, like, the idea of what I'm saying with the all cars matter thing is, in my point of view, more offensive than that. And again, like, I haven't had other chatters complain to me about it, Shardspork, so, like, I'm sorry, but I don't want to hurt you guys. Never has it been intended at you. It's only ever directed at the right. And you're the only person who spoke out about it prior to this, so, like, I've worked on it in that case. I have cerebral palsy and getting called all sorts of terrible things all my life. Personally, I'm not offended by the R word. It's all about the context in which it's used. Calling Republicans Nazis or the R word is perfectly acceptable at this point. I mean, to be fair, Nazis was never in question. They are Nazis, objectively. It would be lying to call them anything else.
What they are finding is that even in this otherwise non-controversial program that looks into Alzheimer's at one of the top brain research facilities in the world.
What matters? What does it matter if I'm not challenging it? I have 700 viewers and they have the entire media apparatus. I'm not even trying to use it to challenge them. I'm trying to use it so that my language fits through their barrier that they have. The woke barrier. If you sound too woke, they don't listen to you. So having that as part of the speech, is part of the rhetoric, makes them more likely to not instantly flag you as woke and ignore you. And not just the right. I mean, like, the average American has this built into them now. Whatever, guys. All right, I get the point. I get the point. You're all right. You're all correct, and I will stop using it. I don't have an argument to make past this point. No, it's not necessary. It's just easy. And I find it useful. In fact, it's been incredibly useful in self-defense as well. When I'm getting harassed, it is quite useful in getting them to stop. Typically, when you see reclaiming take form of using a word in self-referential way, not continuing to use something in a hateful manner. Well, yes, but this is not a typical situation. This is a situation in which there are literally the Nazis who want to kill all of us, are referring to us, the people they want to kill, as such, and me trying to camouflage using this back. You know, you could just steal Vosh's response to this topic. I don't care. You're... yeah, no, but, like, I actually care about how y'all feel. So, you know, I'm not going to say that. We can settle for demon, ghoul, and zombie. Yeah, I got plenty.
Well, look, I mean, look how sick that is. Basically, anybody who has rendered any ruling they disapprove
I agree with you, Agard, from what I've noticed.
Of, they think should be removed from the bench. Any lawyer who's ever represented a party adverse to them, they think should be cleared out of the way. I mean, that is...
like...
they disapprove of, they think should be removed from the bench. Any lawyer who's ever represented a party adverse to them, they think should be...
We're in this situation.
I mean, that is in naked opposition
where lawyers and judges are being removed or are being, you know, threatened. People are being disappeared off the streets. We have camps. We're going to put all of the neurodivergent people into camps, and we're worried about what words we're using, and that doesn't feel normal to me. That's all. Like, in general. Like, not in this case specifically, but in general. None of that stuff feels normal to me. I feel like half of what I see is, like, Nazi-era fascism, and then the other half of what I see is people engaging with politics as if nothing has changed.
To the rule of law.
Not you guys in this case, I just mean in general.
I'm the ranking Democrat in the House Judiciary Committee. The Judiciary Committee Democrats, the Democrats in the House are unified in standing up for the independence of the judiciary, the separation of powers, and the constitutional order as we've known it. I wonder if Attorney General Bondi could name one judge who she doesn't think should be removed, who's ruled against one of Trump's executive orders or one of the lawless actions undertaken by Elon Musk. And
like, it's been time for dark woke for a while now. Shardspark, thank you for being willing to discuss this. I don't want to fight with you, but I also don't want people in our community to feel unsafe. I know what you mean, though. Oh, no, absolutely. Yeah, I'm always happy to discuss this stuff with you. Like, if you have any issues with me, I'm happy to discuss them with you. I had a chatter last chat who was trying to argue with me, and, like, I didn't get to answer their question because I got distracted, and then they send me DMs of, like, how I don't care about anything, and how I like, that shit drives me insane. Talk to me. If you have an issue, talk. And if I don't answer, remind me. I am an idiot and forgetful. But, like, of course, I want people in our community to feel safe. I absolutely do. I want our community to be safe, rather.
They can't say it. Basically, they believe if they disagree with someone or something, that person should be rendered illegal, a legal non-entity.
Let's see if I can get him without him being mad. He looks like he's sleeping. Honey? Boss man says no, sorry. I say I can't. The boss man says no. Franklin Delano Roosevelt does not want to be moved. I don't want to get shot by the Secret Service. Sorry, I can't do it. Can't do it. It's impossible. We tried. I got one more thing for you guys. It's actually quite important. It's quite telling. Here's Congresswoman Catherine Clark, rather.
And my real fear is it is going to be generations for us to recover our place in this world, our leadership as a democracy that values the rule of law, and this sort of expansion policy. Denmark, Canada, they're now the enemies, the states that we have to draw a hard line with. And, you know, we elected this strong man who rolls over on his back for Putin, abandons our democratic ally in Ukraine. And we're sending the vice president and his wife to a contained base in Greenland because the people of Greenland don't want them outside of that base. I mean, what are we doing? And my real...
She's right. Like, entirely. There is no bringing this shit back. No. What comes after this is not what we had before. It never will be. Ever again. America's dead. This is Nazi America. Now, when the Nazis fall, we're not just going back to the United States of America. You can't do that, you know? That's not how that works. And I agree with you entirely, Oxpecker, on that stuff. Like, no more liberal democracy, not in America. We get fascism, and hopefully after the fascism, we can do some real socialism. No, I agree. Yeah, that does make us look like we're in the early 2010s. That's also, like, the one thing that I tend to notice about, like, the resistance to Trump today. It just feels like resist libs 2016 era shit. All right, so tomorrow, 5:30 EST, stream start. Panel starts at 6. I don't know how long it'll be. I still have a lot of stuff to cover, so I'm sure we'll still have some segments after that tomorrow. Didn't even get to cover most of what I wanted to today. Covered the stuff I had to cover today. I hope you all have a lovely night. I don't really have it raid and stick around, but I will raid Gremlo for a little bit. Loud? Yeah, sorry. What is it? Gremlo. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you guys tomorrow. We are raiding. I'm waiting for the raid to load. Oh, and again, if you're not in the Discord, please join, and don't forget to drop a like on the YouTube stream. See you guys tomorrow.
Visora, thank you for the raid. Hey, you're welcome. Oh my god, Visora in the game right now? Holy shit.
I hear noises.
Oh yeah, there hasn't been any like monsters for this one.
I killed like 5 gnomes.
Oh yeah, right, the skulls and the gnomes.
Alright, let's just send it.
Okay.
R.I.P. us, I guess.
Welcome in, Raiders.
Tell Micah